Section 0 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 0. An outline narrative, tracing briefly the causes, connections, and consequences of the great events in the era of political religious wars. Charles F. Horne. Gazing across the broader field of universal history, one comes more and more to overlook the merely temporary, constantly shifting borderlines of states, and to see Western Europe as a whole, to watch its nations as a single people guided by similar developments of the mind, impelled by similar stirrings of the heart, taking part in but a single story, the marvelous tale of man's advance. This sense of an all-enfolding unity, an ever-advancing common destiny, sinks weakest perhaps in the period we now approach. The nations seem sharply separated in their careers. In the preceding age, the power of Spain and the fanaticism of its monarch, Philip II, had made the reestablishment of Catholicism the dominant question throughout Europe. But in 1609, Philip III of Spain abandoned his father's attempt to conquer Holland and again enforce a universal religion. In 1610, Henry IV of France, who had brought peace and amity out of the savage religious wars within his own realm, fell under an assassin's knife. These two events may be accepted as marking a turn in the current of the world, a change in the thoughts of men. The next half-century saw wars indeed, bloody and bitter wars, but they were no longer primarily religious. The strife was more than half political, and men of opposite faiths found themselves at times allied upon the battlefield. The feeling of religious brotherhood grew weaker, that of political allegiance stronger. Growth of national spirit. The triumph of Holland had much to do with this. During almost a generation, the Catholics of the southern Netherlands had been united with the Protestants of the northern provinces in desperate war against the tyranny of Spain. And though only Holland finally achieved independence, her people could scarcely forget their long brotherhood with the Catholic South. And now Holland was a republic. Her people were self-governing. Looking with prophetic vision into the future, we may assert that this was only the first step toward a broader union of all the nations, when every man shall be self-governing, and hence all shall be equal and united and progressive. But for its own time, at least, the freedom of Holland was a sharp influence toward division among the people of Europe, toward the establishment of differences, the growth of national as opposed to universal brotherhood. There was, to be sure, an earlier republic in Europe, Switzerland, but the Swiss maintained themselves by their isolation, their remoteness from other nations and from one another in their bleak mountain valleys. The Dutch, on the contrary, inhabited a flat seacoast. They were traders. Their very existence depended on intercourse with other lands. Hence, they had to be ever alert in defense of their hard-won freedom. The spirit of nationality, of patriotism, grew strong within them. At one time, they had been members of the German Empire. At another, subjects of France, of Burgundy, of Spain. Now they were Hollanders, a distinct nation by themselves, and an example to all others of what a united land of men might do. France also had learned a stronger sense of nationality from her hero king, Henry IV. Always, through all his religious wars, he had insisted that he was king of all Frenchmen, both Catholic and Protestant, and would be a father to them all. He withdrew his Protestant army from besieging Paris when the surrender of the city seemed certain, abandoning his triumph lest Frenchmen starve. Englishmen, too, in the age of Elizabeth, had learned to regard themselves not only as different from, but as far superior to men of other races. Spain, both by her victories and by her sufferings, had opened a gap between her people and others. Only Germany, through her very importance and vague imperial predominance over the surrounding lands, failed to find within herself that necessity for union which made other kingdoms strong. By this internal division, Germany was now plunged into the awful tragedy of the 30 Years' War, a partly political, partly religious contest in which all the nations of Europe by degrees took some part. Thus, the war forms to a certain extent a center around which the movements of the age are grouped. England also had her great religious strife, her Puritan Revolution, which collapsed in 1660. Yet on the whole, the age is political, even more than religious, and the ablest statesman of the day, Richelieu, the most successful guardian France has ever known, reaped for his own land all the benefits of the worldwide turmoil. France, which had so often seemed on the point of assuming the foremost place in Europe and had been so often checked, now advanced definitely to the front. The Bourbons, descendants of Henry IV, took the rank of the decaying Habsburg family as the chief rulers of Europe. Historians often call this the Age of Richelieu. Decay of the Habsburg power. Spain and Austria, the two great Habsburg states, both decayed in power. Italy, the Habsburg dependent, lost the last vestiges of her ancient intellectual supremacy. Everywhere the south of Europe gave place to the north. The blight of the Inquisition was upon Spain. The Moors were banished, the Jews were banished, and it had been the industry of these two races which had largely supported the pride and laziness of the Hidalgos. In Italy, too, the Inquisition held sway. Galileo, with his telescope, revealed facts which proved the theories of Copernicus and made impossible the ancient idea that our earth was the center of the universe. All Europe rang with his discoveries, but the Church refused to understand, forbade him to teach doctrines which it declared heretical. For a time the astronomer's mouth was closed, but not so the minds of those who had listened to him. In England, where thought was free, Harvey founded medical science by his proof of the circulation of the blood. The Lord Chancellor Bacon wrote his celebrated Novum Organum, pointing out to modern investigators the methods they must follow. In Germany, Comenius revitalized the dead world of education. In France, Descartes created within his own mind a revolution scarce less important than that of Luther. He freed philosophy from its thraldom to religion. He bade the mind of man to stand by itself, lone in the midst of an unmeasured universe, and discover of what one thing it could feel assured by its own unbiased thought. His famous first conclusion, "I think, therefore I exist," stands as the cornerstone of modern philosophy. Meanwhile, Galileo, roused by the encouragement of scientific friends, began a second time with infinite wit and sarcasm to expound and defend his doctrines. The Church took him more sternly in hand. He was imprisoned by the Inquisition and emerged from its dark chambers a broken and silent man. Philosophy, terrified, fled from Italy, not to return until over 2 centuries of the world's advance had prepared for her a less barbaric greeting. Southern Italy was ruled by viceroys from Spain, but so feeble had the Habsburg grip become that Masaniello, a fisherman of Naples, was able to rouse his city against its tyrants, and for over a year Spain was unable to reestablish her authority. When she did, it was only by the treachery of the peasant leaders who had succeeded the murdered Masaniello. The internal decay of Spain and the lassitude of her two feeble sovereigns, Philip III, 1598 to 1621, and Philip IV, 1621 to 1665, prevented her from rendering any material assistance to Austria, where the other branch of the Habsburgs, descendants of Charles V's brother Ferdinand, were reduced to struggle for their very existence. Ferdinand and his immediate successor as Emperor of Germany had kept the religious peace carefully, and Germany had prospered. But then came new emperors who repudiated their methods. Ferdinand had been deemed by the Church little better than a Protestant. In 1608, the Protestant princes, becoming suspicious, formed a league for mutual defense. The Catholics under Maximilian of Bavaria formed an answering league in 1609. They almost came to open war that year over a disputed succession in one of the smaller duchies, the Protestants appealing to Holland for help and the Catholics to Spain. Fortunately, the terrible example of the civil wars they had seen in France held them back for a time, but always there were arising new grounds for quarrel. The 30 Years' War. In 1618, the actual war began. A new leader, Ferdinand II, young and intensely Catholic, had risen to guide the Habsburg fortunes in Austria, had successfully forced that land to resume the old religion, and now aimed to do the same in Bohemia. The Bohemians, famed fanatics of the unforgotten Hussite wars, broke into open rebellion, threw Ferdinand's ministers through a window, and so roused the war that ruined Germany. Ferdinand became Emperor of Germany the next year, 1619, and called the Catholic League to his aid in Bohemia. The rebels elected as king one of the German electors, a son-in-law of the King of England and head of the Protestant League. Slowly, unwillingly, the various German states, and the surrounding countries also, found themselves dragged into the struggle. At first, Emperor Ferdinand was successful. Bohemia was completely subdued and made Catholic, as Austria had been. A great general and shrewd contriver, Wallenstein, rose to the emperor's aid and laid Germany prostrate at his feet. For a moment, the Habsburgs seemed as all-powerful as in the proudest days of Charles V. But his own co-religionists turned against Ferdinand. The princes of the Catholic League grew frightened. He was indeed crushing Protestantism, but he was trampling on their rights as well. They fell away from his alliance. Richelieu, also dreading the Habsburg aggrandizement, brought France to take part in the war. Sweden's hero king, Gustavus Adolphus, invaded Germany to defend the Protestant faith. He won splendid victories, but at last fell in his supreme battle at Lutzen, from which Wallenstein's troops fled defeated, 1632. The war had now lasted 14 years. The emperor could raise no more armies. His one able general, Wallenstein, was slain as a traitor. Germany was exhausted. Yet, because no one power would consent to the other's proposed terms of peace, the war dragged on and on, in such feeble fashion as it could. Its misery fell almost wholly upon the unhappy peasantry. The armies of both sides lived upon the country. What they could not devour they destroyed, lest it be of use to the enemy. Germany became a desert, and its people starved amid their desolated homes. The troops, brutalized by long familiarity with suffering, tortured their captives to extort money, or sometimes, it would seem, for the mere pleasure of the sport. The Emperor Ferdinand died in the midst of the hideous ruin he had wrought. The Swedes, who had long abandoned the high principles of Gustavus, demanded territory as the price of peace. So did France. At last, in 1648, the Peace of Westphalia was arranged. By it, France became the foremost state of Europe. Sweden became one of the great powers. England, engrossed in her own civil war, could pull no chestnuts from the fire. But the German Empire fell practically to pieces. Switzerland and Holland were formally declared outside of it. Each little prince got what increase of power he wanted, and the authority of the empire disappeared. The Habsburgs still retained their title as its heads, but their real authority was confined entirely to their personal domains, Austria, Bohemia, and such part of Hungary as they could hold against the Turks. Historians tell us that in those terrible 30 years, the population of Germany had dwindled from 30 million to only 12 million. Nearly two-thirds of its common people had perished, mostly of starvation. The stored-up wealth of ages had been destroyed. The very character of the race had changed, broken from its old hardihood to temporary feebleness and fawning. The land had been set back an entire century, perhaps two, in its advance toward civilization. That is what war means. That is glory. Rule of Richelieu. Meanwhile, France, profiting by the feebleness of her neighbors, had made great strides. At first, the death of Henry IV had threatened her with the old anarchy. Louis XIII, Henry's son, was but a child. The Queen Mother, who became regent, was an Italian, Marie de' Medici, and devoted to the Spanish interests. The Huguenots feared renewed persecution. The nobles of the court grasped after renewed power. In such turmoil was the land that it seemed necessary to summon the States General, the assembly of all the notables of France, the last one to be called until that eventful year of 1789. The States General talked and dissolved, having done nothing but reveal that there was one capable man among its members, a young bishop who was to be a cardinal, Richelieu. His plans for reform and pacification were not adopted, but he drew the attention of the Queen Regent and became her chief advisor, later the chief advisor of the king. Richelieu did 4 things for France. He broke the power of the Huguenots, who had become a political party and a very troublesome one, a state within a state, independent and defiant, with their impenetrable capital at La Rochelle. After one of the most remarkable sieges of history, Richelieu captured La Rochelle, crushed the resistance of the Huguenots by repeated defeats elsewhere, and then granted them complete religious freedom. It is one of the epics of the world, the beginning of toleration not through force, but through free will. A Catholic and a cardinal, having complete power to force these Protestants to his will, bids them worship as they choose, asking only that they become patriotic Frenchmen. Next, Richelieu humbled the great nobles of France, hanging them when they disobeyed his laws. Next, by his part in the 30 Years' War, he won territory from both Germany and Spain. He was by no means the first Catholic ruler thus to seek Protestant allies. Francis I and Henry II had both done so in France. In Germany, Charles V had sent a Lutheran army against the Pope. But it was Richelieu's successful adherence to this plan that positively and finally relegated religion to a minor place in statecraft and made nationality, political supremacy, what some have called vainglory, the foremost impulse. Last, not least, in Richelieu's brilliant career, is to be noted that he revived literature in France. He created the French Academy, the 40 Immortals, in whose successors Paris still takes pride today. The French drama was born. Corneille wrote the Cid, and the cardinal himself took his pen and attempted to produce a better tragedy. Comedy too arose. Molière began the marvelous career which a little later was to make him the undying idol of the stage in France. Nor did Richelieu's death, 1642, turn his country from the triumphant course toward which he had led the way. His king died with him, and his power passed to another cardinal, Mazarin, ruling for another baby king who was to be Louis XIV. Mazarin found himself confronting an almost similar situation to that which had followed the death of Henry IV. There was a child upon the throne, an incapable queen mother as regent, foreign and friendly to the Spaniards. The nobles grasped after power. Paris grumbled under taxation. Mazarin had even to face a feeble, frivolous civil war against himself, the Fronde. But he soon established his supremacy, secured for France in 1648 all she had earned out of the war with Germany, and then ruled with firm hand, bringing wealth and peace and prosperity to the state until his death in 1661. Richelieu and Mazarin made possible that most spectacular period of all French history, which immediately followed under Louis XIV. The Puritan Revolution. Turn now to England to see why she had held so apart from the continental struggles of the period. James I, her Scotch king of 1603, had indeed interfered a bit in the 30 Years' War, seeking to aid his unlucky son-in-law, the King of Bohemia. But James had soon found difficulties enough at home. The Elizabethan age had made Englishmen feel very highly their individual importance. Each man, through the entire social scale down even to the peasantry, had felt a personal interest, a personal pride in the repulse of the Spaniards and the upholding of the Queen. She tyrannized over them as a woman. They defended her as men. But when this foreigner, the Scotch king, came to rule them, they saw no need to yield him such exact obedience. Freedom of thought had brought with it new political ideas, and men talked much of the authority of Parliament and their right to tax themselves. James, on the contrary, had a large conception of the divine right of kings not to be restricted by any law whatever, and a still larger opinion of his own personal ability and unfailing wisdom. Gradually there grew up a distinct opposition between king and Parliament, centering always on that one question: who should lay the taxes? That is, who provide the income of the king? The English Revolution, like the American one to follow, gave to principles far more noble in themselves the air of a mere money dispute. James, dying in 1625, left a very pretty quarrel to his son. Charles I, more able and kingly than his father, but equally obstinate, equally devoted to the Stuart doctrine of a king's divinity, finally endeavored to rule without summoning any of these arguing parliaments. To accomplish this, he had to gather money by other methods, declared illegal by his people. Always appealing to the law, they grew more and more bitter as Charles turned it against them, putting in office judges who would do his will, reestablishing the ancient court of Star Chamber with its power to torture witnesses. Moreover, there was growing up in England a type of more extreme Protestantism. The English Church had retained many of the forms of Rome, including its hierarchical system of priests and bishops. These were dear to the hearts of the Stuart kings, whose Protestantism had never been very radical. The Scotch Church, on the other hand, had swung far from Rome indeed, and many Protestants everywhere refused to have any priestly interpreter intervene between them and their own consciences, their own beliefs. In England, these men came to be called Puritans. They were deeply earnest. Religion was ever in their thoughts. They had protested even against the wickedness of the theater in Shakespeare's time, and now as they watched the light frivolity of the court, they became embittered. They called Charles the man of sin. Round these stern fanatics began to center the general opposition to the king. At length, the Scot Protestants broke into open revolt, and the king found he must have help, must summon a parliament at last. That was the beginning of the end. The Englishmen who gathered at his call were in no pleasant mood. They at once took steps to secure other parliaments to follow immediately on their own. All Charles' encroachments on the law were overturned. His courts, Star Chamber, and others were abolished. His chief minister was declared a traitor and beheaded. The king, helpless, infuriated, raised the standard of civil war, 1642. The strife was thus in its inception political, but it soon became religious as well. Since the king was the head of the English Church, most of its members rallied round him. The Puritans in Parliament secured the calling of a convention to settle the various religious questions before the nation. This Westminster Assembly established the Presbyterian Church. The less extreme members of the opposition to the king grew doubtful. They saw whither the Puritans would lead them. The war became one of stern religious fanaticism against gallant, reckless Cavalier loyalty, of the middle classes against the aristocracy and their servitors. Cromwell rose as the type and model of the Puritans. Under his lead they defeated the Cavaliers and executed their king. Charles perished on the scaffold, and England, following Holland's lead, was declared a republic. This was in 1649, the year after the Peace of Westphalia. Cromwell remained practically the ruler of England. He defeated the Scotch and compelled them to submit to England's sway. He went over to Ireland and stamped out revolt there, terrorized the land as no Englishman had ever done before. establishing English colonists, Protestants, over a considerable portion of its soil. Secure of power at home, the mighty leader began next to take a part in European affairs, raising England to higher consideration than she had held even in Elizabeth's time. Yet toward the end, he must have realized that he had failed in his life's dream, that England was unfitted to be the united religious republic he had hoped to make her. Even before his death, the land was broken into endless factions, the majority dissatisfied with the strictness of Puritan rule, a small minority eager to go much further with its severity. Cromwell found himself compelled to dissolve his parliaments as autocratically as ever Charles had done, and when he died, when his iron hand dropped from the helm, no man knew what was to follow. No one wanted war. Each little wrangling party looked a different way for peace and security. At length, the majority agreed to call back their Stuart kings. Charles II, son of the Charles I they had beheaded, was voluntarily replaced upon the English throne. Religion had once more proved inefficient as the central principle of government. Acquisition of colonial possessions. Equally important for the future, though not for their own day, were the movements toward colonization in this period. Even while their war with Spain was in progress, the Dutch merchants had begun to look for trading stations in the distant seas. Following the Portuguese, they sailed around Africa and wrenched from their feeble predecessors most of the Indian trade. They took possession of the Eastern Isles, Java and Sumatra. In the very year of the truce, 1609, they turned their attention westward and sent Henry Hudson to explore the American coast. Claiming possession of the river he had found, they built settlements at Albany and New York. England was their chief rival on the seas. Her ships followed theirs to India and fought with them, refusing to be dispossessed like the Portuguese. The English colonists at Jamestown had preceded the Dutch in defiance of Spain and the denial of her claims upon America. England and Holland quarreled for the carrying trade of the world. They became the two foremost naval powers, and in Cromwell's time fought a fierce and vigorous naval war. The two Protestant champions of Europe wasting their strength one against the other for commercial causes. Clearly indeed do we approach an age when religion becomes of little international prominence. France also had the colonizing fever. Henry IV had sent an expedition to Quebec. Richelieu authorized one which settled Montreal, destined to be the chief metropolis of Canada. These early settlements had been movements authorized by their governments, encouraged by the parent state for its own purposes, but now there began a civilization very different in character. Some of the English Puritans, finding the oppressive hand of King James I fall heavy upon them, extracted from his ministers a half-unwilling permission to settle on his American lands. So came the famous voyage of the Mayflower and the building of Plymouth on the Massachusetts coast. King James had been a foster father to the Virginia colony. He had drawn up a set of laws for it with his own hand, and when these failed, he had granted a local assembly of its own, the beginning of representative government in America. Virginia was prospering. Slavery was introduced there in 1619, and, much to the royal patron's disgust, the cultivation of tobacco as well. Soon the new colony was supplying the world with tobacco. But the nest of Puritans farther north could expect no such favor from James. As the hand of oppression grew even heavier at home, the Puritans, not yet dreaming of escape by rebellion, looked more and more thoughtfully to the land beyond the sea. They planned to expatriate themselves almost in a body. A great preliminary fleet carrying over 1,000 souls left England in 1630 and settled Boston. During the next 10 years, 20,000 Puritans came to Massachusetts. This was colonization on a scale hitherto unconceived. A new and powerful commonwealth burst suddenly into being where the primeval wilderness had so lately been. And it was a commonwealth rebellious from the start. When the Civil War broke out in England against Charles, large numbers of the Massachusetts men hurried back to take grim part in it. In America, the rule of England became little more than a name. Other colonies were formed both north and south, and they stood by themselves with no mother country to uphold them. They grew strong through wrestling with the wilderness. Connecticut was settled from Massachusetts, and its pioneers, seeing no arm of authority long enough to reach them, drew up a code of laws of their own, the first written constitution prepared by a free people for their own government. A few years later, we find the New England colonies uniting in a union for defense against the Indians, and, if necessary, against King Charles' tyranny as well. Maryland was settled by English Catholics who had found themselves as oppressed as the Puritans at home, and there the Assembly of Burghers proclaimed religious toleration to all who joined them. Surely the New World had something to teach the Old. Only Europe's brightest and bravest and best had ventured to cross the seas for the freedom they desired. It was with good material indeed, and after sore experience of European blunders, that the land beyond the ocean began its remarkable career. End section 0. Section 1 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Henry Hudson explores the Hudson River, A.D. 1609. Henry R. Cleveland. Although Henry Hudson was not the first discoverer of the waters to which his name was given, he was a bold sailor whose achievements justly gave him rank with the foremost navigators and explorers of his time. He was well versed in scientific navigation. His first recorded voyage was made in the service of the Muscovy or Russia Company of England in 1607. His object was to find a passage across the North Pole to the Spice Islands, Moluccas, and the Malay Archipelago. Though failing in this purpose, he reached a higher latitude than had before been attained by any navigator. His next venture, 1608, for the same company, was for, quote, finding a passage to the East Indies by the northeast, end quote, but he failed to pass in that direction beyond Nova Zembla and returned to England. These two failures discouraged the Muscovy Company, but did not daunt Henry Hudson. Again he determined to sail the northern seas, and the story of his third great voyage and its results is here given to the reader. Hudson, whose mind was completely bent upon making the discovery which he had undertaken, now sought employment from the Dutch East India Company. The fame of his adventures had already reached Holland, and he had received from the Dutch the appellations of the bold Englishman, the expert pilot, the famous navigator. The company were generally in favor of accepting the offer of his services, though the scheme was strongly opposed by Balthazar Moutron, one of their number, who had some acquaintance with the Arctic seas. They accordingly gave him the command of a small vessel named the Half Moon, with a crew of 20 men, Dutch and English, among whom was Robert Jewett, who had accompanied him as mate on his second voyage. The journal of the present voyage, which is published in Purchas Pilgrims, was written by Jewett. He sailed from Amsterdam March 25, 1609, and doubled the North Cape in about a month. His object was to pass through the Vagats, or perhaps to the north of Nova Zembla, and thus reach China by the Northeast Passage. But after contending for more than a fortnight with headwinds, continual fogs, and ice, and finding it impossible to reach even the coast of Nova Zembla, he determined to abandon this plan and endeavor to discover a passage by the northwest. He accordingly directed his course westerly, doubled the North Cape again, and in a few days saw a part of the western coast of Norway in the latitude of 68 degrees. From this point he sailed for the Faroe Islands, where he arrived about the end of May. Having replenished his water casks at one of these islands, he again hoisted sail and steered southwest in the hope of making Buss Island, which had been discovered by Sir Martin Frobisher in 1578, as he wished to ascertain if it was correctly laid down on the chart. As he did not succeed in finding it, he continued this course for nearly a month, having much severe weather and a succession of gales, in one of which the foremast was carried away. Having arrived at the 45th degree of latitude, he judged it best to shape his course westward, with the intention of making Newfoundland. While proceeding in this direction, he one day saw a vessel standing to the eastward, and wishing to speak her, he put the ship about and gave chase. But finding as night came on that he could not overtake her, he resumed the westerly course again. On July 2nd, he had soundings on the Grand Bank of Newfoundland and saw a whole fleet of Frenchmen fishing there. Being on soundings for several days, he determined to try his luck at fishing, and the weather falling calm, he set the whole crew at work to so much purpose that, in the course of the morning, they took between 100 and 200 very large cod. After 2 or 3 days of calm, the wind sprang up again, and he continued his course westward till the 12th, when he first had sight of the coast of North America. The fog was so thick, however, that he did not venture nearer the coast for several days. But at length, the weather clearing up, he ran into a bay at the mouth of a large river, in the latitude of 44 degrees. This was Penobscot Bay, on the coast of Maine. He already had some notion of the kind of inhabitants he was to find here, for a few days before he had been visited by 6 savages who came on board in a very friendly manner and ate and drank with him. He found that from their intercourse with the French traders they had learned a few words of their language. Soon after coming to anchor he was visited by several of the natives, who appeared very harmless and inoffensive, and in the afternoon 2 boats full of them came to the ship, bringing beaver skins and other fine furs, which they wished to exchange for articles of dress. They offered no violence whatever, though we find in Jewett's journal constant expressions of distrust, apparently without foundation. They remained in this bay long enough to cut and rig a new foremast, and being now ready for sea, the men were sent on shore upon an expedition that disgraced the whole company. What Hudson's sentiments or motives with regard to this transaction were, we can only conjecture from a general knowledge of his character, as we have no account of it from himself. But it seems highly probable that, if he did not project it, he at least gave his consent to its perpetration. The account is, in the words of Jewett, as follows, quote, "In the morning we manned our scoot with 4 muskets and 6 men, and took one of their shallops and brought it aboard. Then we manned our boat and scoot with 12 men and muskets and 2 stone pieces, or murderers, and drave the salvages from their houses, and took the spoil of them, as they would have done of us." End quote. After this exploit, they returned to the ship and set sail immediately. It does not appear from the journal that the natives had ever offered them any harm or given any provocation for so wanton an act. The writer only asserts that they would have done it if they could. No plea is more commonly used to justify tyranny and cruelty than the supposed bad intentions of the oppressed. He now continued southward along the coast of America. It appears that Hudson had been informed by his friend, Captain John Smith, that there was a passage to the western Pacific Ocean south of Virginia, and that when he had proved the impossibility of going by the northeast, he had offered his crew the choice either to explore this passage spoken of by Captain John Smith or to seek the northwest passage by going through Davis Strait. Many of the men had been in the East India service and in the habit of sailing in tropical climates, and were consequently very unwilling to endure the severities of a high northern latitude. It was therefore voted that they should go in search of the passage to the south of Virginia. In a few days they saw land extending north and terminating in a remarkable headland, which he recognized to be Cape Cod. Wishing to double the headland, he sent some of the men in the boat to sound along the shore before venturing nearer with the ship. The water was 5 fathoms deep within bowshot of the shore, and landing, they found, as the journal informs us, goodly grapes and rose trees, which they brought on board with them. He then weighed anchor and advanced as far as the northern extremity of the headland. Here he heard the voice of someone calling to them, and thinking it possible some unfortunate European might have been left there, he immediately dispatched some of the men to the shore. They found only a few savages, but as these appeared very friendly, they brought one of them on board, where they gave him refreshments and also a present of 3 or 4 glass buttons, with which he seemed greatly delighted. The savages were observed to have green tobacco and pipes, the bowls of which were made of clay and the stems of red copper. The wind not being favorable for passing west of this headland into the bay, Hudson determined to explore the coast farther south, and the next day he saw the southern point of Cape Cod, which had been discovered and named by Bartholomew Gosnold in the year 1602. He passed in sight of Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard and continued a southerly course till the middle of August, when he arrived at the entrance of Chesapeake Bay. This, says the writer of the journal, is the entrance into the King's River in Virginia, where our Englishmen are. The colony, under the command of Newport, consisting of 105 persons, among whom were Smith, Gosnold, Wingfield, and Ratcliffe, had arrived here a little more than 2 years before, and if Hudson could have landed, he would have enjoyed the satisfaction of seeing and conversing with his own countrymen, and in his own language, in the midst of the forests of the New World. But the wind was blowing a gale from the northeast, and probably dreading a shore with which he was unacquainted, he made no attempt to find them. He continued to ply to the south for several days, till he reached the latitude of 35 degrees 41 minutes, when he again changed his course to the north. It is highly probable that if the journal of the voyage had been kept by Hudson himself, we should have been informed of his reasons for changing the southerly course at this point. The cause, however, is not difficult to conjecture. He had gone far enough to ascertain that the information given him by Captain Smith with respect to a passage into the Pacific south of Virginia was incorrect, and he probably did not think it worthwhile to spend more time in so hopeless a search. He therefore retraced his steps, and on August 28th discovered Delaware Bay, where he examined the currents, soundings, and the appearance of the shores, without attempting to land. From this anchorage he coasted northward, the shore appearing low, like sunken ground, dotted with islands, till September 2nd, when he saw the highlands of Navesink, which, the journalist remarks, is a very good land to fall with and a pleasant land to see. The entrance into the southern waters of New York is thus described in the journal. At 3:00 in the afternoon we came to 3 great rivers. So we stood along to the northernmost, thinking to have gone into it, but we found it to have a very shoal bar before it, for we had but 10-foot water. Then we cast about to the southward and found 2 fathoms, 3 fathoms, and 3 1/4, till we came to the southern side of them. Then we had 5 and 6 fathoms and anchored. So we sent in our boat to sound, and they found no less water than 4, 5, 6, and 7 fathoms, and returned in an hour and a half. So we weighed and went in and rowed in 5 fathoms, oozy ground, and saw many salmons and mullets and rays very great." End quote. The next morning, having ascertained by sending in the boat that there was a very good harbor before him, he ran in and anchored at 2 cables' length from the shore. This was within Sandy Hook Bay. He was very soon visited by the natives, who came on board his vessel and seemed to be greatly rejoiced at his arrival among them. They brought green tobacco, which they desired to exchange for knives and beads, and Hudson observed that they had copper pipes and ornaments of copper. They also appeared to have plenty of maize, from which they made good bread. Their dress was of deerskins, well cured, and hanging loosely about them. There is a tradition that some of his men, being sent out to fish, landed on Coney Island. They found the soil sandy, but supporting a vast number of plum trees loaded with fruit, and grapevines growing round them. The next day the men, being sent in the boat to explore the bay still farther, landed, probably on the Jersey shore, where they were very kindly received by the savages, who gave them plenty of tobacco. They found the land covered with large oaks. Several of the natives also came on board, dressed in mantles of feathers and fine furs. Among the presents they brought were dried currants, which were found extremely palatable. Soon afterward, 5 of the men were sent in the boat to examine the north side of the bay and sound the river, which was perceived at the distance of 4 leagues. They passed through the Narrows, sounding all along, and saw a narrow river to the westward between 2 islands, supposed to be Staten Island and Bergen Neck. They described the land as covered with trees, grass, and flowers, and filled with delightful fragrance. On their return to the ship, they were assaulted by 2 canoes. One contained 12 and the other 14 savages. It was nearly dark, and the rain which was falling had extinguished their match, so that they could only trust to their oars for escape. One of the men, John Coleman, who had accompanied Hudson on his first voyage, was killed by an arrow shot into his throat, and 2 more were wounded. The darkness probably saved them from the savages, but at the same time it prevented their finding the vessel, so that they did not return till the next day, when they appeared bringing the body of their comrade. Hudson ordered him to be carried on shore and buried, and named the place, in memory of the event, Coleman's Point. He now expected an attack from the natives, and accordingly hoisted in the boat and erected a sort of bulwark along the sides of the vessel for the better defense. But these precautions were needless. Several of the natives came on board, but in a friendly manner, wishing to exchange tobacco and Indian corn for the trifles which the sailors could spare them. They did not appear to know anything of the affray which had taken place. But the day after, 2 large canoes came off to the vessel, the one filled with armed men, the other under the pretense of trading. Hudson, however, would only allow 2 of the savages to come on board, keeping the rest at a distance. The 2 who came on board were detained, and Hudson dressed them up in red coats. The remainder returned to the shore. Presently another canoe, with 2 men in it, came to the vessel. Hudson also detained one of these, probably wishing to keep him as a hostage, but he very soon jumped overboard and swam to the shore. On the 11th, Hudson sailed through the Narrows and anchored in New York Bay. He prepared to explore the magnificent river which came rolling its waters into the sea from unknown regions. Whither he would be conducted in tracing its course he could form no conjecture. A hope may be supposed to have entered his mind that the long-desired passage to the Indies was now at length discovered, that here was to be the end of his toils, that here, in this mild climate and amid these pleasant scenes, was to be found that object which he had sought in vain through the snows and ice of the Arctic zone. With a glad heart, then, he weighed anchor on September 12th and commenced his memorable voyage up that majestic stream which now bears his name. The wind only allowed him to advance a few miles the first 2 days of the voyage, but the time which he was obliged to spend at anchor was fully occupied in trading with the natives, who came off from the shore in great numbers, bringing oysters and vegetables. He observed that they had copper pipes and earthen vessels to cook their meat in. They seemed very harmless and well disposed, but the crew were unwilling to trust these appearances and would not allow any of them to come on board. The next day, a fine breeze springing up from the southeast, he was able to make great progress, so that he anchored at night nearly 40 miles from the place of starting in the morning. He observes that here the land grew very high and mountainous, so that he had undoubtedly anchored in the midst of the fine scenery of the highlands. When he awoke in the morning, he found heavy mist overhanging the river and its shores and concealing the summits of the mountains, but it was dispelled by the sun in a short time, and taking advantage of a fair wind, he weighed anchor and continued the voyage. A little circumstance occurred this morning, which was destined to be afterward painfully remembered. The 2 savages, whom he held as hostages, made their escape through the portholes of the vessel and swam to the shore, and as soon as the ship was under sail, they took pains to express their indignation at the treatment they had received by uttering loud and angry cries. Toward night he came to other mountains, which he says lie from the river's side, and anchored, it is supposed, near the present site of Catskill Landing. There, says the journal, we found very loving people and very old men, where we were well used. Our boat went to fish and caught great store of very good fish. The next morning, September 16th, the men were sent again to catch fish, but were not so successful as they had been the day before, in consequence of the savages having been there in their canoes all night. A large number of the natives came off to the ship, bringing Indian corn, pumpkins, and tobacco. The day was consumed in trading with the natives and in filling the casks with fresh water, so that they did not weigh anchor till toward night. After sailing about 5 miles, finding the water shoal, they came to anchor, probably near the spot where the city of Hudson now stands. The weather was hot, and Hudson determined to set his men at work in the cool of the morning. He accordingly, on the 17th, weighed anchor at dawn and ran up the river about 15 miles. When finding shoals and small islands, he thought it best to anchor again. Toward night the vessel, having drifted near the shore, grounded in shoal water, but was easily drawn off by carrying out the small anchor. She was aground again in a short time in the channel, but the tide rising, she floated off. The 2 days following he advanced only about 5 miles, being much occupied by his intercourse with the natives. Being in the neighborhood of the present town of Castleton, he went on shore, where he was very kindly received by an old savage, the governor of the country, who took him to his house and gave him the best cheer he could. At his anchorage also, 5 miles above this place, the natives came flocking on board, bringing a great variety of articles, such as grapes, pumpkins, beaver, and otter skins, which they exchanged for beads, knives, and hatchets, or whatever trifles the sailors could spare them. The next day was occupied in exploring the river, 4 men being sent in the boat, under the command of the mate, for that purpose. They ascended several miles and found the channel narrow and in some places only 2 fathoms deep, but after that 7 or 8 fathoms. In the afternoon they returned to the ship. Hudson resolved to pursue the examination of the channel on the following morning, but was interrupted by the number of natives who came on board. Finding that he was not likely to gain any progress this day, he sent the carpenter ashore to prepare a new foreyard, and in the meantime prepared to make an extraordinary experiment on board. From the whole tenor of the journal, it is evident that great distrust was entertained by Hudson and his men toward the natives. He now determined to ascertain, by intoxicating some of the chiefs, and thus throwing them off their guard, whether they were plotting any treachery. He accordingly invited several of them into the cabin, and gave them plenty of brandy to drink. One of these men had his wife with him, who, the journal informs us, sate so modestly as any one of our countrywomen would do in a strange place, end quote. But the men had less delicacy and were soon quite merry with the brandy. One of them, who had been on board from the first arrival of the ship, was completely intoxicated and fell sound asleep, to the great astonishment of his companions, who probably feared that he had been poisoned, for they all took to their canoes and made for the shore, leaving their unlucky comrade on board. Their anxiety for his welfare, however, soon induced them to return, and they brought a quantity of beads, which they gave him, perhaps to enable him to purchase his freedom from the spell that had been laid upon him. The poor savage slept quietly all night, and when his friends came to visit him the next morning, they found him quite well. This restored their confidence, so that they came to the ship again in crowds in the afternoon, bringing various presents for Hudson. Their visit, which was one of unusual ceremony, is thus described in the journal. So, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they came aboard and brought tobacco and more beads, and gave them to our master, and made an oration, and showed him all the country round about. They then sent one of their company on land, who presently returned and brought a great platter full of venison, dressed by themselves, and they caused him to eat with them. Then they made him reverence and departed, all save the old man that lay aboard. At night the mate returned in the boat, having been sent again to explore the river. He reported that he had ascended 8 or 9 leagues, and found but 7 feet of water, and irregular soundings. It was evidently useless to attempt to ascend the river any farther with his ship, and Hudson therefore determined to return. We may well imagine that he was satisfied already with the result of the voyage, even supposing him to have been disappointed in not finding here a passage to the Indies. He had explored a great and navigable river to the distance of nearly 140 miles. He had found the country along the banks extremely fertile, the climate delightful, and the scenery displaying every variety of beauty and grandeur, and he knew that he had opened the way for his patrons to possessions which might prove of inestimable value. It is supposed that the highest place which the half-moon reached in the river was the neighborhood of the present site of Albany, and that the boats being sent out to explore ascended as high as Waterford, and probably some distance beyond. The voyage down the river was not more expeditious than it had been in ascending. The prevalent winds were southerly, and for several days the ship could advance but very slowly. The time, however, passed agreeably in making excursions on the shore, where they found good ground for corn and other garden herbs, with a great store of goodly oaks and walnut trees, and chestnut trees, yew trees, and trees of sweet wood in great abundance, and great store of slate for houses and other good stones," end quote, or in receiving visits from the natives, who came on the ship in numbers. While Hudson was at anchor near the spot where the city bearing his name now stands, canoes came from the place where the scene of the intoxication had occurred, and in one of them was the old man who had been the sufferer under the strange experiment. He brought another old man with him, who presented Hudson with a string of beads, and showed all the country thereabout, as though it were at his command. Hudson entertained them at dinner, with 4 of their women, and in the afternoon dismissed them with presents. He continued the voyage down the river, taking advantage of wind and tide as he could, and employing the time when at anchor in fishing or in trading with the natives, who came to the ship nearly every day, till on October 1st he anchored near Stony Point. The vessel was no sooner perceived from the shore to be stationary than a party of the native mountaineers came off in their canoes to visit it, and were filled with wonder at everything it contained. While the attention of the crew was taken up with their visitors upon deck, one of the savages managed to run his canoe under the stern, and climbing up the rudder, found his way into the cabin by the window, where, having seized a pillow and a few articles of wearing apparel, he made off with them in the canoe. The mate detected him as he fled, fired at, and killed him. Upon this, all the other savages departed with the utmost precipitation, some taking to the canoes and others plunging into the water. The boat was manned and sent after the stolen goods, which were easily recovered. But as the men were returning to the vessel, one of the savages, who were in the water, seized hold of the keel of the boat, with the intention, as was supposed, of upsetting it. The cook took a sword and lopped his hand off, and the poor wretch immediately sank. They then weighed anchor and advanced about 5 miles. The next day Hudson descended upon 7 leagues and anchored. Here he was visited in a canoe by one of the 2 savages who had escaped from the ship as he was going up. But fearing treachery, he would not allow him or his companions to come on board. 2 canoes filled with armed warriors then came under the stern and commenced an attack with arrows. The men fired at them with their muskets and killed 3 of them. More than 100 savages now came down upon the nearest point of land to shoot at the vessel. One of the cannon was brought to bear on these warriors, and at the first discharge 2 of them were killed, and the rest fled to the woods. The savages were not yet discouraged. They had doubtless been instigated to make this attack by the 2 who escaped near West Point, and who had probably incited their countrymen by the story of their imprisonment, as well as by representing to them the value of the spoil, if they could capture the vessel, and the small number of men who guarded it. 9 or 10 of the boldest warriors now threw themselves into a canoe and put off toward the ship, but a shot from the cannon made a hole in the canoe and killed one of the men. This was followed by a discharge of musketry, which destroyed 3 or 4 more. This put an end to the battle, and in the evening, having descended about 5 miles, Hudson anchored in a part of the river out of the reach of his enemies, probably near Hoboken. Hudson had now explored the Bay of New York and the noble stream which pours into it from the north. For his employers he had secured a possession which would beyond measure reward them for the expense they had incurred in fitting out the expedition. For himself he had gained a name that was destined to live in the gratitude of a great nation through unnumbered generations. Happy in the result of his labors and in the brilliant promise they afforded, he spread his sails again for the Old World on October 4th, and in a little more than a month arrived safely at Dartmouth in England. The journal kept by Jewett ends abruptly at this place. The question therefore immediately arises whether Hudson pursued his voyage to Holland or whether he remained in England and sent the vessel home. Several Dutch authors assert that Hudson was not allowed, after reaching England, to pursue his voyage to Amsterdam, and this seems highly probable when we remember the well-known jealousy with which the maritime enterprises of the Dutch were regarded by King James. Whether Hudson went to Holland himself or not, it seems clear from various circumstances that he secured to the Dutch company all the benefits of his discoveries by sending to them his papers and charts. It is worthy of note that the earliest histories of this voyage, with the exception of Jewett's journal, were published by Dutch authors. Moreover, Hudson's own journal, or some portion of it at least, was in Holland, and was used by De Laet previously to the publication of Jewett's journal in purchased pilgrims. But the most substantial proof that the Dutch enjoyed the benefit of his discoveries earlier than any other nation is the fact that the very next year they were trading in Hudson River, which it is not probable would have happened if they had not had possession of Hudson's charts and journal. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2023. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Galileo Overthrows Ancient Philosophy. The Telescope and Its Discoveries, A.D. 1610, by Sir Oliver Lodge. When the Copernican system of astronomy was published to the world, 1543, it had to encounter, as all capital theories and discoveries in science have done, the criticism and, for some time, the opposition of men holding other views. After Copernicus, the next great name in modern science is that of Tycho Brahe, 1546 to 1601, who rejected the theory of Copernicus in favor of a modified form of the Ptolemaic system. This was still taught in the schools when two mighty contemporaries, geniuses of science, rose to overthrow it forever. These men were Galileo Galilei, commonly known as Galileo, and Kepler, both astronomers, though Galileo's scientific work covered also a much wider field. He is regarded today as marking a distinct epoch in the progress of the world, and the following account of his work by the eminent scientist Sir Oliver Lodge expresses no more than a just appreciation of his great services to mankind. Galileo exercised a vast influence on the development of human thought. A man of great and wide culture, a so-called universal genius, it is as an experimental philosopher that he takes the first rank. In this capacity, he must be placed alongside of Archimedes, and it is pretty certain that between the two there was no man of magnitude equal to either in experimental philosophy. It is perhaps too bold a speculation, but I venture to doubt whether in succeeding generations we find his equal in the domain of purely experimental science until we come to Faraday. Faraday was no doubt his superior, but I know of no other of whom the like can unhesitatingly be said. In mathematical and deductive science, of course, it is quite otherwise. Kepler, for instance, and many men before and since, have far excelled Galileo in mathematical skill and power, though at the same time his achievements in this department are by no means to be despised. Born at Pisa on the very day that Michelangelo lay dying in Rome, he inherited from his father a noble name, cultivated tastes, a keen love of truth, and an impoverished patrimony. Vincenzo de Galilei, a descendant of the important Bonagiuti family, was himself a mathematician and a musician, and in a book of his, still extant, he declares himself in favor of free and open inquiry into scientific matters, unrestrained by the weight of authority and tradition. In all probability, the son imbibed these precepts. Certainly, he acted on them. Vincenzo, having himself experienced the unremunerative character of scientific work, had a horror of his son's taking to it, especially as in his boyhood he was always constructing ingenious mechanical toys and exhibiting other marks of precocity. So the son was destined for business, to be, in fact, a cloth dealer. But he was to receive a good education first, and was sent to an excellent convent school. Here he made rapid progress, and soon excelled in all branches of classics and literature. He delighted in poetry, and in later years wrote several essays on Dante, Tasso, and Ariosto, besides composing some tolerable poems himself. He played skilfully on several musical instruments, especially on the lute, of which indeed he became a master, and on which he solaced himself when quite an old man. Besides this, he seems to have had some skill as an artist, which was useful afterward in illustrating his discoveries, and to have had a fine sensibility as an art critic, for we find several eminent painters of that day acknowledging the value of the opinion of the young Galileo. Perceiving all this display of ability, the father wisely came to the conclusion that the selling of woolen stuffs would hardly satisfy his aspirations for long, and that it was worth a sacrifice to send him to the university. So to the university of his native town he went, with the avowed object of studying medicine, that career seeming the most likely to be profitable. Old Vincenzo's horror of mathematics or science as a means of obtaining a livelihood is justified by the fact that, while the university professor of medicine received 2,000 scudi a year, the professor of mathematics had only 60, that is £13 a year, or 7½ pence a day. So the son had been kept properly ignorant of such poverty-stricken subjects, and to study medicine he went. But his natural bent showed itself even here. For praying one day in the cathedral, like a good Catholic as he was all his life, his attention was arrested by the great lamp, which, after lighting it, the verger had left swinging to and fro. Galileo proceeded to time its swings by the only watch he possessed, that is, his own pulse. He noticed that the time of swing remained, as near as he could tell, the same, notwithstanding the fact that the swings were getting smaller and smaller. By subsequent experiment he verified the law, and the isochronism of the pendulum was discovered. An immensely important practical discovery this, for upon it all modern clocks are based, and Huygens soon applied it to the astronomical clock, which up to that time had been a crude and quite untrustworthy instrument. The best clock which Tycho Brahe could get for his observatory was inferior to one that may now be purchased for a few shillings, and this change is owing to the discovery of the pendulum by Galileo. Not that he applied it to clocks. He was not thinking of astronomy, he was thinking of medicine, and wanted to count people's pulses. The pendulum served, and pulsilogies, as they were called, were thus introduced to and used by medical practitioners. The Tuscan court came to Pisa for the summer months, for it was then a seaside place, and among the suite was Ostilio Ricci, a distinguished mathematician and old friend of the Galileo family. The youth visited him, and one day, it is said, heard a lesson in Euclid being given by Ricci to the pages, while he stood outside the door, entranced. Anyhow, he implored the Ricci to help him into some knowledge of mathematics, and the old man willingly consented. So he mastered Euclid, and passed on to Archimedes, for whom he acquired a great veneration. His father soon heard of his obnoxious proclivity, and did what he could to divert him back to medicine again. But it was no use. Underneath his Galen and Hippocrates were secreted copies of Euclid and Archimedes, to be studied at every available opportunity. Old Vincenzo perceived the bent of genius to be too strong for him, and at last gave way. With prodigious rapidity the released philosopher now assimilated the elements of mathematics and physics, and at 26 we find him appointed for 3 years to the University Chair of Mathematics, and enjoying the paternally dreaded stipend of 7½ pence a day. Now it was that he pondered over the laws of falling bodies. He verified, by experiment, the fact that the velocity acquired by falling down any slope or given height was independent of the angle of slope. Also that the height fallen through was proportional to the square of the time. Another thing he found experimentally was that all bodies, heavy and light, fell at the same rate, striking the ground at the same time. Now, this was clean contrary to what he had been taught. The physics of those days were a simple reproduction of statements in old books. Aristotle had asserted certain things to be true, and these were universally believed. No one thought of trying the thing to see if it really were so. The idea of making an experiment would have savored of impiety, because it seemed to tend towards skepticism and cast a doubt on a reverent authority. Young Galileo, with all the energy and imprudence of youth — what a blessing that youth has a little imprudence and disregard of consequences in pursuing a high ideal! As soon as he perceived that his instructors were wrong on the subject of falling bodies, instantly informed them of the fact. Whether he expected them to be pleased or not is a question. Anyhow, they were not pleased, but were much annoyed by his impertinent arrogance. It is perhaps difficult for us now to appreciate precisely their position. These doctrines of antiquity, which had come down hoary with age, and the discovery of which had reawakened learning and quickened intellectual life, were accepted less as a science or a philosophy than as a religion. Had they regarded Aristotle as a verbally inspired writer, they could not have received his statements with more unhesitating conviction. In any dispute as to a question of fact, such as the one before us concerning the laws of falling bodies, their method was not to make an experiment, but to turn over the pages of Aristotle, and he who could quote chapter and verse of this great writer was held to settle the question and raise it above the reach of controversy. It is very necessary for us to realize this state of things clearly, because otherwise the attitude of the learned of those days toward every new discovery seems stupid and almost insane. They had a crystallized system of truth, perfect, symmetrical. It wanted no novelty, no additions. Every addition or growth was an imperfection, an excrescence, a deformity. Progress was unnecessary and undesired. The Church had a rigid system of dogma which must be accepted in its entirety on pain of being treated as a heretic. Philosophers had a cast-iron system of truth to match, a system founded upon Aristotle, and so interwoven with the great theological dogmas that to question one was almost equivalent to casting doubt upon the other. In such an atmosphere, true science was impossible. The lifeblood of science is growth, expansion, freedom, development. Before it could appear, it must throw off these old shackles of centuries. It must burst its old skin and emerge, worn with the struggle, weakly and unprotected, but free and able to grow and to expand. The conflict was inevitable, and it was severe. Is it over yet? I fear not quite, though so nearly as to disturb science hardly at all. Then it was different. It was terrible. Honor to the men who bore the first shock of the battle. Now, Aristotle had said that bodies fell at rates depending on their weight. A 5-pound weight would fall 5 times as quick as a 1-pound weight, a 50-pound weight 50 times as quick, and so on. Why he said so, nobody knows. He cannot have tried. He was not above trying experiments like his smaller disciples, but probably it never occurred to him to doubt the fact. It seems so natural that a heavy body should fall quicker than a light one, and perhaps he thought of a stone and a feather and was satisfied. Galileo, however, asserted that the weight did not matter a bit, that everything fell at the same rate, even a stone and a feather, but for the resistance of the air, and would reach the ground in the same time. And he was not content to be pooh-poohed and snubbed. He knew he was right, and he was determined to make everyone see the facts as he saw them. So, one morning, before the assembled university, he ascended the famous Leaning Tower, taking with him a 100-pound shot and a 1-pound shot. He balanced them on the edge of the tower and let them drop together. Together they fell, and together they struck the ground. The simultaneous clang of those two weights sounded the death knell of the old system of philosophy, and heralded the birth of the new. But was the change sudden? Were his opponents convinced? Not a jot. Though they had seen with their eyes and heard with their ears the full light of heaven shining upon them, they went back muttering and discontented to their musty old volumes and their garrets, there to invent occult reasons for denying the validity of the observation, and for referring it to some unknown disturbing cause. They saw that if they gave way on this one point, they would be letting go their anchorage, and henceforward would be liable to drift along with the tide, not knowing whither. They dared not do this. No, they must cling to the old traditions. They could not cast away their rotting ropes and sail out onto the free ocean of God's truth in a spirit of fearless faith. Yet they had received a shock, as by a breath of fresh salt breeze and a dash of spray in their faces, they had been awakened out of their comfortable lethargy. They felt the approach of a new era. Yes, it was a shock, and they hated the young Galileo for giving it them, hated him with the sullen hatred of men who fight for a lost and dying cause. We need scarcely blame these men, at least we need not blame them overmuch. To say that they acted as they did is to say that they were human, were narrow-minded, and were the apostles of a lost cause. But they could not know this. They had no experience of the past to guide them. The conditions under which they found themselves were novel, and had to be met for the first time. Conduct which was excusable then would be unpardonable now, in the light of all this experience to guide us. Are there any now who practically repeat their error and resist new truth, who cling to any old anchorage of dogma and refuse to rise with the tide of advancing knowledge? There may be some even now. Well, the unpopularity of Galileo smouldered for a time, until, by another noble imprudence, he managed to offend a semi-royal personage, Giovanni de' Medici, by giving his real opinion, when consulted, about a machine which de' Medici had invented for cleaning out the harbour of Leghorn. He said it was as useless as it in fact turned out to be. Through the influence of the mortified inventor he lost favour at court, and his enemies took advantage of the fact to render his chair untenable. He resigned before his 3 years were up, and retired to Florence. His father at this time died, and the family were left in narrow circumstances. He had a brother and 3 sisters to provide for. He was offered a professorship at Padua for 6 years by the Senate of Venice, and willingly accepted it. Now began a very successful career. His introductory address was marked by brilliant eloquence, and his lectures soon acquired fame. He wrote for his pupils on the laws of motion, on fortifications, on sundials, on mechanics, and on the celestial globe. Some of these papers are now lost, others have been printed during the present century. Kepler sent him a copy of his new book, Mysterium Cosmographicum, and Galileo, in thanking him for it, writes him the following letter. I count myself happy, in the search after truth, to have so great an ally as yourself, and one who is so great a friend of the truth itself. It is really pitiful that there are so few who seek truth, and who do not pursue a perverse method of philosophizing. But this is not the place to mourn over the miseries of our times, but to congratulate you on your splendid discoveries in confirmation of truth. I shall read your book to the end, sure of finding much that is excellent in it. I shall do so with the more pleasure, because I have been for many years an adherent of the Copernican system, and it explains to me the causes of many of the appearances of nature, which are quite unintelligible to the commonly accepted hypothesis. I have collected many arguments for the purpose of refuting the latter, but I do not venture to bring them to the light of publicity, for fear of sharing the fate of our master Copernicus, who, although he has earned immortal fame with some, yet with very many, so great is the number of fools, has become an object of ridicule and scorn. I should certainly venture to publish my speculations if there were more people like you. But this not being the case, I refrain from such an undertaking. Kepler urged him to publish his arguments in favor of the Copernican theory, but he hesitated for the present, knowing that his declaration would be received with ridicule and opposition, and thinking it wiser to get rather more firmly seated in his chair before encountering the storm of controversy. The 6 years passed away, and the Venetian Senate, anxious not to lose so bright an ornament, renewed his appointment for another 6 years, at a largely increased salary. Soon after this appeared a new star, the Stella Nova of 1604, not the one Tycho had seen, that was in 1572, but the same that Kepler was so much interested in. Galileo gave a course of 3 lectures upon it to a great audience. At the first, the theatre was overcrowded, so he had to adjourn to a hall holding 1,000 persons. At the next, he had to lecture in the open air. He took occasion to rebuke his hearers for thronging to hear about an ephemeral novelty, while for the much more wonderful and important truths about the permanent stars and facts of nature they had but deaf ears. But the main point he brought out concerning the new star was that it upset the received Aristotelian doctrine of the immutability of the heavens. According to that doctrine, the heavens were unchangeable, perfect, subject neither to growth nor to decay. Here was a body, not a meteor, but a real distant star, which had not been visible, and which would shortly fade away again, but which meanwhile was brighter than Jupiter. The staff of petrified professorial wisdom were annoyed at the appearance of the star, still more at Galileo's calling public attention to it, and controversy began at Padua. However, he accepted it, and now boldly threw down the gauntlet in favor of the Copernican theory, utterly repudiating the old Ptolemaic system, which up to that time he had taught in the schools according to established custom. The earth no longer the only world to which all else in the firmament were obsequious attendants, but a mere insignificant speck among the host of heaven. Man no longer the centre and cynosure of creation, but, as it were, an insect crawling on the surface of this little speck. All this not set down in crabbed Latin and dry folios for a few learned monks, as in Copernicus' time, but promulgated and argued in rich Italian, illustrated by analogy, by experiment, and with cultured wit, taught not to a few scholars here and there in musty libraries, but proclaimed in the vernacular to the whole populace with all the energy and enthusiasm of a recent convert and a master of language. Had a bombshell been exploded among the fossilized professors, it had been less disturbing. But there was worse in store for them. A Dutch optician, Hans Lippershey by name, of Middelburg, had in his shop a curious toy, rigged up, it is said, by an apprentice, and made out of a couple of spectacle lenses, whereby, if one looked through it, the weathercock of a neighbouring church spire was seen nearer and upside down. The tale goes that the Marquis Spinola, happening to call at the shop, was struck with the toy and bought it. He showed it to Prince Maurice of Nassau, who thought of using it for military reconnoitring. All this is trivial. What is important is that some faint and inaccurate echo of this news found its way to Padua and into the ears of Galileo. The seed fell on good soil. All that night he sat up and pondered. He knew about lenses and magnifying glasses. He had read Kepler's theory of the eye and had himself lectured on optics. Could he not hit on the device and make an instrument capable of bringing the heavenly bodies nearer? Who knew what marvels he might not so perceive? By morning he had some schemes ready to try, and one of them was successful. Singularly enough, it was not the same plan as the Dutch opticians. It was another mode of achieving the same end. He took an old, small organ pipe, jammed a suitably chosen spectacle glass into either end, one convex, the other concave, and behold, he had the half of a wretchedly bad opera glass, capable of magnifying 3 times. It was better than the Dutchman's, however. It did not invert. Such a thing as Galileo made may now be bought at a toy shop for, I suppose, half a crown, and yet what a potentiality laid in that glazed optic tube, as Milton called it. Away he went with it to Venice and showed it to the signori, to their great astonishment. Many noblemen and senators, says Galileo, though of advanced age, mounted to the top of one of the highest towers to watch the ships, which were visible through my glass 2 hours before they were seen entering the harbour, for it makes a thing 50 miles off as near and clear as it were only 5. Among the people, too, the instrument excited the greatest astonishment and interest, so that he was nearly mobbed. The Senate hinted to him that a present of the instrument would not be unacceptable, so Galileo took the hint and made another for them. They immediately doubled his salary at Padua, making it 1,000 florins, and confirmed him in the enjoyment of it for life. He now eagerly began the construction of a larger and better instrument. Grinding the lenses with his own hands with consummate skill, he succeeded in making a telescope magnifying 30 times. Thus equipped, he was ready to begin a survey of the heavens. The first object he carefully examined was naturally the moon. He found there everything at first sight very like the earth, mountains and valleys, craters and plains, rocks, and, apparently, seas. You may imagine the hostility excited among the Aristotelian philosophers, especially, no doubt, those he had left behind at Pisa, on the ground of his spoiling the pure, smooth, crystalline, celestial face of the moon, as they had thought it, and made it harsh and rugged, and like so vile and ignoble a body as the earth. He went further, however, into heterodoxy than this. He not only made the moon like the earth, but he made the earth shine like the moon. The visibility of the old moon in the new moon's arms he explained by earthshine. Leonardo had given the same explanation a century before. Now, one of the many stock arguments against Copernican theory of the earth being a planet like the rest was that the earth was dull and dark and did not shine. Galileo argued that it shone just as much as the moon does, and in fact rather more, especially if it be covered with clouds. One reason of the peculiar brilliancy of Venus is that she is a very cloudy planet. Seen from the moon, the earth would look exactly as the moon does to us, only a little brighter and 16 times as big, 4 times the diameter. Wherever Galileo turned his telescope, new stars appeared. The Milky Way, which had so puzzled the ancients, was found to be composed of stars. Stars that appeared single to the eye were some of them found to be double, and at intervals were found hazy nebulous wisps, some of which seemed to be star clusters, while others seemed only a fleecy cloud. Now we come to his most brilliant, at least his most sensational, discovery. Examining Jupiter minutely on January 7th, 1610, he noticed 3 little stars near it, which he noted down as fixing its then position. On the following night, Jupiter had moved to the other side of the 3 stars. This was natural enough, but was it moving the right way? On examination, it appeared not. Was it possible the tables were wrong? The next evening was cloudy, and he had to curb his feverish impatience. On the 10th there were only 2, and those on the other side. On the 11th 2 again, but one bigger than the other. On the 12th the 3 reappeared, and on the 13th there were 4. No more appeared. Jupiter then had moons like the earth, 4 of them in fact, and they revolved round him in periods which were soon determined. The news of the discovery soon spread and excited the greatest interest and astonishment. Many, of course, refused to believe it. Some there were who, having been shown them, refused to believe their eyes, and asserted that, although the telescope acted well enough for terrestrial objects, it was altogether false and illusory when applied to the heavens. Others took the safer ground of refusing to look through the glass. One of these who would not look at the satellites happened to die soon afterward. I hope, says Galileo, that he saw them on his way to heaven. The way in which Kepler received the news is characteristic, though by adding 4 to the supposed number of planets it might have seemed to upset his notions about the 5 regular solids. He says, I was sitting idle at home thinking of you, most excellent Galileo, and your letters, when the news was brought me of the discovery of 4 planets by the help of the double eyeglass. Wachenfels stopped his carriage at my door to tell me, when such a fit of wonder seized me at a report which seemed so very absurd, and I was thrown into such agitation at seeing an old dispute between us decided in this way, and between his joy, my colouring, and the laughter of us both, confounded as we were by such a novelty, we were hardly capable, he of speaking, or I of listening. On our separating, I immediately fell to thinking how there could be any addition to the number of planets without overturning my Mysterium Cosmographicon, published 13 years ago, according to which Euclid's 5 regular solids do not allow more than 6 planets round the sun. But I am so far from disbelieving the existence of the 4 circumjovial planets that I long for a telescope to anticipate you, if possible, in discovering 2 round Mars, as the proportion seems to me to require, 6 or 8 round Saturn, and 1 each round Mercury and Venus. As an illustration of the opposite school, I will take the following extract from Francesco Zissi, a Florentine astronomer who argues against the discovery thus: There are 7 windows in the head, 2 nostrils, 2 eyes, 2 ears, and a mouth. So in the heavens there are 2 favorable stars, 2 unpropitious, 2 luminaries, and Mercury alone undecided and indifferent. From which and many other similar phenomena of nature, such as the 7 metals, etc., which it were tedious to enumerate, we gather that the number of planets is necessarily 7. Moreover, the satellites are invisible to the naked eye, and therefore can have no influence on the earth, and therefore would be useless, and therefore do not exist. Besides, the Jews and other ancient nations, as well as modern Europeans, have adopted the division of the week into 7 days, and have named them from the 7 planets. Now, if we increase the number of the planets, this whole system falls to the ground. To these arguments, Galileo replied that whatever their force might be as a reason for believing beforehand that no more than 7 planets would be discovered, they hardly seemed of sufficient weight to destroy the new ones when actually seen. Writing to Kepler at this time, Galileo ejaculates, "Oh, my dear Kepler, how I wish that we could have one hearty laugh together. Here at Padua is the principal professor of philosophy whom I have repeatedly and urgently requested to look at the moon and planets through my glass, which he pertinaciously refuses to do. Why are you not here? What shouts of laughter we should have at this glorious folly! And to hear the professor of philosophy at Pisa labouring before the Grand Duke with logical arguments, as if with magical incantations, to charm the new planets out of the sky. A young German protégé of Kepler, Martin Horne, was travelling in Italy, and meeting Galileo at Bologna, was favoured with a view through his telescope. But supposing that Kepler must necessarily be jealous of such great discoveries, and thinking to please him, he writes, "I cannot tell what to think about these observations. They are stupendous, they are wonderful, but whether they are true or false, I cannot tell." He concludes, "I will never concede his 4 new planets to that Italian from Padua, though I die for it." So he published a pamphlet asserting that reflected rays and optical illusions were the sole cause of the appearance, and that the only use of the imaginary planets was to gratify Galileo's thirst for gold and notoriety. When after this performance he paid a visit to his old instructor Kepler, he got a reception which astonished him. However, he pleaded so hard to be forgiven that Kepler restored him to partial favour, on this condition that he was to look again at the satellites, and this time to see them and own that they were there. By degrees, the enemies of Galileo were compelled to confess to the truth of the discovery, and the next step was to outdo him. Scheiner counted 5, Reiter 9, and others went as high as 12. Some of these were imaginary, some were fixed stars, and 4 satellites only are known to this day. Here, close to the summit of his greatness, we must leave him for a time. A few steps more and he will be on the brow of the hill, a short piece of tableland, and then the descent begins. In dealing with these historic events, will you allow me to repudiate once for all the slightest sectarian bias or meaning? I have nothing to do with Catholic or Protestant as such. I have nothing to do with the Church of Rome as such. I am dealing with the history of science. But historically, at one period, science and the Church came into conflict. It was not specially one Church rather than another. It was the Church in general, the only one that then existed in those countries. Historically, I say, they came into conflict, and historically the Church was the conqueror. It got its way, and science, in the persons of Bruno, Galileo, and several others, was vanquished. Such being the facts, there is no help but to mention them in dealing with the history of science. Doubtless, now the Church regards it as an unhappy victory, and gladly would ignore this painful struggle. This, however, is impossible. With their creed, the churchmen of that day could act in no other way. They were bound to prosecute heresy, and they were bound to conquer in the struggle, or be themselves shattered. But let me insist on the fact that no one accuses the ecclesiastical courts of crime or evil motives. They attacked heresy after their manner, as the civil courts attacked witchcraft after their manner. Both erred grievously, but both acted with the best intentions. We must remember, moreover, that his doctrines were scientifically heterodox, and the university professors of that day were probably quite as ready to condemn them as the Church was. To realize the position, we must think of some subjects which today are scientifically heterodox, and of the customary attitude adopted toward them by persons of widely differing creeds. If it be contended now, as it is, that the ecclesiastics treated Galileo well, I admit it freely. They treated him as well as they possibly could. They overcame him, and he recanted. But if he had not recanted, if he had persisted in his heresy, they would still have treated his soul well, but they would have set fire to his body. Their mistake consisted not in cruelty, but in supposing themselves the arbiters of eternal truth, and by no amount of slurring and glossing over facts can they evade the responsibility assumed by them on account of this mistaken attitude. We left Galileo standing at his telescope and beginning his survey of the heavens. We followed him indeed through a few of his first great discoveries, the discovery of the mountains and other variety of surface in the moon, of the nebulae and a multitude of faint stars, and lastly of the 4 satellites of Jupiter. This latter discovery made an immense sensation, and contributed its share to his removal from Padua, which quickly followed it. Before the end of the year 1610, Galileo had made another discovery, this time on Saturn. But to guard against a host of plagiarists and impostors, he published it in the form of an anagram, which, at the request of the Emperor Rudolph, a request probably inspired by Kepler, he interpreted. It ran thus: "The farthest planet is triple." Very soon after he found that Venus was changing from a full moon to a half-moon appearance. He announced this also by an anagram and waited till it should become a crescent, which it did. This was a dreadful blow to the anti-Copernicans, for it removed the last lingering difficulty to the reception of the Copernican doctrine. Copernicus had predicted, indeed, 100 years before, that if ever our powers of sight were sufficiently enhanced, Venus and Mercury would be seen to have phases like the moon. And now Galileo with his telescope verifies the prediction to the letter. Here was a triumph for the grand old monk, and a bitter morsel for his opponents. Castelli writes, "This must now convince the most obstinate." But Galileo, with more experience, replies, "You almost make me laugh by saying that these clear observations are sufficient to convince the most obstinate. It seems you have yet to learn that long ago the observations were enough to convince those who are capable of reasoning and those who wish to learn the truth, but that to convince the obstinate and those who care for nothing beyond the vain applause of the senseless vulgar, not even the testimony of the stars would suffice, were they to descend on earth to speak for themselves. Let us, then, endeavour to procure some knowledge for ourselves, and rest contented with this sole satisfaction, but of advancing in popular opinion, or of gaining the assent of the book philosophers, let us abandon both the hope and the desire." What a year's work it had been! In 12 months, observational astronomy had made such a bound as it has never made before or since. Why did not others make any of these observations? Because no one could make telescopes like Galileo. He gathered pupils round him, however, and taught them how to work the lenses, so that gradually these instruments penetrated Europe, and astronomers everywhere verified his splendid discoveries. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. The Beginning of British Power in India, A.D. 1612, by Beckles Willson. By chartering the original English East India Company, Queen Elizabeth took the first step toward establishing that empire in the Orient which has since become such an important appanage of the British Crown. This oldest English company in India is also called the Mother Company and the John Company. It began English trade with India, and its operations prepared the way for British government in that vast country. After the Portuguese discovery of the passage round Africa, toward the end of the 15th century, other European nations for some time appeared to recognize Portugal's exclusive claim to the navigation of that route. In 1510, The Portuguese made a permanent settlement in India at Goa, but during this century the Dutch obtained a foothold in the country, and in 1580 Portugal was conquered by Spain. Dutch enterprise and the Spanish absorption of Portugal's Indian establishments aroused the commercial spirit of England. In 1599, an English association was formed with a large fund for trade to the East Indies. In December 1600, Queen Elizabeth granted this association a charter, incorporating the adventurers under the title of the Governor and Company of Merchants of London trading into the East Indies. The company was allowed unlimited rights of purchasing lands and a 15 years monopoly of trade. In 1609, the charter was renewed and made perpetual by James I. But at first, the company appears to have done no very extensive business. The beginning of its more active career, in the midst of grave difficulties and conflicts, is well described by Willson, whose history thus covers an important period in the development of India and in the expansion of British power. When the East India Company had been in existence 11 years, it possessed hardly more than the rudiments of factories in the Indies, while the Dutch boasted fully a dozen regularly established trading settlements, from most of which they had ejected the Spaniards and Portuguese. France, no longer restrained by Spain and the Pope, naturally looked jealously on these efforts of Englishmen and Dutchmen to exploit the East to their own advantage. In 1609, we learn that the subjects of Henry IV, "who had long aspired to make themselves strong by sea," took the opportunity of a treaty made between James I and the French king to "set on foot this invention, a society to trade into the East Indies," with a capital of 4,000,000 crowns. Becher, the English ambassador at Paris, wrote in 1609 to Lord Salisbury that Dutch seamen were being "engaged at great pay, and many of their ships bought." The States General strongly remonstrated against this proceeding, and threatened to "board the French ships wherever they found them, and hang all Flemings found in them." This threat appears to have been effectual, and the project was abandoned. A little later, in 1614, the French again projected taking part in the East India trade, and accounts were current in London concerning ships and patents from King Louis, but this too ended lamely, and nothing practical was effected for a full half a century. The company always had before it the danger of attack by Spanish or Portuguese, and its captains and agents were put perpetually on their guard. But it never seems to have occurred to the Court of Committees that there was any danger to be apprehended from the Dutch, so that they were all the more astonished and chagrined at the failure to establish trade with the Moluccas, where the natives were so friendly to the English and offered them every facility, but, owing to Dutch oppression, in vain. In the first voyage, James Lancaster had established factories at Aachen and Bantam. In the second voyage, Sir Henry Middleton was instructed to endeavour to found a factory on the island of Banda. He carried on some trade, but neither he nor his successor in the third voyage, Captain Keeling, was able to override the opposition of the Dutch and secure a foothold. In the instructions issued to the last named, he was requested to establish, if possible, a factory at Aden, from whence he was to proceed to the Gulf of Cambay, seeking a good harbour there, "for the maintenance of a trade in those parts hereafter in safety from the danger of the Portuguese or other enemies, endeavouring also to learn whether the King of Cambray or Surat, or any of his havens, be in subjection to the Portuguese, and what havens of his are not, together with the dangers and depths of the water there for passage, that by this certain notice and diligent inquiry which we wish to be set down in writing for the company's better information, whereby we may hereafter attempt further trade there, or otherwise desist." End quote. In no fighting mood, therefore, was the company, whatever their servants' views, but prudently inclined to keep out of the way of the once terrible and still dreaded Portuguese. In vain, as we have seen, did Captain Hawkins exert himself to obtain concessions from the Grand Mogul which would survive the displeasure of his European rivals, who had by their ships, arms, and intrigues completely terrified the governors and petty rajahs of the coast. In 1611, Anthony Hippon, in the Globe, sailed for the Coromandel, or Madras, coast, with the object of setting a factory, if possible, at Pulicat, and sharing in the port-to-port trade which the Dutch had lately built up there. The idea seems to have originated with a couple of Dutchmen, named Floris and Antheunus, formerly in the Dutch service, who were charged with the management of the business. So far as Pulicat was concerned, the scheme failed, but the captain of the Globe resolved to land his factory somewhere lit upon Petapoli, farther up the coast, where he arrived on August 18, 1611. This was the company's first settlement in the Bay of Bengal. But although the reception from the local governor and the king of Golconda was friendly, yet the place proved to be a deadly swamp, and the trade was small. When the landing of certain factors and merchandise had thus taken place at Petapoli, Captain Hippon set sail farther northward to the ancient port of Masulipatam, which, forming a coveted roadstead on the open coastline of Madras, was destined to be the theatre of much truculent rivalry between the European traders on the Coromandel coast. Here, on the last day of August, Hippon and Floris landed, and a factory was set up. A cargo of calicoes was duly obtained, whereupon the Globe departed for Bantam and the Far East to seek spices and pepper in exchange. Such were the beginnings of English trade on the east of the Indian peninsula. 2 years later, the company's servants received from the Hindu king of Vitajanagar a firman to build a fort, written on a leaf of gold, a document which was preserved at Madras until its capture by the French in the next century. Following hard upon their summary dismissal from Surat, Middleton, Hawkins, and the rest, disinclined for their master's sake to come to close quarters with the Dutch in the Spice Islands, directed their views to the establishment of a factory at Dabul. In this, likewise, they failed. In despair at not procuring a cargo, they went in for piracy and fierce retaliation upon the Turkish authorities for their treatment of them in the Red Sea. A couple of vessels hailing from Cochin were captured, and some cloves, cinnamon, wax, bales of China silk, and rice were taken out of them and removed to the ship Trade's Increase. In the midst of a lively blockade of the Red Sea ports, they were joined by Captain John Saris with 4 ships belonging to the company's 8th voyage, who agreed to lend his forces for whatever the combined fleets undertook, if granted a third of the profits for the benefit of his particular set of subscribers. All this anomalous confusion between the various interests within the same body corporate could have but one issue. The rival commanders took to quarrelling over the disposition of the 100,000 pieces of 8 which Middleton hoped to squeeze out of the governor of Mocha for outrages upon the English fleet. Strife ran high between them, and in the end Saris in the Clove and Towerson in the Hector sailed away from the Red Sea, leaving Middleton and Downton to settle matters on their own account. Powerless to obtain compensation from the governor of Mocha, Middleton proceeded to make unceremonious levy on all the shipping he could lay his hands upon. On August 16th, the Trades Increase set sail, in company with the Peppercorn, for Tiku, where 2 others of the company's ships were anchored. Middleton very soon discovered that the Trades Increase was in a leaky condition. He had hardly got her out of Tiku when she ran aground, for the 2nd time in her brief history. She was floated and brought opposite Pulo Panzang, in Bantam Bay, where the cargo was taken out and stored on shore. The ship, which King James had christened, and in which Sir Henry Middleton took such pride, was careened on the beach for repairs. During the process, a renegade Spaniard formed a plot to burn her to the water's edge, and one night carried it successfully into execution, a catastrophe which is said to have so affected the doughty old commander, Sir Henry Middleton, that he sickened and died at Bantam, May 24, 1613. The many exploits of Middleton, the doyen of the company's servants in the East, well deserve to be read. The hardships he had suffered, the difficulties he had to contend with, the jealous cabals of which he had been the victim. Among the many insubordinates that prevailed, Captain Nicholas Downton, one of the ablest commanders in the service, was not to be persuaded, despite the plots and schemes occasionally undertaken for that purpose, to abandon the respect and loyalty he owed the old sea-dog. Once, when in the Red Sea, Middleton wrote sharply to Downton for an alleged fault. The latter was filled with admiration and grief. "Sir," he replied, "I can write nothing so plain, nor with that sincerity, but malicious men, when they list, may make injurious construction. But evil come to me if I meant ill to Sir Henry Middleton or any part of the business. God be judge between him and me, if ever I deserved the least evil thought from him. I desire that he were so much himself that he would neither be led nor carried by any injurious person to abuse an inseparable friend." Wholly ignorant of the fate reserved for Middleton and the mighty merchantmen, the Trades Increase, Downton resumed command of the Peppercorn, and returned direct to England with a full cargo. Many times her timbers sprang a leak on the voyage, for she was but a jerry-built craft at best, but she finally got into the harbour of Waterford, September 13, 1613. Here the rudest of rude welcomes awaited Downton. He was visited by the sheriff and arrested on a warrant from the Earl of Ormond, charged with committing piracy. But for the present, the plots of his and Middleton's enemies miscarried. Their victim was released, and in a few weeks' time was back in the Thames. Downton's proved zeal and endurance won him the applause and favour of the merchant adventurers, and the command of the first voyage under the joint stock system in the following year. Meanwhile, each year the company had been sending out a small fleet of ships to the east. It was now beginning also to receive communications from its agents and factors, who, as we have seen, were being slowly distributed at various points east of Aden. Irregular as the receipt of these advices was, and incomplete and belated in themselves, they yet were a useful guide to the company in equipping its new ventures. "We are in great hope to get good and peaceful trade at Cambay and Surat," writes Anthony Marlowe to the company from Socotra, "where our ship, by God's grace, is to ride. Our cloth and lead, we hear, will sell well there. Our iron not so well as at Aden. That indigo we shall have good store at reasonable rates, and also calicoes and musk. And at Daboul good pepper. So as I hope in God the Hector shall make her voyage at those places, and establish a trade there to the benefit of your worships and the good of our country." For Captain Keeling, Marlowe has many words of praise. Quote, "His wisdom, language, and carriage are such as I fear we shall have great want of at Surat in the first settling of our trade." End quote. Of some of the other servants of the company Marlowe is not so enthusiastic, and he does not spare his opinion of their characters. In a subsequent letter we are brought right face to face with a very pretty quarrel between Hippon, the master of the Dragon, and his mate William Tavernour, in which Hawkins tries to act as peacemaker, but is foiled by the bloodthirsty Matthew Mullinux, master of the Hector, who had himself a private grudge against the said Tavernour, or, as is written here, quote, "a poniard in pickle for the space of 6 months." And not contented with this, he afterward came up upon the deck, and there, before the boatswain and certain of us, did most unchristian-like speak these words, that if he might but live to have the opportunity to kill the said Tavernour, he would think it to be the happiest day that ever he saw in his life, and it were but with a knife. End quote. There seems to have been a surfeit of these internecine brawls for some time to come, and indeed stories of dissensions among the servants of the company in the East are plentifully sprinkled throughout its history, both in this century and the next. Of hints for trade, the company's agents are profuse in this growing correspondence. "There is an excellent linen," writes one of them, "made at Cape Comorin, and may be brought hither from Cochin in great abundance, if the Portugals would be quiet men. It is about 2 yards broad, or better, and very strong cloth, and is called Cachat de Comorie. It would certainly sell well in England for sheeting." Here we see the genesis of the calico trade. The company is informed that, quote, "if Moorish girdles, Turks, and cloaks will yield any profit, I pray give advice. They are here in abundance, and the great chief merchandise. There is also a market for cloth of all kinds of light and pleasing colours, pleasing to the eye, as Venice reds, stamels, some few scarlets for presents, and also to sell to great men, popinjay greens of the brightest dye, cinnamon colours, light dove colours, peach colours, silver colours, light yellows with others like, but no dark or sad colours, for here they are not vendible. Those of the last voyage are yet upon our hands, and will not be sold for the moneys that they cost in England." End quote. Thenceforward, it is to be supposed, the company bought no more of the suitings of the Puritans, then growing to be the vogue at home. Quote, "of new drinking glasses, trenchers for sweetmeats, but especially looking-glasses of all sorts and different prices, but not small baubles, some reasonable quantity would be sold to good profit, and I verily suppose that some fair large looking-glass would be highly accepted of this king, for he affects not the value in anything, but rarity in everything, insomuch that some pretty new-fangled toys would give him high content, though their value were small, for he wants no worldly wealth or riches, possessing an inestimable treasury, and is, it is thought, herein far exceeding the Great Turk." End quote. Throughout all their reports and epistles, the captains and factors appear above all anxious to establish themselves on the mainland, and express much indignation at the conduct of Makarab Khan, the Mogul's vizier, at his juggling with their hopes. "If it please God we attain Surat," sighs one of the factors, "how comfortable it will be to those there, beneficial to the trade, and commodious to your worship. Jostled aside, tormented by the Dutch in the eastern archipelago, and by the Turks in the Red Sea, what wonder that the company and its servants now longed to displace the Portuguese in India itself? At home, the company had dispatched, in 1612, as its 10th expedition, 3 vessels. They comprised the stout old Dragon, commanded by Captain Thomas Best, the Solomon, alias the James, and the Hosiander. Was the new effort of Best and Kerridge, one of his supercargoes, to establish a factory at Surat to be more successful than that of Middleton in 1610? While the Solomon was forthwith ordered elsewhere in search of trade, Best, with the other 2 vessels, reached Swally, near the mouth of the Surat River, early in the month of September 1612. Here Kerridge, disembarking with several companions, was well received by the native merchants and inhabitants, although gaining the disapprobation of the Portuguese. He obtained permission to land some broadcloths, lead, iron, and quicksilver, procuring in exchange for these such Surat merchandise as the company had recommended him to acquire as suitable for the purchase of pepper and spices at Aachen and Bantam. In the midst of these agreeable transactions, the Portuguese swept down upon the company's men with 4 ships mounting 124 guns, besides a large flotilla of small native galleys. As they advanced, thinking to cut him off and board him, Captain Best perceived, with the intuition of the trained mariner, the weakness of their formation. He called out to Captain Petty of the Hosiander to follow him, and, singling out the 2 largest of the Portuguese vessels, prepared to dash straight for them, his gunners, half naked, standing ready and alert for the word of command which should begin the fray. But, to Best's confusion, the Hosiander budged not a rod, being gripped fast by her anchors. In this predicament there was nothing for it. Best must close with the enemy single-handed. Placing his Red Dragon between the Portuguese admiral and vice-admiral, the company's commander gave orders to the gunners, and the battle commenced by the firing of a double broadside, which well peppered the enemy, who responded by splintering the Englishman's mainmast and sinking his longboat. Having exchanged some 40 great shot of each side, reports an eye-witness of the battle to the company, the night being come, they anchored in sight of each other, and the next morning our ships weighed again and began their fight again, which continued some 3 hours, in which time they drove 3 of their galleons on the sands. And so our ships came to anchor, and in the afternoon weighed anchor, in which time the flood being come, the galleons, with the help of the frigates, were afloat again. Yet there was to be more and fiercer fighting against even greater odds before the Portuguese had had their fill of the English off Swally. After an attempt on their part to set fire to the Hosiander by means of a fire-ship, which utterly failed, and cost the Portuguese 100 lives, the company's ships sailed away on December 1st, thinking to draw the enemy after them. But not succeeding in this, Best anchored at Moha to await their pleasure. It was not until December 22nd that the enemy bore up, having been strengthened by ships and men from Diu. The shores were lined with spectators to see Best gallantly front them with his 2 ships' colours flying. This time it seemed as if Best and his men were doomed. Yet, to the astonishment not merely of the natives and Portuguese, but of the company's servants themselves, they were victorious in this engagement. On the following day, at the close of another battle, the enemy, dazed and staggering from so much fighting and bloodshed, abruptly turned and fled, trailing their wrecked flotilla behind them. Nothing can convey a better idea of the overwhelming superiority of the company gunners and ordnance, as well as of the matchless audacity of their onslaught, than the fact of their having lost but 3 slain, while the Portuguese list of killed was upward of 300. Not only this, but Best's 2 ships were still in good condition. On December 27th, the Dragon and the Hosiander returned triumphantly to Surat, where a number of the company's factors and supercargoes were, as may be imagined, anxiously awaiting them. It was felt by most, on hearing the good news, that the promised firman of the great mogul would not be long delayed. But Best, worn out with fighting, was by no means so sanguine, and ordered Aldworth and the other factors to repair on board the fleet at once, with such merchandise as they had. But Aldworth, even after most of the others had given in to the general's views, insisted that Best's victory over the Portuguese had removed the opposition of the Mogul, who would surely dispatch his firman. This was corroborated by Kerridge, who had gone to Agra to deliver a letter from King James to the Mogul. But Best had no relish for Aldworth's stubbornness, as he called it, and summoned a council, and so required the said Thomas Aldworth to come on board, which he again refused to do, for that he had heard certainly the firman was coming. Aldworth's confidence was rewarded, for just as Best was about to depart, Jehangir's decree, granting the company a factory at Surat and at 3 other places about the Gulf of Cambay, arrived bearing joy to the bosoms of the English traders. At Agra, it appeared from Kerridge's account, he had been admitted to the monarch's chamber, where Jehangir sat on his bed, newly risen from sleep. In his first letters, Kerridge complains of a chilly reception, and attributes it to his coming empty-handed. No other treatment, he says, is to be expected without continual gifts both to the king and others. The character of Jehangir was described by Kerridge as, quote, extremely proud and covetous, taking himself to be the greatest monarch in the world, yet a drunkard and given over to vice. The Mogul, however, was very fond of music, and revelled in Robert Trully's cornet, though virginals were not esteemed, perhaps because the player was not sufficiently expert, and it is thought Laws died with conceit at the king's indifference. Nevertheless, on the whole, Jehangir behaved civilly to the company's envoy, whose success in obtaining an audience was quickly followed up by Aldworth in sending William Edwards, who took with him from Surat great presents, including portraits of King James and his queen, and one that will content the Mogul above all, the picture of Tamburlaine, from whence he derives himself. At last, then, the coveted firman for kind usage of the English free trade, and so forth, was gained, Edwards remaining in Agra as lieger or ambassador, which will be needful among this inconstant people. By the terms of the firman, a duty on imports of 3½ % was to be exacted, but on the other hand no damages were to be claimed for Sir Henry Middleton's piratical exploits, and the company's factories were to be protected by law in event of any calamity overtaking its servants. To Aldworth undoubtedly belongs the credit of having negotiated this concession, but it is doubtful if it would ever have received the imperial sanction, had it not been for Best's victory. Even when he had the document in his hands, the conqueror was diffident, and could hardly believe the good news. He was, quote, doubtful whether it was the king's firman or not, and, being resolved, would not receive it until some of the chiefs of the city should bring it down unto him to Swally, which, in fine, they did. And the very day following the receipt of it, being the 4th, the galleons were again in sight, but came not near to proffer fight. Notwithstanding, the general resolved not to make any longer stay there, but took in such goods as were ready, and landed the rest of the cloth, quicksilver, and vermilion, all the elephant's teeth, and some 1200 bars of lead, carrying the rest along with him, as also all the pieces of 8 and iron, and so the 18th present departed." In such manner did the company gain at last a certain foothold in the Mogul Empire. The factors stationed at the new post reported that Surat was the best situation in India to vend English goods, particularly broadcloths, kerseys, quicksilver, lead, and vermilion, to be exchanged for indigo, calicoes, cotton yarn, and drugs, and added a list of such goods as might annually be disposed of there. They requested the merchant adventurers in London to send them some 4,000 pieces of broadcloth, sword blades, knives, and looking-glasses. They hinted that toys and English bulldogs should be sent as presents, but the new trade, they were careful to explain, could only be protected by stationing 5 or 6 ships in the river at Surat to defend the factory and its occupants against the Portuguese. On his return home, Best was summoned to Philport Lane to give a detailed account of his exploits, and was considered by the court to have deserved extraordinarily well. Yet his great private trade, whereby he had enriched himself, caused some dissatisfaction, and the governor, Sir Thomas Smythe, while admitting that no one could be a fitter commander than Best, thought that, quote, Captain Keeling was far before him for merchandise, and so should command at Surat, end quote. But this did not satisfy the victor of Swally. Unless he were allowed private trade, he refused to make another voyage for the company, and finally insisted on an investigation into his conduct. The upshot was that the company was, quote, content to remit all that is past, and let these things die, which should not have been ripped up had he not called them in question himself, end quote. The various inconveniences to the company from the separate classes of adventurers being enabled to fit out equipments on their own particular portions of stock finally evoked a change in the constitution of the company. In 1612 it was resolved that, in future, the trade should be carried on by means of a joint stock only, and on the basis of this resolution, the then prodigious sum of £429,000 was subscribed. Although portions of this capital were applied to the fitting out of 4 voyages, the general instructions to the commanders were given in the name and by the authority of the governor, deputy governor, and committees of the Company of Merchants of London trading to the East Indies. The whole commerce of the company was now a joint concern, and the embarrassing principle of trading on separate ventures came to an end. Experience had amply demonstrated that detached equipments exposed the whole trade to danger in the East in their efforts to establish trade. The first 12 voyages were, therefore, regarded in the light of an experiment to establish a solid commerce between England and India. Upon such terms, the period known as the first joint stock was entered upon, which comprised 4 voyages between the years 1613 and 1616. The purchase, repair, and equipment of vessels during these 4 years amounted to £272,544, which, with the stock and cargoes, made up the total sum raised among the members at the beginning of the period, that is, £429,000. Under this new system, Captain Downton was given command of the fleet, in the company's merchantmen, the New Year's gift, thus named because it had been launched on January 1st, an armed ship of 550 tons, and 3 other vessels. Downton went equipped with legal as well as military implements. King James made him master of the lives of the crews, and empowered him to use martial law in cases of insubordination. "We are not ignorant," said the monarch in the royal commission which he vouchsafed to the company's commander, "of the emulation and envy which doth accompany the discovery of countries and trade, and of the quarrels and contentions which do many times fall out between the subjects of diverse princes when they meet the one with the other in foreign and far remote countries in prosecuting the course of their discoveries. Consequently, Captain Downton was warned not to stir up bad blood among the nations, but if he should be by the company's rivals unjustly provoked, he was at liberty to retaliate, but not to keep to himself any spoils he might take, which were to be rendered account of, as by ancient usage, to the king. Before Downton could reach his destination, the chief energies of the company's agents in India appear to have been bent upon forming a series of exchanges between the west coast and the factory at Bantam. The little band of servants at the new factory at Surat, headed by the redoubtable Aldworth, gave it as their opinion not only that sales of English goods could be effected at this port, but that they might be pushed to the inland markets and the adjoining seaports. Aldworth stated that in his journey to Ahmedabad he had passed through the cities of Barosh and Baroda, and had discovered that cotton, yarn, and baftees could be bought cheaper from the manufacturers in that country than at Surat. At Ahmedabad he was able to buy indigo at a low rate, but in order to establish such a trade, capital of from £12,000 to £15,000 was required to be constantly in the hands of the factor. It was thought at Surat that it would be expedient to fix a resident at the Mogul's court at Agra to solicit the protection of that monarch and his ministers. Downton arrived at Surat October 15, 1614, to find the attitude of the Portuguese toward the English more than ever hostile. At the same time, trouble impended between the Portuguese and the Nawab of Surat. In order to demolish all opposition at one blow, the former collected their total naval force at Goa for a descent upon both natives and newcomers at Surat. Their force consisted of 6 large galleons, several smaller vessels, and 60 native barges, or frigates as they were called, the whole carrying 134 guns and manned by 2,600 Europeans and 6,000 natives. To meet this fleet, Downton had but his 4 ships and 3 or 4 Indian-built vessels called galivats, manned altogether with less than 600 men. The appearance of the Portuguese was the signal for fright and submission on the part of the Nawab, but his suit was contemptuously spurned by the Viceroy of Goa, who, on January 20th, advanced upon the company's little fleet. He did not attempt to force the northern entrance of Swally Hole, where the English lay, which would have necessitated an approach singly, but sent on a squadron of the native frigates to cross the shoal, surround and attack the Hope, the smallest of the English ships, and board her. But in this they were foiled after a severe conflict. Numbers of the boarders were slain and drowned, and their frigates burned to the water's edge. Again and again during the ensuing 3 weeks did the Portuguese make efforts to dislodge the English. But the dangerous fireships they launched were evaded by night, and their onslaught repulsed by day, and so, at length, with a loss of 500 men, the Portuguese viceroy, on February 13th, withdrew. His withdrawal marked a triumph for the company's men. Downton was received in state by the overjoyed Nawab, who presented him with his own sword, the hilt of massive gold, and in lieu thereof, says Downton, I returned him my suit, being sword, dagger, girdle, and hangers, by me much esteemed of, and which made a great deal better show, though of less value. A week later, Downton set out with his great fleet for Bantam. Just off the coast, the enemy's fleet was again sighted approaching from the west. For 3 days the English were in momentary apprehension of an attack, but the viceroy thought better of it, and on the 6th, "bore up with the shore, and gave over the hopes of their fortunes by further following of us." End quote. End of section 3. Read by Linda Johnson, January 2023. Section 4 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. The Dutch Settlement of New York, A.D. 1614, by David T. Valentine. Greater fame ordinarily attaches to the discovery of some vast region of the earth than to the finding or exploring of a limited coast, district, or river course. There are, however, some instances in which geographical conditions or historical developments magnify the seemingly lesser achievements. This has been the case with Henry Hudson's timely exploration of the river called after him. The enterprising Dutch people, under whose auspices he accomplished this brilliant feat, had just emerged from their long contest with Spain. The return of peace to the Netherlands found many active spirits in readiness for fresh adventures, and Hudson's work opened for them a new and inviting field. Increasing celebrity gathered about the name of Hudson from the very first settlements in the remarkable region which he made known to the world, and which was destined to become the seat of the world's second, perhaps of its greatest, metropolis, and the home of an imperial commonwealth. The simple beginnings of this mighty growth are as simply but quite adequately told in the following pages from the historian of New York City. Having explored the river which bears his name, Hudson put to sea on October 4th, making directly for Europe, with news of his discovery of this fine river and its adjacent country, which he described as offering every inducement for settlers or traders that could be desired. Besides the fertility of the soil, which was satisfactorily shown by the great abundance of grain and vegetables found in the possession of the Indians, a still more enticing prospect was held out to the view of the merchant, in the abundance of valuable furs observed in the country, which were to be had at a very little cost. Hudson had therefore scarcely made publicly known the character of the country visited by him, when several merchants of Amsterdam fitted out trading vessels and dispatched them to this river. Their returns were highly satisfactory, and arrangements were immediately made to establish a settled agency here to superintend the collection of the furs and the trade with the Indians, while the ships should be on their long journey between the two hemispheres. The agents thus employed pitched their cabins on the south point of Manhattan Island, the head man being Hendrik Korstiensen, who was still the chief of the settlement in 1614, at which period an English ship sailing along the coast from Virginia entered the harbor on a visit of observation. Finding Korstiensen here with his company of traders, the English captain summoned him to acknowledge the jurisdiction of Virginia over the country, or else to depart. The former alternative was chosen by the trader, and he agreed to pay a small tribute to the governor of Virginia in token of his right of dominion. The Dutch were thereupon left to prosecute their trade without further molestation. The government of Holland did not, however, recognize the claims of England to jurisdiction over the whole American coast, and took measures to encourage the discovery and appropriation of additional territory by a decree giving to discoverers of new countries the exclusive privilege of trading thither for 4 successive voyages to the exclusion of all other persons. This enactment induced several merchants to fit out 5 small ships for coasting along the American shores in this vicinity. One of these vessels, commanded by Captain Block, soon after its arrival on the coast, was accidentally destroyed by fire. Block immediately began the construction of another, of 38 feet keel, 44½ feet on deck, and 11½ feet beam, which was the first vessel launched in the waters of New York. She was called the Unrest, or Restless, and plowed her keel through the waters of Hell Gate and the Sound, the pioneer of all other vessels except the bark canoes of the aboriginal inhabitants. The several ships dispatched on this exploring expedition having returned to Holland, from their journals and surveys a map of a large extent of country was made, over which the Dutch claimed jurisdiction, and to which they gave the name of New Netherlands. The owners of these vessels, as the reward of their enterprise, were granted the promised monopoly of trade hither for 4 voyages, to be completed within 3 years, commencing on January 1, 1615. These merchants seemed to have been composed in part of those who had established the first trading post here, but having increased their number and capital, and enlarged their former designs of trade, formed themselves into a company under the name of the United New Netherlands Company. Korstiansen was continued the principal agent here, and they likewise established a post at the head of the river, on an island opposite the present site of Albany. Forts of a rude description, being merely enclosures of high palisades, were erected at both places. The privileges granted to the United New Netherlands Company being, however, limited in respect to time, their establishment on this island can hardly be considered as a permanent settlement. The cabins of the settlers were nearly of equal rudeness with those of their Indian neighbors, and but few of the luxuries of civilization found their way into their habitations. The great object of the settlement was, however, successfully carried on, and stores of furs were in readiness to freight the ships on their periodical visits from the fatherland. No interruption of the friendly intercourse carried on with the Indians took place, but, on the contrary, the whites were abundantly supplied by the natives with food and most other necessaries of life, without personal labor and at trifling cost. The Indian tribes in the neighborhood of this trading post were the Manhattans, occupying this island, the Packamies, the Tankateks, and the Wikeskeeks, occupying the country on the east side of Hudson River south of the highlands, the Hacking Sacks and the Raritans on the west side of the river and the Jersey shore, the Canarsies, the Rockways, the Mericokes, the Marsapeagues, the Matinacocks, the Nissaquags, the Corcogs, the Secautogs, and the Shinnecocks on Long Island. The trade of this colony of settlers was sufficiently profitable to render its permanency desirable to the United New Netherlands Company, as it is found that, at the termination of their grant in the year 1618, they endeavored to procure from the government in Holland an extension of their term, but did not succeed in obtaining more than a special license expiring yearly, which they held for 2 or 3 subsequent years. In the meantime, a more extensive association had been formed among the merchants and capitalists in Holland, which, in the year 1621, having matured its plans and projects, received a charter under the title of the West India Company. Their charter gave them the exclusive privilege of trade on the whole American coast, both of the northern and southern continents, so far as the jurisdiction of Holland extended. This great company was invested with most of the functions of a distinct and separate government. it was allowed to appoint governors and other officers, to settle the forms of administering justice, to make Indian treaties, and to enact laws. Having completed arrangements for the organization of its government in New Netherlands, the West India Company dispatched its pioneer vessel hither in the year 1623. This was the ship New Netherlands, a stanch vessel, which continued her voyages to this port as a regular packet for more than 30 years subsequently. On board the New Netherlands were 30 families to begin the colony. This colony being designed for a settlement at the head of the river, the vessel landed her passengers and freight near the present site of Albany, where a settlement was established. The return cargo of the New Netherlands was 500 otter skins, 1,500 beavers, and other freight valued at about $12,000. It having been determined that the headquarters of the company's establishment in New Netherlands should be fixed on Manhattan Island, preparations for a more extensive colony to be planted here were made, and in 1625 2 ships cleared from Holland for this place. On board of these vessels were shipped 103 head of cattle, together with stallions, mares, hogs, and sheep in a proportionate number. Accompanying these were a considerable number of settlers, with their families, supplied with agricultural implements and seed for planting, household furniture, and the other necessaries for establishing the colony. Other ships followed with similar freight, and the number of emigrants amounted to about 200 souls. On the arrival of the ships in the harbor, the cattle were landed in the first instance on the island now called Governor's Island, where they were left on pasturage until convenient arrangements could be made on the mainland to prevent their straying in the woods. The want of water, however, compelled their speedy transfer to Manhattan Island, where, being put on the fresh grass, they generally throve well, although about 20 died in the course of the season from eating some poisonous vegetable. The settlers commenced their town by staking out a fort on the south point of the island, under the direction of one Kryn Frederick, an engineer sent along with them for that purpose, and a horse mill having been erected, the second story of that building was so constructed as to afford accommodations for the congregation for religious purposes. The habitations of the settlers were of the simplest construction, little better indeed than those of their predecessors. A director general had been sent to superintend the interests of the company in this country, in the person of Peter Minwit, who, in the year 1626, purchased Manhattan Island from the Indian proprietors for the sum of 60 guilders, or $24, by which the title to the whole island, containing about 22,000 acres, became vested in the West India Company. The success of the company proved itself, for a short period, by the rise in the value of its stock, which soon stood at a high premium in Holland. Various interests, however, were at work in the company to turn its advantages to individual account, and in 1628 an act was passed under the title of Freedoms and Exemptions Granted to all such as shall plant colonies in New Netherlands. This edict gave to such persons as should send over a colony of 50 souls above 15 years old the title of patroons, and the privileges of selecting any land except on the island of Manhattan for a distance of 8 miles on each side of any river, and so far inland as should be thought convenient. The company stipulating, however, that all the products of the plantations thus established should be first brought to the Manhattans before being sent elsewhere for trade. They also reserved to themselves the sole trade with the Indians for peltries in all places where they had an agency established. With respect to such private persons as should emigrate at their own expense, they were allowed as much land as they could properly improve, upon satisfying the Indians therefor. These privileges gave an impetus to emigration and assisted in a great degree in permanently establishing the settlement of the country. But from this era commenced the decay of the profits of the company. As with all its vigilance, it could not restrain the inhabitants from surreptitiously engaging in the Indian trade and drawing thence a profit which would otherwise have gone into the public treasury. End of section 4. Read by Linda Johnson, February 2023.
Section 5 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Linda Sonrisa Jones. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Harvey discovers the circulation of the blood. A.D. 1616, Thomas H. Huxley. Contemporary with Galileo and ranking but little below him in influence upon the modern world was William Harvey. Harvey's discovery of the circulation of the blood, combined with the truly scientific methods by which he reached and afterward proved his great result, has placed his name high on the roll of science. Not only does his work stand at the foundation of modern anatomy and medicine, but it has given him place in the ranks of great philosophers as well. Huxley, himself so long and justly renowned in modern science, rises to enthusiasm in the following account of his mighty predecessor. Harvey was born at Folkestone, England, in 1578 and lived till 1657. He was educated as a physician, studying at Padua in Italy, and was early appointed a lecturer in the London College of Physicians. In his lectures, somewhere about the year 1616 or a little later, he began to explain his new doctrine to his students. But it was not until the publication of his book Exertatio Anatomica de Motu Cordis et Sanguinis in 1628 that the theory spread beyond his immediate circle. Huxley's account will perhaps give a clearer idea of Harvey's relation to his predecessors and contemporaries, and of the value of his services to mankind, than would a far longer biography of the great physician, physiologist, and anatomist. Many opinions have been held respecting the exact nature and value of Harvey's contributions to the elucidation of the fundamental problem of the physiology of the higher animals. From those which deny him any merit at all, indeed, roundly charge him with the demerit of plagiarism, to those which enthrone him in a position of supreme honor among great discoverers in science. Nor has there been less controversy as to the method by which Harvey obtained the results which have made his name famous. I think it is desirable that no obscurity should hang around these questions, and I add my mite to the store of disquisitions on Harvey in the hope that it may help to throw light upon several points about which darkness has accumulated, partly by accident and partly by design. About the year B.C. 300, a great discovery, that of the valves of the heart, was made by Erasistratus. This anatomist found, around the opening by which the vena cava communicates with the right ventricle, 3 triangular membranous folds, disposed in such a manner as to allow any fluid contained in the vein to pass into the ventricle, but not back again. The opening of the vena arteriosa into the right ventricle is quite distinct from that of the vena cava, and Erasistratus observed that it is provided with 3 pouch-like, half-moon-shaped valves, the arrangement of which is such that a fluid can pass out of the ventricle and into the vena arteriosa, but not back again. 3 similar valves were found at the opening of the aorta into the left ventricle. The arteria venosa had a distinct opening into the same ventricle, and this was provided with triangular membranous valves, like those on the right side, but only 2 in number. Thus the ventricles had 4 openings, 2 for each, and there were altogether 11 valves, disposed in such a manner as to permit fluids to enter the ventricles from the vena cava and the arteria venosa respectively, and to pass out of the ventricles by the vena arteriosa and the aorta respectively, but not to go the other way. It followed from this capital discovery that, if the contents of the heart are fluid, and if they move at all, they can only move in one way, namely from the vena cava through the ventricle and toward the lungs by the vena arteriosa on the right side, and from the lungs by way of the arteria venosa through the ventricle and out by the aorta for distribution in the body on the left side. Erasistratus thus, in a manner, laid the foundations of the theory of the motion of the blood, but it was not given to him to get any further. What the contents of the heart were, and whether they moved or not, was a point which could be determined only by experiment. And for want of sufficiently careful experimentation, Erasistratus strayed into a hopelessly misleading path. Observing that the arteries are usually empty of blood after death, he adopted the unlucky hypothesis that this is their normal condition, and that during life they are filled with air. And it will be observed that it is not improbable that Erasistratus's discovery of the valves of the heart and of their mechanical action strengthened him in this view. For, as the arteria venosa branches out into the lungs, what more likely than that its ultimate ramifications absorb the air which is inspired, and that this air, passing into the left ventricle, is then pumped all over the body through the aorta in order to supply the vivifying principle which evidently resides in the air, or it may be of cooling the too great heat of the blood. How easy to explain the elastic bounding feel of a pulsating artery by the hypothesis that it is full of air. Had Erasistratus only been acquainted with the structure of insects, the analogy of their tracheal system would have been a tower of strength to him. There was no prima facie absurdity in his hypothesis, and experiment was the sole means of demonstrating its truth or falsity. More than 400 years elapsed before the theory of the motion of the blood returned once more to the straight road which leads truthward, and it was brought back by the only possible method, that of experiment. A man of extraordinary genius, Claudius Galenus of Pergamus, was trained to anatomical and physiological investigation in the great schools of Alexandria, and spent a long life in incessant research, teaching, and medical practice. More than 150 treatises from his pen on philosophical, literary, scientific, and practical topics are extant, and there is reason to believe that they constitute not more than a third of his works. No former anatomist had reached his excellence, while he may be regarded as the founder of experimental physiology. And it is precisely because he was a master of the experimental method that he was able to learn more about the motions of the heart and the blood than any of his predecessors, and to leave to posterity a legacy of knowledge which was not substantially increased for more than 1,300 years. The conceptions of the structures of the heart and vessels, of their actions, and of the motion of the blood in them, which Galen entertained, are not stated in a complete shape in any one of his numerous works, but a careful collection of the various passages in which these conceptions are expressed leaves no doubt upon my mind that Galen's views respecting the structure of the organs concerned were, for the most part, as accurate as the means of atomical analysis at his command permitted, and that he had exact and consistent, though by no means equally just, notions of the actions of these organs and of the movements of the blood. Starting from the fundamental facts established by Erasistratus respecting the structure of the heart and the working of its valves, Galen's great service was the proof, by the only evidence which could possess demonstrative value, namely by that derived from experiments upon living animals, that the arteries are as much full of blood during life as the veins are, and that the left cavity of the heart, like the right, is also filled with blood. Galen, moreover, correctly asserted, though the means of investigation at his disposition did not allow him to prove the fact, that the ramifications of the vena arteriosa in the substance of the lungs communicate with those of the arteria venosa by direct, though invisible passages, which he terms anastomoses, and that by means of these communications a certain portion of the blood of the right ventricle of the heart passes through the lungs into the left ventricle. In fact, Galen is quite clear as to the existence of a current of blood through the lungs, though not of such a current as we now know traverses them. For while he believed that a part of the blood of the right ventricle passes through the lungs, and even as I shall show, described at length the mechanical arrangements by which he supposes this passage to be effected, he considered that the greater part of the blood in the right ventricle passes directly through certain pores in the septum into the left ventricle. And this is where Galen got upon his wrong track, without which divergence a man of his scientific insight must infallibly have discovered the true character of the pulmonary current, and not improbably have been led to anticipate Harvey. The best evidence of the state of knowledge respecting the motions of the heart and blood in Harvey's time is afforded by those works of his contemporaries which immediately preceded the publication of the Exertatio Anatomica in 1628. And none can be more fitly cited for this purpose than the De Humani Corporis Fabrica, Book 10, of Adrian van den Spiegel, who, like Harvey, was a pupil of Fabricius of Aquapendente, and was of such distinguished ability and learning that he succeeded his master in the chair of anatomy of Padua. Van der Spiegel, or Spigelius, as he called himself in accordance with the fashion of those days, died comparatively young in 1625, and his work was edited by his friend Daniel Bucrisius, whose preface is dated 1627. The accounts of the heart and vessels, and of the motion of the blood which it contains, are full and clear, but beyond matters of detail, they go beyond Galen in only 2 points, and with respect to one of these, Spigelius was in error. The first point is the pulmonary circulation, which is taught as Realdus Columbus taught it nearly 80 years before. The second point, so far as I know, peculiar to Spigelius himself. He thinks that the pulsation of the arteries has an effect in promoting the motion of the blood contained in the veins which accompany them. Of the true course of the blood as a whole, Spigelius has no more suspicion than had any other physiologist of that age, except William Harvey, no rumor of whose lectures at the College of Physicians, commenced 6 years before Spiegel's death, was likely in those days of slow communication, and in the absence of periodical publications, to have reached Italy. Now let anyone familiar with the pages of Spigelius take up Harvey's treatise and mark the contrast. The main object of the Exertatio is to put forth and demonstrate by direct experimental and other accessory evidence a proposition which is far from being hinted at either by Spigelius or by any of his contemporaries or predecessors, and which is in diametrical contradiction to the views respecting the course of the blood in the veins which are expounded in their works. From Galen to Spigelius, they one and all believe that the blood in the vena cava and its branches flows from the main trunk toward the smaller ramifications. There is a similar consensus in the doctrine that the greater part, if not the whole, of the blood thus distributed by the veins is derived from the liver, in which organ it is generated out of the materials brought from the alimentary canal by means of the vena portae. And all Harvey's predecessors further agree in the belief that only a small fraction of the total mass of the venous blood is conveyed by the vena arteriosa to the lungs and passes by the arteria venosa to the left ventricle, thence to be distributed over the body by the arteries. Whether some portion of the refined and pneumatic arterial blood traversed the anastomotic channels, the existence of which was assumed, and so reached the systemic veins, or whether, on the contrary, some portion of the venous blood made its entrance by the same passages into the arteries, depending upon circumstances. Sometimes the current might set one way, sometimes the other. In direct opposition to these universally received views, Harvey asserts that the natural course of the blood in the veins is from the peripheral ramifications toward the main trunk, that the mass of the blood to be found in the veins at any moment was a short time before contained in the arteries, and has simply flowed out of the latter into the veins, and finally that the stream of blood which runs from the arteries into the veins is constant, continuous, and rapid. According to the view of Harvey's predecessors, the veins may be compared to larger and smaller canals, fed by a spring which trickles into the chief canals, hence the water flows to the rest. The heart and lungs represent an engine set up in the principal canal to aerate some of the water and scatter it all over the garden. Whether any of this identical water came back to the engine or not would be a matter of chance, and it would certainly have no sensible effect on the motion of the water in the canals. In Harvey's conception of the matter, on the other hand, the garden is watered by channels so arranged as to form a circle, 2 points of which are occupied by propulsive engines. The water is kept moving in a continual round within its channels, as much entering the engines on one side as it leaves them on the other, and the motion of the water is entirely due to the engines. It is in conceiving the motion of the blood as a whole to be circular, and in ascribing that circular motion simply and solely to the contractions of the walls of the heart, that Harvey is so completely original. Before him, no one that I can discover had ever so much as dreamed that a given portion of blood contained, for example, in the right ventricle of the heart, may, by the mere mechanical operation of the working of that organ, be made to return to the very place from which it started, after a long journey through the lungs and through the body generally. And it should be remembered that it is to this complete circuit of the blood alone that the term circulation can, in strictness, be applied. It is of the essence of a circular motion that which moves returns to the place from whence it started. Hence the discovery of the course of the blood from the right ventricle through the lungs to the left ventricle was in no wise an anticipation of the discovery of the circulation of the blood, for the blood which traverses this part of its course no more describes a circle than the dweller in a street who goes out of his own house and enters his next-door neighbor's does so. Although there may be nothing but a party wall between him and the room he has just left, it constitutes an efficient defense de circulaire. Thus, whatever they may have known of the so-called pulmonary circulation, to say that Servetus or Columbus or Chrysalipus deserves any share of the credit which attaches to Harvey appears to me to be to mistake the question at issue. It must further be borne in mind that the determination of the true course taken by the whole mass of blood is only the most conspicuous of the discoveries of Harvey, and that his analysis of the mechanism by which the circulation is brought about is far in advance of anything which had previously been published. For the first time, it is shown that the walls of the heart are active only during its systole or contraction, and that the dilatation of the heart in the diastole is purely passive. Whence it follows that the impulse by which the blood is propelled is a via tergo, and that the blood is not drawn into the heart by any such inhalant or suctorial action as not only the predecessors, but many of the successors of Harvey imagined it to possess. Harvey is no less original in his view of the cause of the arterial pulse. In contravention of Galen and of all other anatomists up to his own time, He affirms that the stretching of the arteries which gives rise to the pulse is not due to the active dilatation of their walls, but to their passive distension by the blood which is forced into them at each beat of the heart. Reversing Galen's dictum, he says that they dilate as bags and not as bellows. This point of fundamental practical as well as theoretical importance is most admirably demonstrated not only by experiment, but by pathological illustrations. One of the weightiest arguments in Harvey's demonstration of the circulation is based upon the comparison of the quantity of blood driven out of the heart at each beat with the total quantity of blood in the body. This, so far as I know, is the first time that quantitative considerations are taken into account in the discussion of a physiological problem. But one of the most striking differences between ancient and modern physiological science, and one of the chief reasons of the rapid progress of physiology in the last half-century, lies in the introduction of exact quantitative determinations into physiological experimentation and observation. The moderns use means of accurate measurement which their forefathers neither possessed nor could conceive, inasmuch as they are products of mechanical skill of the last 100 years, and of the advance of branches of science which hardly existed, even in germ, in the 17th century. Having attained to a knowledge of the circulation of the blood and of the conditions on which its motion depends, Harvey had a ready deductive solution for problems which had puzzled the older physiologists. Thus the true significance of the valves and the veins became at once apparent. Of no importance while the blood is flowing in its normal course toward the heart, they at once oppose any accidental reversal of its current which may arise from the pressure of adjacent muscles or the like. And in like manner the swelling of the veins on the farther side of the ligature, which so much troubled Caesalpinus, became at once intelligible as the natural result of the damming up of the returning current. In addition to the great positive results which are contained in the treatise, which Harvey modestly calls an exercise, and which is, in truth, not so long as many a pamphlet about some wholly insignificant affair, its pages are characterized by such precision and simplicity of statement, such force of reasoning, and such a clear comprehension of the methods of inquiry and of the logic of the physical science, that it holds a unique rank among physiological monographs. Under this aspect, I think I may fairly say that it has rarely been equaled and never surpassed. Such being the state of knowledge among his contemporaries, and such the immense progress effected by Harvey, it is not wonderful that the publication of the Exertatio produced a profound sensation, and the best indirect evidence of the originality of its author and of the revolutionary character of his views is to be found in the multiplicity and the virulence of the attacks to which they were at once subjected. Riolan of Paris had the greatest reputation of any anatomist of those days, and he followed the course which is usually adopted by the men of temporary notoriety toward those of enduring fame. According to Riolan, Harvey's theory of the circulation was not true, and besides that, it was not new, and furthermore, he invented a mongrel doctrine of his own, composed of the old views with as much of Harvey's as it was safe to borrow, and tried therewith to fish credit for himself out of the business. In fact, in wading through these forgotten controversies, I felt myself quite at home. Substitute the name of Darwin for that of Harvey, and the truth that history repeats itself will come home to the dullest apprehension. It was said of the doctrine of the circulation of the blood that nobody over 40 could be got to adopt it, and I think I remember a passage in The Origin of the Species to the effect that its author expects to convert only young and flexible minds. There is another curious point of resemblance in the fact that even those who gave Harvey their general approbation and support sometimes failed to apprehend the value of some of those parts of his doctrine which are, indeed, merely auxiliary to the theory of the circulation, but are only a little less important than it. Harvey's great friend and champion, Sir George Ent, is in this case, and I am sorry to be obliged to admit that Descartes falls under the same reprehension. This great philosopher, mathematician, and physiologist, whose conception of the phenomena of life as the results of mechanism is now playing as great a part in physiological science as Harvey's own discovery, never fails to speak with admiration, as Harvey gratefully acknowledges, of the new theory of the circulation. And it is astonishing, I had almost said humiliating, to find that even he is unable to grasp Harvey's profoundly true view of the nature of the systole and the diastole, or to see the force of the quantitative argument. He adduces experimental evidence against the former position, and is even further from the truth than Galen was in his ideas of the physical cause of the circulation. Yet one more parallel with Darwin. In spite of all opposition, the doctrine of the circulation propounded by Harvey was, in its essential features, universally adopted within 30 years of the time of its publication. Harvey's friend, Thomas Hobbes, remarked that he was the only man in his experience who had the good fortune to live long enough to see a new doctrine accepted by the world at large. It is, I believe, a cherished belief of Englishmen that Francis Bacon, Viscount St. Albans and sometime Lord Chancellor of England, invented that inductive philosophy of which they speak with almost as much respect as they do of church and state, and that, if it had not been for this Baconian induction, science would never have extricated itself from the miserable condition in which it was left by a set of hair-splitting folk known as the ancient Greek philosophers. To be accused of departing from the canons of the Baconian philosophy is almost as bad as to be charged with forgetting your aspirates. It is understood as a polite way of saying that you are an entirely absurd speculator. Now the Novum Organon was published in 1620, while Harvey began to teach the doctrine of the circulation in his public lectures in 1619. Acquaintance with the Baconian induction, therefore, could not have had much to do with Harvey's investigations. The Exhortatio, however, was not published till 1628. Do we find in it any trace of the influence of the Novum Organon? Absolutely none. So far from indulging in the short-sighted and profoundly unscientific depreciation of the ancients in which Bacon indulges, Harvey invariably speaks of them with that respect which the faithful and intelligent study of the fragments of their labors that remain to us must inspire in everyone who is practically acquainted with the difficulties with which they had to contend, and which they so often mastered. And as to method, Harvey's method is the method of Galen, the method of Realdus Columbus, the method of Galileo, the method of every genuine worker in science, either in the past or the present. On the other hand, judged strictly by the standard of his own time, Bacon's ignorance of the progress which science had up to that time made is only to be equalled by his insolence toward men in comparison with whom he was the merest sciolist. Even when he has some hearsay knowledge of what has been done, his want of acquaintance with the facts and his abnormal deficiency in what I may call the scientific sense prevent him from divining its importance. Bacon could see nothing remarkable in the chief contributions to science of Copernicus or of Kepler or of Galileo. Gilbert, his fellow countryman, is the subject of a sneer, while Galen is bespattered with a shower of impertinences which reach their climax in the epithets puppy and plague. I venture to think that if Francis Bacon, instead of spending his time in fabricating fine phrases about the advancement of learning, in order to play, with due pomp, the part which he assigned to himself of trumpeter of science, had put himself under Harvey's instructions, and had applied his quick wit to discover and methodize the logical process which underlaid the work of that consummate investigator, he would have employed his time to better purpose, and at any rate would not have deserved the just but sharp judgment which follows. That his, Bacon's, method is impracticable cannot, I think, be denied if we reflect not only that it has never produced any result, but also that the process by which scientific truths have been established cannot be so presented as even to appear to be in accordance with it. I quote from one of Mr. Ellis's contributions to the great work of Bacon's most learned, competent, and impartial biographer, Mr. Spedding. Few of Harvey's sayings are recorded, but Aubrey tells us that someone having enlarged upon the merits of the Baconian philosophy in his presence, "Yes," said Harvey, "he writes philosophy like a chancellor." On which pithy reply diverse persons will put diverse interpretations. The illumination of experience may possibly tempt a modern follower of Harvey to expound the dark saying thus: so this servile courtier, this intriguing politician, this unscrupulous lawyer, this witty master of phrases, proposes to teach me my business in the intervals of his. I have borne with Riolan, let me also be patient with him. At any rate, I have no better reading to offer. In the latter half of the 16th and the beginning of the 17th centuries, the future of physical science was safe enough in the hands of Gilbert, Galileo, Harvey, Descartes, and the noble army of investigators who flocked to their standard and followed up the advance of their leaders. I do not believe that their wonderfully rapid progress would have been one whit retarded if the Novum Organon had never seen the light, while, if Harvey's little exercise had been lost, physiology would have stood still until another Harvey was born into the world. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. The Defenestration at Prague, the 30 Years' War, AD 1618, Samuel R. Gardiner. As the last great struggle between the contending sects of Europe for political as well as spiritual power, the 30 Years' War was one of the most important conflicts of the modern age. It was mainly carried on in the German states, but during its later stages, all the great European powers were involved. The horrors of its battles and sieges have often been painted. Among the direct causes of the war, the great general cause being the standing antagonism between Catholics and Protestants, was a clause in the Peace of Augsburg 1555 which remained a source of friction. It provided that any ecclesiastical prince who became Protestant must surrender the lands as well as the authority of his office. In many instances, this clause was disregarded by the Protestants, who from the first felt it unjust. Until the accession of Rudolph II, 1576, as Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, there was no imperial intolerance, and Protestantism rapidly spread. But the harsh dealings of Rudolph with the Protestants provoked resentment. In 1607, Donauwörth, a free Protestant city, was seized by the Catholic Duke of Bavaria. Next year, the German Protestants formed the Defensive Evangelical Union. Meanwhile, Rudolph's policy only reacted in favor of the Protestant nobles. In 1611, his brother Matthias supplanted him as King of Bohemia, and in 1612, Rudolph died, and Matthias succeeded to the imperial throne. The outbreak of the 30 Years' War followed upon a revolution in Bohemia, which was precipitated by Rudolph's attempt to evade the royal charter, extorted from him in 1609 by the estates. Its chief feature was a guarantee of freedom of conscience to Bohemians so long as they adhered to certain recognized creeds. But it also involved questions of authority over lands with respect to their use for religious purposes. The difficulties with the charter, which had led to Rudolph's downfall in Bohemia, were left to confront Matthias. Samuel R. Gardiner. Whether it would have been possible in those days for a Catholic king to have kept a Protestant nation in working order, we cannot say. At all events, Matthias did not give the experiment a fair trial. He did not, indeed, attack the royal charter directly on the lands of the aristocracy, but he did his best to undermine it on his own. The Protestants of Braunau, on the lands of the abbot of Braunau, and the Protestants of Klostergrab, on the lands of the Archbishop of Prague, built churches for themselves, the use of which was prohibited by the abbot and the archbishop. A dispute immediately arose as to the rights of ecclesiastical landowners, and it was argued on the Protestant side that their lands were technically crown lands, and that they had therefore no right to close the churches. Matthias took the opposite view. On his own estates, Matthias found means to evade the charter. He appointed Catholic priests to Protestant churches and allowed measures to be taken to compel Protestants to attend the Catholic service. Yet for a long time the Protestant nobility kept quiet. Matthias was old and infirm, and when he died they would, as they supposed, have an opportunity of choosing their next king, and it was generally believed that the election would fall upon a Protestant. The only question was whether the Elector Palatine or the Elector of Saxony would be chosen. Suddenly, in 1617, the Bohemian Diet was summoned. When the estates of the kingdom met, they were told that it was a mistake to suppose that the crown of Bohemia was elective. Evidence was produced that for some time before the election of Matthias, the estates had acknowledged the throne to be hereditary, and the precedent of Matthias was to be set aside as occurring in revolutionary times. Intimidation was used to assist the argument, and men in the confidence of the court whispered in the ears of those who refused to be convinced that it was hoped that they had at least two heads on their shoulders. If ever there was a moment for resistance, if resistance was to be made at all, it was this. The arguments of the court were undoubtedly strong, but a skillful lawyer could easily have found technicalities on the other side, and the real evasion of the royal charter might have been urged as a reason why the court had no right to press technical arguments too closely. The danger was all the greater, as it was known that by the renunciation of all intermediate heirs, the hereditary right fell upon Ferdinand of Styria, who had already stamped Protestantism out in his own dominions. Yet in spite of this, the Diet did as it was bidden, and renounced the right of election by acknowledging Ferdinand as their hereditary king, 1617. The new king was more of a devotee and less of a statesman than Maximilian of Bavaria, his cousin on his mother's side, but their judgments of events were formed on the same lines. Neither of them was a mere ordinary bigot, keeping no faith with heretics, but they were both likely to be guided in their interpretation of the law by that which they conceived to be profitable to their church. Ferdinand was personally brave, but except when his course was very clear before him, he was apt to let difficulties settle themselves rather than come to a decision. He had at once to consider whether he would swear to the royal charter. He consulted the Jesuits and was told that, though it had been a sin to grant it, it was no sin to accept it now that it was the law of the land. As he walked in state to his coronation, he turned to a nobleman who was by his side. "I am glad," he said, "that I have attained the Bohemian crown without any pangs of conscience." He took the oath without further difficulty. The Bohemians were not long in feeling the effects of the change. Hitherto, the hold of the House of Austria upon the country had been limited to the life of one old man. It had now, by the admission of the Diet itself, fixed itself forever upon Bohemia. The proceedings against the Protestants on the royal domains assumed a sharper character. The Braunau worshippers were rigorously excluded from their church. The walls of the new church at Klostergrab were actually leveled with the ground. The Bohemians had thus to resist in 1618, under every disadvantage, the attack which they had done nothing to meet in 1617. Certain persons named defensors had by law the right of summoning an assembly of representatives of the Protestant estates. Such an assembly met on March 5th, and having prepared a petition to Matthias, who was absent from the kingdom, adjourned to May 21st. Long before the time of meeting came, an answer was sent from Matthias justifying all that had been done and declaring the assembly illegal. It was believed at the time, though incorrectly, that the answer was prepared by Slavata and Martinitz, two members of the Regency who had been notorious for the vigor of their opposition to Protestantism. In the Protestant assembly there was a knot of men headed by Count Henry of Turn, which was bent on the dethronement of Ferdinand. They resolved to take advantage of the popular feeling to effect the murder of the two regents, and so to place an impassable gulf between the nation and the king. Accordingly, on the morning of May 23rd, the beginning and cause, as a contemporary calls it, of all the coming evil, the first day, though men as yet knew it not, of 30 years of war, Turn sallied forth at the head of a band of noblemen and their followers, all of them with arms in their hands. Trooping into the room where the regents were seated, they charged the obnoxious two with being the authors of the king's reply. After a bitter altercation, both Martinitz and Slavata were dragged to a window which overlooked the fosse below from a dizzy height of some 70 feet. Martinitz, struggling against his enemies, pleaded hard for a confessor. "Commend thy soul to God," was the stern answer. "Shall we allow the Jesuit scoundrels to come here?" In an instant he was hurled out, crying, "Jesus, Mary!" "Let us see," said someone mockingly, "whether his Mary will help him." A moment later he added, "By God, his Mary has helped him." Slavata followed, and then the secretary Fabricius. By a wonderful preservation, in which pious Catholics discerned the protecting hand of God, all three crawled away from the spot without serious hurt. There are moments when the character of a nation or party stands revealed as by a lightning flash, and this was one of them. It is not in such a way as this that successful revolutions are begun. The first steps to constitute a new government were easy. 30 directors were appointed, and the Jesuits were expelled from Bohemia. The Diet met and ordered soldiers to be levied to form an army. But to support this army, money would be needed, and the existing taxes were insufficient. A loan was accordingly thought of, and the nobles resolved to request the towns to make up the sum, they themselves contributing nothing. The project falling dead upon the resistance of the towns, new taxes were voted, but no steps were taken to collect them, and the army was left to depend in a great measure upon chance. Would the princes of Germany come to the help of the directors? John George of Saxony told them that he deeply sympathized with them, but that a rebellion was a serious matter. To one who asked him what he meant to do, he replied, "Help to put out the fire." There was more help for them at Heidelberg than at Dresden. Frederick IV had died in 1610, and his son, the young Frederick V, looked up to Christian of Anhalt as the first statesman of his age. By his marriage with Elizabeth, the daughter of James I of England, he had contracted an alliance which gave him the appearance rather than the reality of strength. He offered every encouragement to the Bohemians, but for the time held back from giving them actual resistance. End of Chapter 6. Read by Leah MacKenzie, Longview, Washington, January 7th, 2023. Section 7 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. The Defenestration at Prague, the 30 Years' War, A.D. 1618, by Charles F. Horne. Ferdinand had crushed Protestantism in every estate he owned. In 1615, he and Matthias began, or at least permitted, measures for its repression in Bohemia. There were tumults, uprisings, and on May 23, 1618, a party of angry citizens of Prague burst into the council hall, seized Slavata and Martinitz, the two most obnoxious of the Catholic leaders, and hurled them from the window. It was an ancient form of Bohemian punishment, which had been used by Ziska and by others. The window this time was over 80 feet from the ground, yet the fall did not prove fatal. The men landed on a soft rubbish heap below, and one was unhurt. The other, though much injured, survived. Their secretary was hurled after them, and is said to have apologized to his masters, even as he landed, for his unavoidable discourtesy in alighting upon them. This semi-comic tragedy opened the 30 Years' War. At first the struggle was confined to Bohemia and Austria, the other states secure in the fact that 4/5 of the populace of the empire was Protestant, looked on with seeming indifference. The Bohemians drove the scattered imperial troops from their country. Meanwhile, Matthias died, and Ferdinand was elected to the imperial throne as Ferdinand II, 1619 to 1637. The Bohemians besieged him in Vienna. The Protestant Austrian nobles turned against him, and a deputation forced its way into the presence of the helpless emperor and insisted on his signing for them a grant of political and religious liberty. Ferdinand resolutely refused. The deputation grew threatening. One fierce noble seized the emperor roughly by the coat front, crying with an offensive nickname for Ferdinand, "Sign it, Nandel." A trumpet from the castle yard interrupted them. It signaled the arrival of a body of imperial troops who had slipped through the lines of the besiegers and come to the emperor's rescue. The Austrian nobles withdrew. Spanish and Cossack troops were called by Ferdinand into the country to crush all opposition. The Bohemians, wasted by famine and plague, retreated into their own land, and the war continued there. The people offered the Bohemian throne to Frederick, the elector of the Rhenish Palatinate and a son-in-law of the English king, James I. Frederick accepted, went to Bohemia in state, and tried to draw the other Protestant princes to his help. But he was a Calvinist, so the Lutherans refused to join him. His new subjects were mainly Lutherans also, and his impolitic effort to enforce his religious views upon Prague soon roused the citizens to a state of revolt against him. The Catholic princes of the empire had long been united in a league with Bavaria at its head. Bavaria was, next to Austria, the most powerful state of the empire, and it had become the stronghold of the Roman faith in Germany. Now the army of this league, under its chief Maximilian of Bavaria, offered its services to the emperor against the disunited and wavering Bohemians. A portion of the Bohemian army was defeated at the Battle of White Mountain, just outside of Prague. Frederick, the newly elected Bohemian king, saw his troops come fleeing back to the town, and their panic seems to have seized him also. Abandoning the strong-walled city, he swept such of his possessions together as he could and fled in haste from Bohemia. The Winter King, his enemies called him in derision, because his kingship had lasted but one short winter. The citizens, disheartened by his flight, terrified by the overwhelming forces arrayed against them, surrendered to Ferdinand. Executions, proscriptions, banishments followed without number. Every person of the land was compelled to accept Catholicism. Many burned their homes with their own hands and fled to other countries. Seldom has liberty been so utterly trampled underfoot. Seldom has a land been so completely subjugated. The Bohemians, who had been one of the most intellectual, energetic peoples of Europe, here practically disappeared from history as a separate nation. We turn now to the second period of this deplorable war. Its scene shifts to the domain of the unhappy Frederick upon the Rhine. He himself fled to Holland, but his land was considered as forfeited and was deliberately desolated by Spanish troops in the service of the emperor. The Bohemians had employed a well-known leader of mercenary troops, Count Mansfeld. When their cause was lost, Mansfeld, with most of his army, amused the Catholic forces by negotiations, till he saw his opportunity, when he slipped away from them and led his army to the Rhine. There he continued the war in Frederick's name, though really for his own sake. His troops supported themselves by pillaging the country, and the wretched inhabitants of Frederick's Palatinate were treated almost as mercilessly by their pretended friends as by their open foes. The peasants of Upper Austria also rebelled against Ferdinand's efforts to force his religion upon them. For a time it seemed they would be as successful as the Swiss mountaineers had been. Under a peasant named Fadinger, they gained several impressive victories, but he was killed and their cause collapsed into ruin. In its last stages, their struggle was taken up by an unknown leader who was called simply the student. Remarkable and romantic as was the student's career, his exploits and victories could not save the cause, and he perished at the head of his followers. Meanwhile, the war along the Rhine assumed more and more the savage character that made it so destructive to the land. Mansfeld, driven from the Palatinate, supported his ferocious troops almost entirely by plundering. Tilly, the chief general of the Catholic League, followed similar tactics, and wherever they passed, the land lay ruined behind them. Some of the lesser Protestant princes joined Mansfeld, but Tilly proved a great military leader, and his opponents were slowly crowded back into northern Germany. The emperor forced his religion upon the Rhine districts, as he had upon Bohemia and Austria. The Protestant world at last began to take alarm. Both England and Holland lent Mansfeld support. The King of Denmark, drawing as many of the Protestant German princes as possible to his side, joined vigorously in the contest. The Danish struggle may be considered the third period of the war. It lasted from about 1625 to 1629, and introduces one of the most remarkable men of the period. Albert of Waldstein, or Wallenstein, as he is generally called, was a native of Bohemia, who joined the Catholics and won military fame and experience fighting on the imperial side in the Bohemian War. He acquired vast wealth through marriage and the purchase of the confiscated Protestant estates. Proving a remarkably capable financial manager, he was soon the richest subject in the empire and was created Duke of Friedland, a district of Bohemia. All of these successes were to Wallenstein mere preliminary steps to an even more boundless ambition. He studied the political outlook, and his keen eye saw the possibility of vastly expanding Mansfeld's barbaric system of supporting his soldiers by plunder. The Emperor Ferdinand had but few troops of his own, and they were needed for quelling rebellion within his personal domains. For carrying on the war along the Rhine, he was entirely dependent upon the princes of the Catholic League and their army under Tilly. Wallenstein now came forward and offered to supply the emperor with a powerful imperial army which should not cost him a penny. This offer, coming from a mere private gentleman, sounded absurd, and for a time Wallenstein was put aside with contemptuous laughter. At last the emperor told him, if he thought he could raise as many as 10,000 men, to go ahead. "If I have only 10,000, said Wallenstein, "we must accept what the people choose to give us. If I have 30,000, we can take what we like." The answer makes plain his whole system. His troops supported and paid themselves at the expense of the neighborhood where they were quartered. If it was a district which upheld the emperor, they took contributions to the necessity of the empire. If the land opposed him, no polite words were needed to justify its pillage. Within 3 months, Wallenstein had nearly 50,000 men under his standard, drawn to him by the tempting offers of plunder that his agents held out. If the war had been terrible before, imagine the awful phase it now assumed, and the blighting curse that fell upon unhappy Germany. Modern justice can find little to choose thereafter between the methods of the opposing armies. We speak therefore only of the martial genius which Wallenstein displayed. He completely outmaneuvered Mansfeld, defeated him, and drove him to flight and death. Then Wallenstein and Tilly proceeded to destroy the high military reputation of the Danish king. He was overcome in battle after battle, and his land so completely devastated that he prayed for peace on any terms. Peace seemed indeed at hand. The remaining Lutheran states of Saxony and Brandenburg, which had been neutral and were as yet almost unharmed, dared not interfere. The Emperor Ferdinand might have arranged everything as he chose had he used his power with moderation, but his troops had grown with his fortunes, and he seems to have planned the establishment of such an absolute power over Germany as had been the aim of his ancestor Charles V. Ferdinand passed laws and gave decrees without any pretense of calling a council or seeking the approval of the princes. His general, Wallenstein, was given one of the conquered states as his dukedom, and Wallenstein declared openly that his master had no further need of councils. The time had come for Germany to be governed as were France and Spain. The Catholic princes, with Maximilian of Bavaria at their head, became frightened by the giant they themselves had created, and began to take measures for their own preservation. They demanded that Wallenstein be removed from his command. The emperor, perhaps himself afraid of his too powerful general, finally consented. There still remained, however, the serious question whether Wallenstein would accept his dismissal. His huge and ever-growing army was absolutely under his control. His influence over the troops was extraordinary. A firm believer in astrology, he asserted that the stars promised him certain success, and his followers believed in him. Tall and thin, dark and solemn, silent and grim, wearing a scarlet cloak and a long, blood-red feather in his hat, he was declared by popular superstition to be in league with the devil, invulnerable and unconquerable. No evil act of his soldiery did he ever rebuke. Only two things he demanded of them: absolute obedience and unshaken daring. The man who flinched or disobeyed was executed on the instant. Otherwise, the marauders might desecrate God's earth with whatsoever hideous crimes they would. His troops laughed at the idea of being Catholics or Protestants, Germans or Bohemians. They were Wallensteiners and nothing else. Even Ferdinand would scarcely have dared oppose his overgrown servant, had not Wallenstein failed in an attempt to capture Stralsund. This little Baltic seaport held out against the assaults of his entire army. Wallenstein vowed that he would capture it, though it were fastened by chains to heaven. But each mad attack of his wild troops was beaten back from the walls by the desperate townsfolk. And at last, with 12,000 of his men dead, he retreated from before the stubborn port. A superstitious load was lifted from the minds of even those who pretended to be his friends. Wallenstein was not unconquerable. He accepted the emperor's notice of removal with haughty disdain. He said he had already seen it in the stars that evil men had sowed dissension between him and his sovereign. But the end was not yet. He retired to his vast estates in Bohemia, and lived at Prague with a magnificence exceeding that of any court in Germany. His table was always set for 1,000 guests. He had 60 pages of the noblest families to wait on him. For chamberlains and other household officials, he had men who had come from similar places under the emperor. Meanwhile, a new defender had sprung up for the exhausted Protestantism. Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, invaded Germany in 1630 and called on the Protestants to help him in the fight to save their faith. All Europe had grown afraid of tremendous and increasing power of the Habsburg Emperor. Not only was Protestant England in league with the Swedes, but Catholic France, under its shrewd minister, Richelieu, also upheld them. Still, the burden of actual fighting fell upon Gustavus Adolphus, who proved himself the greatest military leader of the age, and, in the eyes of Protestant Europe, the noblest and sublimest man since Luther. It is not our province to analyze the motives of the Swedish king, the Lion of the North as he was called. How much he was actuated by ambition, how much by religion, perhaps he himself might have found it hard to say. His coming marks the turning point of the contest. His brilliant achievements constitute the fourth period of the war. Tilly opposed him with the army of the Catholic League. Tilly, the victor of 30 desperate battles. The emperor and his court laughed, and thinking of the Bohemian king and the Danes, said, "Another of these snow kings has come against us. He too will melt in our southern sun." The Protestant princes hesitated, fearing to join Gustavus. He was hampered on every side. Tilly, in his very face, stormed the great Protestant city of Magdeburg and sacked it with such merciless brutalities as raised a cry of horrified disgust, even in that age of atrocities. "Never was such a victory," wrote Tilly to the emperor, "since the storming of Troy or of Jerusalem. I am sorry you and the ladies of the court were not there to enjoy the spectacle." A heap of blackened ruins, hiding a few hundred famished and broken outcasts, was all that remained of a splendid and prosperous city of 40,000 souls. Tilly's object in this bloody deed seems to have been to terrify the rest of Protestant Germany into submission. If so, he failed of his purpose. Gustavus promptly abandoned gentle measures, and by a threat of force compelled the Saxon elector to join him. He then met Tilly in a fierce battle near Leipzig, and utterly defeated him. Tilly fled, and his army was almost annihilated, the fugitives who escaped the Swedes falling victim to the vengeance of the enraged Protestant peasantry. Few men who had taken part in the sack of Magdeburg lived long to boast of their achievement. Gustavus swept victoriously through all the Rhineland. One Catholic prince or bishop after another was defeated. The advance soon became little more than a triumphal procession, city after city opening its gates to welcome him. The Saxon army conquered Bohemia. Gustavus reached Bavaria. There, on the southern bank of the river Lech, the Bavarian army under Tilly and Prince Maximilian was drawn to oppose the passage of the Protestant troops. It seemed impossible to cross the broad and deep stream. In the face of such a force and such a general, Gustavus kept up a tremendous cannonade for 3 days. He burned great fires along the shore, that the smoke might conceal his movements. Tilly was struck down by a cannonball. The whole Bavarian army fell into confusion, and the Swedes rushed across the river almost unopposed. Maximilian fled with his army, and Bavaria, which as yet had escaped the horrors of the war, was in its turn plundered by an enemy. The stars in their courses seemed indeed to fight for Wallenstein. From the moment that he was deprived of his command, the triumphant cause of the emperor had fallen until now it lay in utter ruin. The Saxons held Bohemia. All western Germany was in Gustavus's hands. Nothing interposed between the conquerors and defenseless Austria. Nothing but Wallenstein. Messenger after messenger sped from the emperor to his offended general, entreating him to re-accept his command. Wallenstein dallied and postponed his consent until he had wrung from his despairing sovereign such terms as never general secured before or since. Practically, Wallenstein became as exalted in authority as the emperor himself, and wholly independent of his former master. He was to carry on the war or to make peace entirely as he saw fit, without interference of any sort. Certain provinces of Austria were given him to hold as the guarantee of the emperor's good faith. The mere raising of the great general's standard drew around him another army of Wallensteiners, with whom he marched against Gustavus. 2 of the ablest military leaders in history were thus pitted against each other. There were clever marches and countermarches, partial and decisive attacks, and at last a great culminating battle at Lutzen in Saxony, November 6, 1632. Gustavus won, but he perished on the field. He was always exposing himself in battle, and at Lutzen he galloped across in front of his army from one wing to another. A shot struck him. A traitor shot, some say, from his own German allies. He fell from his horse, and a band of the opposing cavalry encircled and slew him, not knowing who he was. His Swedes, who adored him, pressed furiously forward to save or avenge their leader. The Wallensteiners, after a desperate struggle, broke and fled before the resistless attack. Wallenstein himself, his hat and cloak riddled with bullets, rushed in vain among his men, taunting them furiously with their cowardice. It was only the night and the death of Gustavus that prevented the Swedes from reaping the full fruits of their victory. The imperial troops retreated unpursued. Wallenstein held a savage court-martial and executed all of his men whom he could prove had been among the first in flight. From this time the war enters on its 5th stage. Wallenstein did little more fighting. He withdrew his troops into Bohemia, and it is hard to say what purposes simmered in his dark and inscrutable brain. He certainly was no longer loyal to the emperor. Probably the emperor plotted against him. Wallenstein seems to have contemplated making himself king of an independent Bohemian kingdom. At any rate, he broke openly with his sovereign, and at a great banquet persuaded his leading officers to sign an oath that they would stand by him in whatever he did. Some of the more timid among them warned the emperor, and with his approval formed a trap for Wallenstein. The general's chief lieutenants were suddenly set upon and slain. Then the marauders rushed to Wallenstein's own apartments. Hearing them coming, he stood up dauntlessly, threw wide his arms to their blows, and died as silent and mysterious as he had lived. His slayers were richly rewarded by Ferdinand. All of Germany was weary of war. The contending parties had fought each other to a standstill, and, had Germany alone been concerned, peace would certainly have followed. But the Swedes, abandoning Gustavus's higher policy, continued the war for what increase of territory they could get, and France helped herself to what German cities she could in Alsace and Lorraine. So the war went on, the German princes taking sides now with this one, now the other, and nobody apparently ever thinking of the poor peasantry. The spirit of the brutal soldiery grew ever more atrocious. Their captives were tortured to death for punishment or for ransom, or, it is to be feared, for the mere amusement of the bestial captors. The open country became everywhere a wilderness. The soldiers themselves began starving in the dismal desert. The Emperor Ferdinand II, the cause of all this destruction, died in 1637, and was succeeded by his son, Ferdinand III, 1637 to 1657. The war still continued, though in a feeble, listless way, with no decisive victories on either side, until the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. This peace placed Protestants and Catholics on an equal footing of toleration throughout the empire. It gave Sweden what territory she wanted in the north, and France what she asked toward the Rhine. Switzerland and Holland were acknowledged as independent lands. The importance of the smaller princes was increased. They too became practically independent, and the power of the emperors was all but destroyed. From this time, the importance of the Habsburgs rested solely on their personal possessions in Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia. The title of emperor remained little better than a name. Indeed, Germany itself had become scarcely more than a name. During those terrible 30 years, the population of the land is said to have dwindled from 15 millions to less than 5 millions. In the Palatinate, less than 50,000 people remained, where there had been 500,000. Whole districts everywhere lay utterly waste, wild, and uninhabited. Men killed themselves to escape starvation, or slew their brothers for a fragment of bread. A full description of the horrors of that awful time will never be written. Much has been mercifully obliterated. The material progress of Germany, its students say, was retarded by 2 centuries' growth. To this day, the land has not fully recovered from the exhaustion of that awful war. End of section 7. Read by Leah MacKenzie. Longview, Washington, January 7, 2023.
Section 8 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. First American Legislature, AD 1619, Charles Campbell. As a distinctly American event, the beginning of formal legislation in this country has special interest, no less for the general reader than for students of legal history. None of the early institutions of the Fathers is more important than that which developed into the state legislature. At the opening of 1609, the Virginia colony, which was not then in a flourishing condition, asked and obtained from King James I a new charter. The territory was now greatly enlarged. The the powers of local government increased, and Virginia soon entered upon its permanent career. In 1617, quote, a party of greedy and unprincipled adventurers, end quote, in England succeeded in having an agent of their own appointed deputy governor. This was Samuel Argall. Lord Delaware, the governor, dying in 1618, Argall became virtual dictator, and under his arbitrary and self-seeking rule, the people suffered. Meanwhile, others in England were at work in the interest of the Virginia Company, under whose auspices, from the granting of the new charter, the colony had existed. Sir Edwin Sandys, in 1618, was made treasurer and actual governor of the Virginia Company. Through the efforts of Sandys and others in England, Sir George Yeardley, who had governed Virginia in 1616, was sent in 1619 to supersede Argall. This year was remarkable in the annals of the colony. It is hardly an exaggeration to say that it witnessed the creation of Virginia as an independent community. From that year, Sandys and his followers maintained their ascendancy, and a high degree of energy and statesmanlike wisdom marked the administration of the colonial government. The calling of the First Assembly was one of the principal acts of Yeardley's administration. Sir Thomas Smith, treasurer or governor of the Virginia Company, was displaced in 1618 and succeeded by Sir Edwin Sandys. This enlightened statesman and exemplary man was born in Worcestershire in 1561, being the second son of the Archbishop of York. Educated at Oxford under the care of the judicious Hooker, he obtained a prebend in the Church of York. He afterward traveled in foreign countries and published his observations in a work entitled Europe Speculum, or A View of the State of Religion in the Western World. He resigned his prebend in 1602, was subsequently knighted by James in 1603, and employed in diplomatic trusts. His appointment as treasurer gave great satisfaction to the colony, for free principles were now, under his auspices, in the ascendant. His name is spelled sometimes Sandys, sometimes Sands. When Argall, in April 1619, stole away from Virginia, he left for his deputy, Captain Nathaniel Powell, who had come over with Captain Smith in 1607 and had evinced courage and discretion. He was one of the writers from whose narrative Smith compiled his general history. Powell held this office only about 10 days when Sir George Yeardley, recently knighted, arrived as Governor General, bringing with him new charters for the colony. John Rolfe, who had been secretary, now lost his place, probably owing to his connivance at Argall's malpractices, and was succeeded by John Poree. He was educated at Cambridge, where he took the degree of Master of Arts in April 1610. It is supposed that he was a member of the House of Commons. He was much of a traveler, and was at Venice in 1613, at Amsterdam in 1617, and shortly after at Paris. By the Earl of Warwick's influence, he now procured the place of Secretary of the Colony of Virginia, having come over in April 1619 with Sir George Yeardley, who appointed him one of his council. In June, Governor Yeardley summoned the first legislature that ever met in America. It assembled at James City or Jamestown on Friday, July 30th, 1619, upward of a year before the Mayflower left England with the Pilgrims. A record of the proceedings is preserved in the London State Paper Office in the form of a report from the Speaker, John Poree. John Poree, Secretary of the Colony, was chosen Speaker, and John Twine, Clerk. The assembly sat in the choir of the church, the members of the council sitting on either side of the governor, and a speaker right before him, the clerk next the speaker, and Thomas Pierce, the sergeant, standing at the bar. Before commencing business, prayer was said by Mr. Buckey, the minister. Each burgess then, as called on, took the oath of supremacy. When the name of Captain Ward was called, the speaker objected to him as having seated himself on land without authority. Objections were also made to the burgesses appearing to represent Captain Martin's patent, because they were, by its terms, exempted from any obligation to obey the laws of the colony. Complaint was made by Opochancanough that corn had been forcibly taken from some of his people in the Chesapeake by Ensign Harrison, commanding a shallop belonging to this Captain John Martin, master of the ordnance. The Speaker read the commission for establishing the Council of State and the General Assembly, and also the charter brought out by Sir Thomas Yeardley. This last was referred to several committees for examination, so that if they should find anything, quote, not perfectly squaring with the state of the colony, or any law pressing or binding too hard, end quote, they might by petition seek to have it redressed, quote, especially because this great charter is to bind us and our heirs forever, end quote. Mr. Abraham Percy was the Cape merchant. The price at which he was to receive tobacco, either for commodities or upon bills, was fixed at 3 shillings for the best and 18 pence for the second rate. After inquiry, the burgesses from Martin's patent were excluded, and the Assembly humbly demanded of the Virginia Company an explanation of that clause in his patent entitling him to enjoy his lands as amply as any lord of a manor in England, adding, quote, the least the Assembly can allege against this clause is that it is obscure and that it is a thing impossible for us here to know the prerogatives of all the manors in England, end quote. And they prayed that the clause in the charter guaranteeing equal liberties and immunities to grantees might not be violated, so as to, quote, divert out of the true course the free and public current of justice, end quote. Thus did the First Assembly of Virginia insist upon the principle of the Declaration of Rights of 1776 that, quote, no man or set of men are entitled to exclusive or separate emoluments or privileges from the community, but in consideration of public services, end quote. Certain instructions sent out from England were drawn into laws for protection of the Indians from injury and regulating intercourse with them and educating their children and preparing some of the most promising boys, quote, for the college intended for them, that from thence they may be sent to that work of conversion, end quote, for regulating agriculture, tobacco, and sassafras, then the chief merchantable commodities raised. Upon Captain Powell's petition, quote, a lewd and treacherous servant of his, end quote, was sentenced to stand 4 days with his ears nailed to the pillory and be whipped each day. John Rolfe complained that Captain Martin had made unjust charges against him and cast, quote, some aspersion upon the present government, which is the most temperate and just that ever was in this country, too mild indeed for many of this colony, whom unwonted liberty hath made insolent, and not to know themselves, end quote. On the last day of the session were enacted such laws as issued out of every man's private conceit. Quote, it shall be free for every man to trade with the Indians, servants only accepted upon pain of whipping, unless the master will redeem it off with the payment of an angel. No man to sell or give any of the greater hoes to the Indians, or any English dog of quality, as a mastiff, greyhound, bloodhound, land or water spaniel. Any man selling arms or ammunition to the Indians to be hanged so soon as the fact is proved. All ministers shall duly read divine service and exercise their ministerial function according to the ecclesiastical laws and orders of the Church of England, and every Sunday in the afternoon shall catechize such as are not ripe to come to the communion. End quote. All persons going up or down the James River were to touch at James City to know whether the governor will command them any service. Quote, all persons whatsoever upon the Sabbath days shall frequent divine service and sermons, both forenoon and afternoon, and all such as bear arms shall bring their pieces, swords, powder, and shot. End quote. Captain Henry Spellman, charged by Robert Poole, interpreter, with speaking ill of the governor at Opochancano's court, was degraded from his rank of captain and condemned to serve the colony for 7 years as interpreter to the governor. Paspahe, embracing 300 acres of land, was also called Argall's Town and was part of the tract appropriated to the governor. To compensate the speaker, clerk, sergeant, and provost marshal, a pound of the best tobacco was levied from every male above 16 years of age. The assembly prayed that the treasurer, council, and company would not, quote, take it in ill part if these laws, which we have now brought to light, do pass current and be of force till such time as we may know their further pleasure out of England. For otherwise this people, who now at length have got their reigns of former servitude into their own swinge, would in short time grow so insolent as they would shake off all government, and there would be no living among them. End quote. They also prayed the company to give us power to allow or disallow of their orders of court, as his majesty hath given them power to allow or reject our laws. End quote. So early did it appear that from the necessity of the case, the colony must in large part legislate for itself, and so early did a spirit of independence manifest itself. Owing to the heat of the weather, several of the burgesses fell sick and one died, and thus the governor was obliged abruptly, on August 4th, to prorogue the assembly till March 1st. There being as yet no counties laid off, the representatives were elected from the several towns, plantations, and hundreds, styled boroughs, and hence they were called burgesses. End section 8. Section 9 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhardt. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Introduction of Negroes into Virginia. Spread of slavery and the cultivation of tobacco. A.D. 1619. Charles Campbell, John M. Ludlow. It was not till 120 years after the beginning of Negro slavery in Spanish America that it was introduced in any part of the present United States. From its first introduction in Virginia, 1619, the system grew and spread until it became one of the most prominent features of American society. The comprehensive view of its growth and decline presented by Mr. Ludlow, a well-known English writer, has therefore a special value here. From him and from the Virginia historian Mr. Campbell, we get two widely diverging views upon the subject. Along with the adoption and increase of slavery in Virginia went rapid progress in the cultivation there of tobacco, which had begun in 1612. Tobacco proved to be a staple of the first importance. It was destined to exert a controlling influence on the growth and prosperity of the colony. It was not long before this industry, by reason of the great profits which it returned, overshadowed every other. Charles Campbell. In the month of August, 1619, a Dutch man-of-war visited Jamestown and sold the settlers 20 Negroes, the first introduced into Virginia. Some time before this, Captain Argall, the deputy governor of Virginia, sent out on a filibustering cruise to the West Indies a ship called the Treasurer, manned with the ablest men in the colony. She returned to Virginia after some 10 months with her booty, which consisted of captured Negroes who were not left in Virginia because Captain Argall had gone back to England, but were put on the Earl of Warwick's plantation in the Somer Islands. It is probable that the planters who first purchased Negroes reasoned but little on the morality of the act, or, if any scruples of conscience presented themselves, they could be readily silenced by reflecting that the Negroes were heathens, descendants of Ham, and consigned by divine appointment to perpetual bondage. The planters may, if they reasoned at all on the subject, have supposed that they were even performing a humane act in releasing these Africans from the noisome hold of the ship. They might well believe that the condition of the Negro slave would be less degraded and wretched in Virginia than it had been in his native country. This first purchase was not probably looked upon as a matter of much consequence, and for several years the increase of the blacks in Virginia was so inconsiderable as not to attract any special attention. The condition of the white servants of the colony, many of them convicts, was so abject that men accustomed to see their own race in bondage could look with more indifference at the worse condition of the slaves. The Negroes purchased by the slavers on the coast of Africa were brought from the interior, convicts sold into slavery, children sold by heathen parents destitute of natural affection, kidnapped villagers, and captives taken in war, the greater part of them born in hereditary bondage. The circumstances under which they were consigned to the slave ship evince the wretchedness of their condition in their native country, where they were the victims of idolatry, barbarism, and war. The Negroes imported were usually between the ages of 14 and 30, 2/3 of them being males. The new Negro, just transferred from the wilds of a distant continent, was indolent, ignorant of the modes and implements of labor and of the language of his master, and perhaps of his fellow laborers. To tame and domesticate, to instruct in the modes of industry, and to reduce to subordination and usefulness a barbarian, gross, obtuse, perverse, must have demanded persevering efforts and severe discipline. While the cruel slave trade was prompted by a remorseless cupidity, an inscrutable providence turned the wickedness of men into the means of bringing about beneficent results. The system of slavery doubtless entailed many evils on slave and slaveholder, and perhaps the greater on the latter. These evils are the tax paid for the elevation of the Negro from his aboriginal condition. Among the vessels that came over to Virginia from England about this time is mentioned a bark of 5 tons. A fleet sent out by the Virginia Company brought over in 1619 more than 1,200 settlers. The planters at length enjoyed the blessings of property in the soil and the society of women. The wives were sold to the colonists for 120 pounds of tobacco, and it was ordered that this debt should have precedence of all others. The price of a wife afterward became higher. The bishops in England, by the king's orders, collected nearly 1,500 pounds to build a college or university at Henrico, intended in part for the education of Indian children. In July 1620, the population of the colony was estimated at 4,000. 100 disorderly persons, or convicts, sent over during the previous year by the king's order were employed as servants. For a brief interval, the Virginia Company had enjoyed freedom of trade with the Low Countries, where they sold their tobacco, but in October 1621, this was prohibited by an order in council, and from this time, England claimed a monopoly of the trade of her plantations, and this principle was gradually adopted by all the European powers as they acquired transatlantic settlements. Many new settlements were now made on the James and York rivers, and the planters, being supplied with wives and servants, began to be more content and to take more pleasure in cultivating their lands. The brief interval of free trade with Holland had enlarged the demand for tobacco, and it was cultivated more extensively. Sir George Yeardley's term of office having expired, the company's council, upon the recommendation of the Earl of Southampton, appointed Sir Francis Wyatt governor, a young gentleman of Ireland, whose education, family, fortune, and integrity well qualified him for the place. He arrived in October 1621 with a fleet of 9 sail and brought over a new frame of government constituted by the company and dated July 24, 1621, establishing a council of state and a general assembly. Wyatt brought with him also a body of instructions intended for the permanent guidance of the governor and council. Among other things, he was to cultivate corn, wine, and silk, to search for minerals, dyes, gums, and medical drugs, and to draw off the people from the excessive planting of tobacco, to take a census of the colony, to put apprentices to trades and not let them forsake them for planting tobacco or any such useless commodity, to build water mills, to make salt, pitch, tar, soap, and ashes, to make oil of walnuts and employ apothecaries in distilling lees of beer, to make small quantity of tobacco, and that very good. In 1615, 12 different commodities had been shipped from Virginia. Sassafras and tobacco were now the only exports. During the year 1619, the company in England imported 20,000 pounds of tobacco, the entire crop of the preceding year. James I endeavored to draw a prerogative revenue from what he termed a pernicious weed, and against which he had published his counterblast. But he was restrained from this illegal measure by a resolution of the House of Commons. In 1607, he sent a letter forbidding the use of tobacco at St. Mary's College, Cambridge. Smoking was the first mode of using tobacco in England, and when Sir Walter Raleigh first introduced the custom among people of fashion, in order to escape observation, he smoked privately in his house at Islington, the remains of which were till of late years to be seen as an inn, long known as the Pied Bull. This was the first house in England in which tobacco was smoked, and Raleigh had his arms emblazoned there, with a tobacco plant on the top. There existed also another tradition in the parish of St. Matthew, Friday Street, London, that Raleigh was accustomed to sit smoking at his door in company with Sir Hugh Middleton. Sir Walter's guests were entertained with pipes, a mug of ale, and a nutmeg, and on these occasions he made use of his tobacco box, which was of cylindrical form, 7 inches in diameter and 13 inches long, the outside of gilt leather, and within a receiver of glass or metal, which held about a pound of tobacco. A kind of collar connected the receiver with a case, and on every side the box was pierced with holes for the pipes. This relic was preserved in the Museum of Ralph Thoresby of Leeds in 1719, and about 1843 was added by the late Duke of Sussex to his collection of the smoking utensils of all nations. Although Raleigh first introduced the custom of smoking tobacco in England, yet its use appears to have been not entirely unknown before, for one Campbell, condemned for heresy in the time of Queen Mary the Bloody, while walking to the stake, smoked a pipe of tobacco. Hence the last pipe that one smoked was called the Campbell pipe. The writer of a pamphlet, supposed to have been Milton's father, describes many of the playbooks and pamphlets of that day, 1609, as, quote, conceived overnight by idle brains, impregnated with tobacco smoke and mulled sack, and brought forth by the help of midwifery of a candle next morning, end quote. At the theaters in Shakespeare's time, the spectators were allowed to sit on the stage and to be attended by pages who furnished them with pipes and tobacco. About the time of the settlement of Jamestown in 1607, the characteristics of a man of fashion were to wear velvet breeches with panes or slashes of silk, an enormous starched ruff, a gilt-handled sword, and a Spanish dagger, to play at cards or dice in the room of the groom porter, and to smoke tobacco in the tilt yard or at the playhouse. The peers engaged in the trial of the Earls of Essex and Southampton smoked much while they deliberated on their verdict. It was alleged against Raleigh that he smoked tobacco on the occasion of the execution of the Earl of Essex in contempt of him, and it was perhaps in allusion to this circumstance that when Raleigh was passing through London to Winchester to stand his trial, he was followed by the execrations of the populace and pelted with tobacco pipes, stones, and mud. On the scaffold, however, he protested that during the execution of Essex he had retired far off into the armory, where Essex could not see him, although he saw Essex, and shed tears for him. Raleigh used tobacco on the morning of his own execution. As early as the year 1610, tobacco was in general use in England. The manner of using it was partly to inhale the smoke and blow it out through the nostrils, and this was called drinking tobacco, and this practice continued until the latter part of the reign of James I. In 1614, the number of tobacco houses in or near London was estimated at 7,000. In 1620 was chartered the Society of Tobacco Pipe Makers of London. They bore on their shield a tobacco plant in full blossom. The counterblast to tobacco by King James I, if in some parts absurd and puerile, yet is not without a good deal of just reasoning and good sense. Some fair hits are made in it, and those who have ridiculed that production might find it not easy to controvert some of its views. King James, in his counterblast, does not omit the opportunity of expressing his hatred towards Sir Walter Raleigh. He continued his opposition to tobacco as long as he lived, and in his ordinary conversation oftentimes argued and inveighed against it. The Virginia tobacco in early times was imported into England in the leaf, in bundles, the Spanish or West Indian tobacco in balls. Molasses or other liquid preparation was used in preparing those balls. Tobacco was then, as now, adulterated in various ways. The nice retailer kept it in what were called lily pots, that is, white jars. It was cut on a maple block. Juniper wood, which retains fire well, was used for lighting pipes, and among the rich, silver tongs were employed for taking up a coal of it. Tobacco was sometimes called the American silver weed. The Turkish vizier thrust pipes through the noses of smokers, and the Shah of Persia cropped the ears and slit the noses of those who made use of the fascinating leaf. The counterblast says of it, "And for the vanity committed in this filthy custom, is it not both great vanity and uncleanness, that at the table, a place of respect, of cleanliness, of modesty, men should not be ashamed to sit tossing of tobacco pipes and puffing of smoke, one at another, making the filthy smoke and stink thereof to exhale athwart the dishes, and infect the air, when very often men who abhor it are at their repast? Surely smoke becomes a kitchen far better than a dining chamber, and yet it makes the kitchen oftentimes in the inward parts of man, soiling and infecting them with an unctuous and oily kind of soot, as hath been found in some great tobacco takers that after their deaths were opened." End quote. The counterblast to tobacco was first printed in quarto without name or date at London, 1616. In the front piece were engraved the tobacco pipes, crossbones, death's head, etc. It is not improbable that it was directly intended to foment the popular prejudice against Sir Walter Raleigh, who was put to death in the same year, 1616. James alludes to the introduction of the use of tobacco and to Raleigh as follows, quote, "It is not so long since the first entry of this abuse among us here, as that this present age cannot very well remember both the first author and the form of the first introduction of it among us. It was neither brought in by king, great conqueror, nor learned doctor of physic. With the report of a great discovery for a conquest, some 2 or 3 savage men were brought in together with this savage custom. But the pity is, the poor, wild, barbarous men died, but that vile, barbarous custom is still alive, yea, in fresh vigor, so as it seems a miracle to me how a custom springing from so vile a ground, and brought in by a father so generally hated, should be welcomed upon so slender a warrant." End quote. The king thus reasons against the Virginia staple, quote, "Secondly, it is, as you use or rather abuse it, a branch of the sin of drunkenness, which is the root of all sins. For as the only delight the drunkards love any weak or sweet drink, so are not those, I mean the strong heat and fume, the only qualities that make tobacco so delectable to all the lovers of it? And as no man loves strong, heavy drinks the first day, because nemo repente fuit turpissimus, but by custom is peace and peace allured, while in the end a drunkard will have as great a thirst to be drunk as a sober man to quench his thirst with a draught when he hath need of it. So is not this the true case of all the great takers of tobacco, which therefore they themselves do attribute to a bewitching quality in it? Thirdly, is it not the greatest sin that all of you, the people of all sorts of this kingdom, who are created and ordained by God to bestow both your persons and goods for the maintenance both of the honor and safety of your king and commonwealth, should disable yourself to this shameful imbecility, that you are not able to ride or walk the journey of a Jew's Sabbath, but you must have a reeky coal brought you from the next poorhouse to kindle your tobacco with? Whereas he cannot be thought able for any service in the wars, that cannot endure ofttimes the want of meat, drink, and sleep, much more then must he endure the want of tobacco." End quote. A curious tractate on tobacco by Dr. Tobias Venner was published at London in 1621. The author was a graduate of Oxford and a physician at Bath, and is mentioned in the Oxonis Atheniensis. The amount of tobacco imported in 1619 into England from Virginia, being the entire crop of the preceding year, was, as before said, 20,000 pounds. At the end of 70 years, there were annually imported into England more than 15 million of pounds of it, from which a revenue of upward of 100,000 pounds was derived. In April 1621, the House of Commons debated whether it was expedient to prohibit the importation of tobacco entirely, and they determined to exclude all save from Virginia and the Somer Isles. It was estimated that the consumption of England amounted to 1,000 pounds per diem. This seductive narcotic leaf, which soothes the mind and quiets its perturbations, has found its way into all parts of the habitable globe, from the sunny tropics to the snowy regions of the frozen pole. Its fragrant smoke ascends alike to the blackened rafters of the lowly hut and the gilded ceilings of luxurious wealth. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Willson. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Introduction of Negroes into Virginia. Spread of Slavery and Cultivation of Tobacco, A.D. 1619, by John M. Ludlow. The first Negro slaves were brought by Dutchmen for sale into Virginia in 1619. The New England public was at first opposed to the practice of Negro slavery, and there is even a record of a slave who had been sold by a member of the Boston Church being ordered to be sent back to Africa, 1645. Yet Negro slaves were to be found in New England as early as 1638. Massachusetts and Connecticut recognized the lawfulness of slavery. Massachusetts, however, only when voluntary or in the case of captives taken in war. Rhode Island, more generous, made illegal and perpetual service of the black mankind, requiring them to be set free after 2 years, the period of white men's indentures. A condition which, however, would only tend to the working slaves to death in the allotted time. But although there was no importation of Negroes on any considerable scale into New England, the ships by which the slave trade was mainly carried on were those from Massachusetts and Rhode Island, which carried rum to Africa and brought back slaves to the West Indies and the southern colonies. In Maryland, slavery had been established at once. In South Carolina, it came into birth with the colony itself. The attempt to exclude it from Georgia failed. The guilt of the institution cannot, however, be fairly charged on the colonists. Queen Elizabeth had been a partner in the second voyage of Sir John Hawkins, the first English slave captain. James I chartered a slave trading company, 1618. Charles I, a second, 1631. Charles II, a third in 1663, of which the Duke of York was president, and again a fourth in which he himself, as well as the Duke, was a subscriber. Nor did the expulsion of the Stuarts cause any change of feeling in this respect. England's sharpest stroke of business at the Peace of Utrecht, 1713, was the obtaining for herself the shameful monopoly of the asiento, the slave trade with the Spanish West Indies, undertaking to bring into the West Indies of America, belonging to His Catholic Majesty, in the space of 30 years, 144,000 Negroes, at the rate of 4,800 a year, at a fixed rate of duty, with the right to import any further number at a lower rate. As nearly the whole shores of the Gulf of Mexico were still Spanish, England thus contributed to build up slavery in most of the future southern states of the Union. Whether for foreign or for English colonies, it is reckoned that from 1700 to 1750, English ships carried away from Africa probably 1.5 million Negroes, of whom 1/8 never lived to see the opposite shore. In the same spirit England dealt with her colonies. When Virginia imposed a tax on the import of Negroes, the law had to give way before the interests of the Africa Company. The same course was followed many years later towards South Carolina, when an act of the Provincial Assembly laying a heavy duty on imported slaves was vetoed by the Crown in 1761. Indeed, the title to a political tract published in 1745, The African Slave Trade, the Great Pillar and Support of the British Plantation Trade in America, appears fairly to express the prevalent feeling of the mother country on the subject before the War of Independence. The most remarkable relaxation of the navigation laws in the 18th century was the throwing open the slave trade by the Act for extending and improving the trade to Africa, which, after reciting that the trade to and from Africa is very advantageous to Great Britain, and necessary for the supplying of plantations and colonies thereunto belonging with a sufficient number of Negroes at reasonable rates, enacted that it should be lawful for all his Majesty's subjects to trade and traffic to and from any port or place in Africa, between the port of Sallee in South Barbary and the Cape of Good Hope. By 1763, there were about 300,000 Negroes in the North American colonies. It seemed at first as if the black man would gain by the Revolution. The mulatto Attucks was one of the victims of the Boston Massacre, and was buried with honor among the martyrs of liberty. At the first call to arms the Negroes freely enlisted, but a meeting of the general officers decided against their enlistment in the new army of 1775. The free Negroes were greatly dissatisfied. Lest they should transfer their services to the British, Washington gave leave to enlist them, and it is certain that they served throughout the war, shoulder to shoulder with white men. At the Battle of Monmouth, there were more than 700 black men in the field. Rhode Island formed a battalion of Negroes, giving liberty to every slave enlisting, with compensation to his owner, and the battalion did good service. But Washington always considered the policy of arming slaves a moot point, unless the enemy set the example. And though Congress recommended Georgia and South Carolina to raise 3,000 Negroes for the war, giving full compensation to the proprietors of such Negroes, South Carolina refused to do so, and Georgia had been already overrun by the British when the advice was brought. Notwithstanding the early adoption of a resolution against the importation of slaves into any of the 13 colonies, April 6, 1776, Jefferson's fervid paragraph condemning the slave trade, and by implication slavery, was struck out of the Declaration of Independence in deference to South Carolina and Georgia, and a member from South Carolina declared that if property in slaves should be questioned, there must be an end to Confederation. The resolution of Congress itself against the slave trade bound no single state, although a law to this effect was adopted by Virginia in 1778, and subsequently by all the other states. But this was so entirely a matter of state concernment, that neither was any prohibition of the trade contained in the Articles of Confederation, nor was any suffered to be inserted in the Treaty of Peace. The feeling against slavery itself was strong in the North. Vermont, in forming a constitution for herself in 1777, allowed no slavery, and was punished for doing so when she applied for admission as a state with the consent of New York, from which she had seceded in 1781. The Southern states refusing to admit her for the present, lest the balance of power should be destroyed. Massachusetts and Pennsylvania directly or indirectly abolished slavery in 1780, New Hampshire in 1783. They were followed the next year by Connecticut and Rhode Island, so that by 1784 slavery would be practically at an end in New England and Pennsylvania. Other states, Virginia, Delaware, New Jersey, went no further than to pass laws for allowing voluntary emancipation. In strange contrast to these, Virginia is found in 1780 offering a Negro by way of bounty to any white man enlisting for the war. The great Virginians of the day, however, Jefferson, Patrick Henry, George Mason, were opposed to slavery, and large numbers of slaves were emancipated in the state. So much and no more did the black man get from the Americans. It seemed at first, when Lord Dunmore issued his proclamation offering freedom to all slaves who should join the British standard, as if they were to get much more from England. Accordingly, Governor Rutledge of South Carolina declared in 1780 that the Negroes offered up their prayers in favor of England. But although Lord Dunmore persisted in recommending the arming and emancipation of the blacks, neither the ministry at home nor the British officers would enter into the plan. Lord George Germain authorized the confiscation and sale of slaves, even of those who voluntarily followed the troops. Indians were encouraged to catch them and bring them in. They were distributed as prizes and shipped to the West Indies, 2,000 at one time, being valued at 250 silver dollars each. The English name became a terror to the black man, and when Greene took the command, they flocked in numbers to his standard. The terms of the peace forbade the British troops to carry away Negroes or other property. Whichever side he might fight for, the poor black man earned no gratitude. Yet in little more than 3/4 of a century, the political complications arising out of the wrongs inflicted on him were to involve the states that had just won their independence in a civil war in comparison with which the struggle to throw off the yoke of the mother country would appear almost as child's play. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. English Pilgrims Settle at Plymouth, A.D. 1620, by John S. Barry. Part 1. Editor's Introduction. No event in American history is more famous throughout the world, and none has been followed by results more potent in the making of this country, than the settlement of the Pilgrims at Plymouth. This pioneer company, which founded the second English colony in the New World, was composed of Puritans who had left the Church of England and were known as Independents or Separatists. In the later years of the 16th century, the tyranny of the ecclesiastical commission drove multitudes of English churchmen into the ranks of the dissenters. At last, this tyranny, and the threats of King James I, caused some of the Independents to leave the country. An independent church, mainly composed of simple country people, was formed in 1606 at Scrooby in Nottinghamshire. At its head were John Robinson, the pastor, and William Brewster, often called Elder Brewster, who was postmaster at Scrooby. Robinson was distinguished alike for his learning and his tolerant spirit. Another leader was William Bradford, then but 17 years old. He was afterward governor of Plymouth Colony for 30 years and was its historian. For some time the members of this church quietly endured persecution at the hands of the king's officers. Then they began to talk of fleeing to Holland, whither other dissenters had already escaped. In 1607, some of the Scrooby congregation unsuccessfully attempted the flight. A few months later they succeeded in reaching Amsterdam, where they intended to remain. But finding the English exiles there involved in theological disputes, they acted on Robinson's advice and sought a more peaceful home in Leyden. Here, about 300 in number, they arrived in 1609, soon after Spain had granted Holland the 12 years' peace after the long Netherland Wars. For 11 years the Pilgrims, as they were already called, remained in their new home, living by various employments. During that time the colony increased to more than 1,000 souls. End of introduction. For several years the exiled pilgrims abode at Leyden in comparative peace. So mutual was the esteem of both pastor and people that it might be said of them, as of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius and the people of Rome, it was hard to judge whether he delighted more in having such a people, or they in having such a pastor. With their spiritual, their temporal interests were objects of his care, so that he was every way as a common father to them. And when removed from them by death, as he was in a few years, they sustained such a loss as they saw could not be easily repaired, for it was as hard for them to find such another leader and feeder as the Taborites to find another Ziska. 8 years' residence, however, in a land of strangers, subjected to its trials and burdened with its sorrows, satisfied this little band that Holland could not be for them a permanent home. The hardness of the place discouraged their friends from joining them. Premature age was creeping upon the vigorous. Severe toil enfeebled their children. The corruption of the Dutch youth was pernicious in its influence. They were Englishmen attached to the land of their nativity. The Sabbath, to them a sacred institution, was openly neglected. A suitable education was difficult to be obtained for their children. The truce with Spain was drawing to a close, and the renewal of hostilities was seriously apprehended. But the motive above all others which prompted their removal was a great hope and inward zeal of laying some good foundation for the propagating and advancing of the gospel of the kingdom of Christ in these remote parts of the world, yea, though they should be but as stepping stones to others for performing of so great a work. For these reasons, and were they frivolous, a removal was resolved upon. They could not in peace return to England. It was dangerous to remain in the land of their exile. Whither then should they go? Where should an asylum for their children be reared? This question, so vital, was first discussed privately by the gravest and wisest of the Church, then publicly by all. The casualties of the seas, the length of the voyage, the miseries of the land, the cruelty of the savages, the expense of the outfit, the ill success of other colonies, and their own sad experience in their removal to Holland were urged as obstacles which must doubtless be encountered. But as a dissuasive from discouragement, it was remarked that all great and honourable actions are accompanied with great difficulties, and must both be enterprised and overcome with answerable courages. It was granted the dangers were great but not invincible, for although there were many of them likely, yet they were not certain. Some of the things they feared might never befall them, others, by providence, care, and the use of good means, might in a great measure be prevented, and all of them, through the help of God, by fortitude and patience might either be borne or overcome. Whither should they turn their steps? Some, and none of the meanest, were earnest for Guiana. Others of equal worth were in favour of Virginia, where the English had already made entrance and beginning. But a majority were for living in a distinct body by themselves, though under the general government of Virginia. For Guiana, it was said, the country was rich, fruitful, and blessed with a perpetual spring and a flourishing greenness, and the Spaniards had not planted there nor anywhere near the same. Guiana was the El Dorado of the age. Sir Walter Raleigh, its discoverer, had described its tropical voluptuousness in the most captivating terms, and Chapman, the poet, dazzled by its charms, exclaims, "Guiana, whose rich feet are mines of gold, whose forehead knocks against the roof of stars, stands on her tiptoe at fair England looking, kissing her hands, bowing her mighty breast, and every sign of all submission making, to be the sister and the daughter both of our most sacred maid." Is it surprising that the thoughts of the exiles were enraptured in contemplating this beautiful land? Was it criminal to seek a pleasant abode? But as an offset to its advantages, its grievous diseases and noisome impediments were vividly portrayed, and it was urged that, should they settle there and prosper, the jealous Spaniard might displace and expel them, as he had already the French from their settlements in Florida, and this the sooner, as there would be none to protect them, and their own strength was inadequate to cope with so powerful an adversary. Against settling in Virginia it was urged that, if they lived among the English there planted, or under their government, they would be in as great danger to be persecuted for the cause of religion as if they lived in England, and it might be worse, and if they lived too far off, they should have neither succor nor defence from them. Upon the whole, therefore, it was decided to live in a distinct body by themselves, under the general government of Virginia, and by their agents to sue his Majesty to grant them free liberty and freedom of religion. Accordingly, John Carver, one of the deacons of the church, and Robert Cushman, a private member, were sent to England to treat with the Virginia Company for a grant of land, and to solicit of the king liberty of conscience. The friends from whom aid was expected, and to some of whom letters were written, were Sir Edwin Sandys, the distinguished author of the Europe Speculum, Sir Robert Naunton, afterwards Secretary of State, and Sir John Wolstenholme, an eminent merchant and a farmer of the customs. Sir Ferdinando Gorges seems also to have been interested in their behalf, as he speaks of means used by himself before his rupture with the Virginia Company to draw into their enterprises some of those families that had retired into Holland for scruple of conscience, giving them such freedom and liberty as might stand with their likings. The messengers, God going along with them, bore a missive signed by the principal members of the church commending them to favour, and conducted their mission with discretion and propriety. But as their instructions were not plenary, they soon returned, bearing a letter from Sir Edwin Sandys approving their diligence and proffering aid. The next month a second embassy was dispatched, with an answer to Sir Edwin's letter, in which, for his encouragement, the exiles say, "We believe and trust the Lord is with us, and will graciously prosper our endeavours according to the simplicity of our hearts therein. We are well weaned from the delicate milk of our mother country, and inured to the difficulties of a strange and hard land. The people are, for the body of them, industrious and frugal. We are knit together in a strict and sacred bond and covenant of the Lord, of the violation whereof we make great conscience, and by virtue whereof we hold ourselves strictly tied to all care of others' goods. It is not with us, as with others, whom small things can discourage, or small discontentments cause to wish themselves at home again." For the information of the council of the company, the requests of the church were sent, signed by nearly the whole congregation, and in a letter to Sir John Wolstenholme, explanation was given of their judgments upon 3 points named by his Majesty's Privy Council, in which they affirmed that they differed nothing in doctrine and but little in discipline from the French Reformed churches, and expressed their willingness to take the oath of supremacy, if required, if that convenient satisfaction be not given by our taking the oath of allegiance. The new agents, upon their arrival in England, found the Virginia Company anxious for their emigration to America, and willing to give them a patent with as ample privileges as they had or could grant to any. And some of the chief members of the company doubted not to obtain their suit of the king for liberty in religion. But the last proved a harder work than they took it for. Neither James nor his bishops would grant such a request. The advancement of his dominions, and the enlargement of the gospel, his Majesty acknowledged to be an honourable motive, and fishing, the secular business they expected to follow, was an honest trade, the apostle's own calling, but for any further liberties he referred them to the prelates of Canterbury and London. All that could be obtained of the king after the most diligent sounding was a verbal promise that he would connive at them and not molest them, provided they conducted themselves peaceably, but to allow or tolerate them under his seal he would not consent. With this answer the messengers returned, and their report was discouraging to the hopes of the exiles. Should they trust their monarch's word, when bitter experience had taught them the ease with which it could be broken? And yet, reasoned some, his word may be as good as his bond, For if he purposes to injure us, though we have a seal as broad as the house floor, means will be found to recall or reverse it. In this, as in other matters, therefore, they relied upon Providence, trusting that distance would prove as effectual a safeguard as the word of a prince which had been so often forfeited. Accordingly, other agents were sent to procure a patent and to negotiate with such merchants as had expressed a willingness to aid them with funds. On reaching England, these agents found a division existing in the Virginia Company, growing out of difficulties between Sir Thomas Smith and Sir Edwin Sandys, and disagreeable intelligence had been received from Virginia of disturbances in the colony which had there been established. For these reasons, little could be immediately effected. At length, after tedious delays and messengers passing to and fro, a patent was obtained, which, by the advice of friends, was taken in the name of John Wynkob, a gentleman in the family of the Countess of Lincoln. And with this document and the proposals of Mr. Thomas Weston, one of the agents returned and submitted the same to the church for inspection. The nature of these proposals has never transpired, nor is the original patent, the first which the Pilgrims received, known to be in existence. Future inquirers may discover this instrument, as recently other documents have been rescued from oblivion. We should be glad to be acquainted with its terms, were it only to know definitely the region it embraced. But if ever discovered, we will hazard the conjecture that it will be found to cover territory now included in New York. Upon the reception of the patent and the accompanying proposals, as every enterprise of the Pilgrims began from God, a day of fasting and prayer was appointed to seek divine guidance, and Mr. Robinson, whose services were ever appropriate, discoursed to his flock from the words in Samuel. And David's men said unto him, See, we be afraid here in Judah. How much more if we come to Keilah against the host of the Philistines? Next followed a discussion as to how many and who should go first. All were ready and anxious to embark, but funds were wanting to defray their expenses. It was concluded, therefore, that the youngest and strongest should be the pioneers of the church, and that the eldest and weakest should follow at a future date. If the Lord frowned upon their proceedings, the first emigrants were to return, but if he prospered and favored them, they were to remember and help over the ancient and poor. As the emigrants proved the minority, it was agreed that the pastor should remain in Holland, and that Mr. Brewster, the elder, should accompany those who were to leave. Each party was to be an absolute church in itself, and as any went or came, they were to be admitted to fellowship without further testimonies. Thus the church at Plymouth was the first in New England established upon the basis of independent Congregationalism. Early the next spring, Mr. Weston visited Leyden to conclude the arrangements for shipping and money, and Messrs. Carver and Cushman returned with him to England to receive the money and provide for the voyage. The latter was to tarry in London, and the former was to proceed to Southampton. Mr. Christopher Martin, of Billericay in Essex, was to join them, and from the county of Essex came several others, as also from London and other places. Pending these negotiations, the property of those who were to embark was sold, and the proceeds were added to the common fund, with which vessels, provisions, and other necessaries were to be obtained. But Mr. Weston already half repented his engagements, and more interested in trade than in religion, he informed his associates that sundry honourable lords and worthy gentlemen were treating for a patent for New England, distinct from the Virginia patent, and advised them to alter their plans and ally with the new company. At the same time their agents sent word that some of those who should have gone fell off and would not go. Other merchants and friends that professed to adventure their money withdrew and pretended many excuses, some disliking they went not to Guiana, Others would do nothing unless they went to Virginia, and many who were most relied on refused to adventure if they went thither. Such discouragements would have disheartened men of a less sanguine temperament, and for a time the Pilgrims were driven to great straits. But as the patent for New England had not passed the seals, it was deemed useless to linger longer in uncertainty, and they resolved to adventure with that patent they had. Their greatest hardship was the compact with the merchants. The Pilgrims were poor, and their funds were limited. They had no alternative, therefore, but to associate with others, and, as often happens in such cases, wealth took advantage of their impoverished condition. By their instructions, the terms on which their agents were to engage with the adventurers were definitely fixed, and no alteration was to be made without consultation. But time was precious. The business was urgent. It had already been delayed so long that many were impatient, and to satisfy the merchants, who drove their bargain sharply and shrewdly, some changes were made, and by 10 tight articles the emigrants were bound to them for the term of 7 years. At the end of this period, by the original compact, the houses and improved lands were to belong wholly to the planters, and each colonist having a family to support was to be allowed 2 days in each week to labor for their benefit. The last is a liberty enjoyed by even a Wallachian serf or a Spanish slave, and the refusal of the merchants to grant so reasonable a request caused great complaint, but Mr. Cushman answered peremptorily that, unless they had consented to the change, the whole design would have fallen to the ground, and necessity having no law, they were constrained to be silent. As it was, it threatened a 7 years' check to the pecuniary prosperity of the colony, but as it did not interfere with their civil or religious rights, it was submitted to with the less reluctance, though never acceptable. At this critical juncture, while the Pilgrims were in such perplexity and surrounded by so many difficulties, the Dutch, who were perfectly acquainted with their proceedings, and who could not but be sensible that the patent they had obtained of the Virginia Company, if sanctioned by the government of England, would interfere seriously with their projected West India Company, and with their settlement at New Netherland, stepped forward with proposals of the most inviting and apparently disinterested and liberal character. Knowing that but a portion of the church were preparing to embark for America, and that all would be glad to emigrate in a body, overtures were made to Mr. Robinson as pastor, that if he and his flock, and their friends in England, would embark under the auspices of the Lords States General, themselves should be transported to America free of expense, and cattle should be furnished for their subsistence on their arrival. These are the liberal offers alluded to in general terms by early Pilgrim writers, and which are uniformly represented as having originated with the Dutch, though recently it has been suggested, and even asserted, that the overtures came from the Pilgrims themselves. But there is an inherent improbability in this last representation, arising from the fact that much time had been spent in procuring a patent in England, and in negotiating with the adventurers for the requisite funds, and an avowed object with the Pilgrims in leaving Holland was to preserve their nationality. They had no motive, therefore, to originate such a proposition, though when made to them by the Dutch, it may have proved so attractive that they were willing to accept it upon certain conditions, of which one was that the government of Holland should guarantee to protect them. The concession was enough for the merchants to act upon. They saw at once that so many families going in a body to New Netherland could hardly fail to form a successful colony. But the political part of the question they were unable to decide. They were ready to expend their capital in carrying the emigrants to New Netherland and in supplying them with necessaries, but they had no authority to promise that the Dutch government would afford to the colonists special protection after their arrival there. They therefore determined to apply directly to the general government at The Hague. The Prince of Orange was then in the zenith of his power, and to him, as stadtholder, the merchants repaired with a memorial, professedly in the name of the English preacher at Leyden, praying that the aforesaid preacher and 400 families may be taken under the protection of the United Provinces, and that 2 ships of war may be sent to secure, provisionally, the said lands to this government, since such lands may be of great importance whenever the West India Company shall be organized. The stadtholder was too wary a politician to approbate immediately so sweeping a proposal, and referred it to the States General. For 2 months it was before this body, where it was several times discussed. And finally, after repeated deliberations, it was resolved peremptorily to reject the prayer of the memorialists. Nor can we doubt the wisdom of the policy which prompted this decision. It was well known in Holland that the English claimed the territory of New Netherland. The Dutch had hitherto been tolerated in settling there, because they had not openly interfered with the trade of the English. But should they now send over a body of English emigrants under the tricolored flag, designed to found a colony for the benefit of the Batavian Republic, the prudent foresaw that a collision would be inevitable and might result disastrously to the interests of their nation. Mr. Robinson and his associates, though exiles, were Englishmen and would be held as such in Holland or in America. Hence, had the Pilgrims emigrated under the auspices of the Dutch, and had James I demanded of them the allegiance of subjects, they would have been compelled to submit, or the nation which backed them would have been forced into a war. There was wisdom, therefore, in the policy which rejected the memorial of the merchants. In consequence of the disaffection of Mr. Weston, there were complaints of his delay in providing the necessary shipping, but at last the Speedwell, of 60 tons, miserable misnomer, was purchased in Holland for the use of the emigrants, and the Mayflower, of 180 tons, whose name is immortal, was chartered in England and was fitting for their reception. The cost of the outfit, including a trading stock of 1,700 pounds, was but 2,400 pounds, about $12,000 of the currency of the United States. It marks the poverty of the Pilgrims that their own funds were inadequate to meet such a disbursement, and it marks the narrowness of the adventurers that they doled the sum so grudgingly and exacted such securities for their personal indemnity. There were some generous hearts among the members of this company, true and tried friends of the exiles in their troubles, but many of them were illiberal and selfish, and had very little sympathy with the principles of their partners. As the time of departure drew near, a day of public humiliation was observed, the last that the emigrants kept with their pastor, and on this memorable occasion Mr. Robinson discoursed to them from the words in Ezra. And there at the river by Ahava I proclaimed a fast, that we might humble ourselves before God, and seek of him a right way for us, and for our children, and for all of our substance. The Catholic advice of this excellent man was worthy to be addressed to the founders of New England. Quote, "We are now, ere long, to part asunder, and the Lord only knoweth whether ever I shall live to see your faces again. But whether the Lord hath appointed this or not, I charge you before God and his blessed angels to follow me no further than I have followed Christ. And if God should reveal anything to you by any other instrument of his, be as ready to receive it as ever you were to receive any truth by my ministry. And I am confident that the Lord hath more light and truth yet to break forth out of his holy word. For my part, I cannot but bewail the condition of the Reformed churches, who are come to a period in religion, and will go no further than the instruments of their reformation. The Lutherans, for example, cannot be drawn to go beyond what Luther saw, and whatever part of God's will he hath further imparted to Calvin, they will rather die than embrace, and so the Calvinists stick where he left them. This is a misery much to be lamented, for though they were precious, shining lights in their times, God hath not revealed his whole will to them. And were they now living, they would be as ready and willing to embrace further light as that they did receive. Remember also your church covenant, and especially that part of it whereby you promise and covenant with God and one with another, to receive whatsoever light or truth shall be made known to you from his written word. But take heed what you receive for truth, and examine, compare, and weigh it well with the Scriptures. It is not possible that the Christian world should come so lately out of such thick anti-Christian darkness, and that full perfection of knowledge should break forth at once. Shake off, too, the name of Brownists, for it is but a nickname and a brand to make religion odious and the professors of it to the Christian world. And be ready to close with the godly party of the kingdom of England, and rather study union than disunion, how near you may, without sin, close with them, than in the least manner to effect disunion or separation. End of section 11. Read by Jeffrey Willson, Ames, Iowa, in January of 2023. Section 12 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. English Pilgrims Settle at Plymouth, A.D. 1620, by John S. Barry, Part 2. At the conclusion of this discourse, those who were to leave were feasted at their pastor's house, where, after tears, warm and gushing from the fullness of their hearts, the song of praise and thanksgiving was raised. And truly, says an auditor, it was the sweetest melody that ever mine ears heard. But the parting hour has come. The Speedwell lies at Delfthaven, 22 miles south of Leyden, and thither the emigrants are accompanied by their friends and by others from Amsterdam who are present to pray for the success of their voyage. So they left that goodly and pleasant city, which had been their resting place near 12 years. But they knew they were pilgrims, and looked not much on those things, and quieted their spirits. The last night was spent, with little sleep by the most, but with friendly entertainment and Christian discourse, and other real expressions of true Christian love. On the morrow they sailed, quote, and truly doleful was the sight of that sad and mournful parting, to see what sighs and sobs and prayers did sound amongst them. What tears did gush from every eye, and pithy speeches pierced each other's hearts, that sundry of the Dutch strangers that stood on the quay as spectators could not refrain from tears. Yet comfortable and sweet it was to see such lively and true expressions of dear and unfeigned love. But the tide which stays for no man, calling them away that were thus loath to depart, their reverend pastor falling down on his knees, and they all with him, with watery cheeks commended them with most fervent prayers to the Lord and his blessing. And then, with mutual embraces and many tears, they took their leave one of another, which proved to be the last leave to many of them. End of quote. At starting, they gave their friends a volley of small shot and 3 pieces of ordnance. And so, lifting up their hands to each other, and their hearts for each other to the Lord God, they set sail and found his presence with them in the midst of the manifold straits he carried them through. Favored by a prosperous gale, they soon reached Southampton, where lay the Mayflower in readiness with the rest of their company, and after a joyful welcome and mutual congratulations, they fell to parley about their proceedings. In about a fortnight the Speedwell, commanded by Captain Reynolds, and the Mayflower, commanded by Captain Jones, both having 120 passengers on board, were ready to set out to cross the Atlantic. Overseers of the provisions and passengers were selected. Mr. Weston and others were present to witness their departure, and the farewell was said to the friends they were to leave. But not every cloudless morning is followed by a pleasant day. Scarcely had the two barks left the harbor ere Captain Reynolds complained of the leakiness of the Speedwell, and both put in at Dartmouth for repairs. At the end of 8 precious days they started again, but had sailed only 100 leagues beyond the land's end, when the former complaints were renewed and the vessels put in at Plymouth, where, by the consent of the whole company, the Speedwell was dismissed, and as the Mayflower could accommodate but 100 passengers, 20 of those who had embarked in the smaller vessel, including Mr. Cushman and his family, were compelled to return, and matters being ordered with reference to this arrangement, another sad parting took place. Finally, after the lapse of 2 more precious weeks, the Mayflower, freighted with the destinies of a continent, and having on board 100 passengers, resolute men, women, and children, loosed from Plymouth, her inmates having been kindly entertained and courteously used by divers friends there dwelling, and with the wind east-northeast, a fine small gale, was soon far at sea. The particulars of this voyage, more memorable by far than the famed expedition of the Argonauts, and paralleled, if at all, only by the voyage of Columbus, are few and scanty. Though fair winds wafted the bark onward for a season, contrary winds and fierce storms were soon encountered, by which she was shrewdly shaken, and her upper works made very leaky. One of the main beams of the midships was also bowed and cracked, but a passenger having brought with him a large iron screw, the beam was replaced and carefully fastened, and the vessel continued on. During this storm, John Howland, a stout young man, was by a heel of the ship thrown into the sea, but catching by the halyards, which hung overboard, he kept his hold and was saved. A profane and proud young seaman, also, stout and able of body, who had despised the poor people in their sickness, telling them he hoped to help cast half of them overboard before they came to their journey's end, and to make merry with what they had, was smitten with a grievous disease, of which he died in a desperate manner, and was himself the first thrown overboard, to the astonishment of all his fellows. One other death occurred, that of William Button, a servant to Dr. Fuller, and there was one birth, in the family of Stephen Hopkins, of a son christened Oceanus, who died shortly after the landing. The ship being leaky, and the passengers closely stowed, their clothes were constantly wet. This added much to the discomfort of the voyage, and laid the foundation for a portion of the mortality which prevailed the first winter. Land ho! This welcome cry was not heard until 2 months had elapsed, and the sandy cliffs of Cape Cod were the first points which greeted the eyes of the exiles. Yet the appearance of these cliffs much comforted them, and caused them to rejoice together, and praise God that had given them once again to see land. Their destination, however, was to the mouth of the Hudson, and now they were much farther to the north, and within the bounds of the New England Company. They therefore tacked to stand to the southward, but becoming entangled among roaring shoals, and the wind shrieking upon them withal, they resolved to bear up again for the Cape, and the next day, by God's providence, they got into Cape Harbor, where, falling upon their knees, they blessed the Lord, the God of heaven, who had brought them over the vast and furious ocean, and delivered them from all perils and miseries therein, again to set their feet on the firm and stable earth, their proper element. Morton, in his memorial, asserts that the Mayflower put in at this cape, quote, partly by reason of a storm by which she was forced in, but more especially by the fraudulency and contrivance of the aforesaid Mr. Jones, the master of the ship, for their intention and his engagement was to Hudson's River, but some of the Dutch having notice of their intention, and having thoughts about the same time of erecting a plantation there likewise, they fraudulently hired the said Jones by delays while they were in England, and now under the pretence of the shoals, etc., to disappoint them in their going thither. Of this plot betwixt the Dutch and Mr. Jones I have had late and certain intelligence. End of quote. The explicitness of this assertion has caused the charge of treachery, brought by no one but Morton, to be repeated by almost every historian down to the present period, and it is only within a few years that its correctness has been questioned by writers whose judgment is entitled to respect. But notwithstanding the plausibility of the arguments urged to disprove this charge, and even the explicit assertion that it is a Parthian calumny and a sheer falsehood, we must frankly own that, in our estimation, the veracity of Morton yet remains unimpeached. Facts prove that the Dutch were contemplating the permanent settlement of New Netherland, and the early Pilgrim writers assert that overtures were made to the Leyden Church by the merchants of Holland to join them in that movement, and when the petition to the States General presented by those merchants was finally rejected, and the Mayflower commenced her voyage intending to proceed to the Hudson, is it improbable that steps may have been taken to frustrate their intention, and that arrangements may even have been made with the captain of that vessel, by Dutch agents in England, to alter her course and land the emigrants farther to the north? We are aware that one to whose judgment we have usually deferred has said that, had the intelligence been early, it would have been more certain. But every student of history knows that late intelligence is often more reliable and authentic than early. And if it be asked from what source did Morton obtain his information, we can only suggest that, up to 1664, New Netherland remained under the dominion of the Dutch, and the history of that colony was in a great measure secret to the English. But several of the prominent settlers of Plymouth had ere this removed to Manhattan, as Isaac Allerton and Thomas Willett, and after the reduction of the country and its subjection to England, from these persons the late and certain intelligence may have been received, or from access to documents which were before kept private. The harbor in which the Mayflower now lay is worthy of a passing glance. It is described by Major Graham as, quote, one of the finest harbors for ships of war on the whole Atlantic coast. The width and freedom from obstructions of every kind, at its entrance, and the extent of sea room upon the land side, make it accessible to vessels of the largest class in almost all winds. This advantage, its capacity, depth of water, excellent anchorage, and the complete shelter it affords from all winds, render it one of the most valuable harbors upon our coast, whether considered in a commercial or a military point of view. End of quote. If to the advantages here enumerated could have been added a fertile soil and an extensive back country suitably furnished with timber and fuel, the spot to which this gallant bark was led would have proved as eligible a site for a flourishing colony as could possibly have been desired. But these advantages were wanting, and though our fathers considered it an extraordinary blessing of God in directing their course for these parts, which they were at first inclined to consider one of the most pleasant, most healthful, and most fruitful parts of the world, longer acquaintance and better information abundantly satisfied them of the insuperable obstacles to agricultural productiveness and commercial importance. The Pilgrims were now ready to pass to the shore, but before taking this step, as the spot where they lay was without the bounds of their patent, and as signs of insubordination had appeared among their servants, an association was deemed necessary, and an agreement to combine in one body and to submit to such government and governors as should by common consent be selected and chosen. Accordingly, a compact was prepared and signed before landing by all the males of the company who were of age. And this instrument was the constitution of the colony for several years. It was as follows: In the name of God, Amen. We whose names are underwritten, the loyal subjects of our dread sovereign Lord King James, by the grace of God, of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, etc., having undertaken for the glory of God and advancement of the Christian faith and honor of our King and country, a voyage to plant the first colony in the northern parts of Virginia, do by these presents, solemnly and mutually, in the presence of God and one another, covenant and combine ourselves together unto a civil body politic, for our better ordering and preservation, and furtherance of the ends aforesaid, and by virtue hereof to enact, constitute, and frame such just and equal laws, ordinances, acts, constitutions, and offices from time to time, as shall be thought most meet and convenient for the general good of the colony. Unto which we promise all due submission and obedience. In witness whereof we have hereunder subscribed our names at Cape Cod, the 11th of November, in the year of the reign of our sovereign Lord King James, of England, France, and Ireland the 18th, and of Scotland the 54th, A.D. 1620. While, on the one hand, much eloquence has been expended in expatiating on this compact, as if in the cabin of the Mayflower had consciously and for the first time been discovered in an age of Cimmerian darkness the true principles of republicanism and equality, on the other hand, it has been asserted that the Pilgrims were actuated by the most daring ambition, and that even at this early period they designed to erect a government absolutely independent of the mother country. But the truth seems to be that, although the form of government adopted by the emigrants is republican in its character and remarkably liberal, at the same time its founders acknowledged suitable allegiance to England, and regarded themselves as connected with the land of their nativity by political and social ties both endearing and enduring. Left to themselves in a wilderness land, apart from all foreign aid, and thrown upon their own resources, with none to help or advise, they adopted that course which commended itself to their calm judgment as the simplest and best. And if, under such circumstances, their compact was democratic, it seems chiefly to intimate that self-government is naturally attractive to the mind, and is spontaneously resorted to in emergencies like the present. It is as unwise to flatter our ancestors by ascribing to them motives different from those which themselves professed, as it is unjust to prefer charges against them to which they are not obnoxious. They were honest, sincere, and God-fearing men, humble in their circumstances, and guided by their own judgment, but endowed with no singular prophetic vision, and claiming no preternatural political sagacity. They could penetrate the future no farther than to confide in the justice of God and the power of truth. The latter, they knew, must ultimately prevail, for the former was pledged to secure its triumph. The first care of the exiles, having established their provisional government, was to provide for their shelter. Cautiously, therefore, for fear of harm, on the same day that the compact was signed, 15 or 16 men, well armed, were set ashore at Long Point to explore the country, and returning at night with a boatload of juniper, which delighted them with its fragrance, they reported that they had found neither persons nor habitations. The stillness of the Sabbath was consecrated to worship, the first probably ever observed by Christians in Massachusetts, and on the morrow the shallop was drawn to the beach for repairs, and for the first time the whole company landed for refreshment. As the fitting of the shallop promised to be a difficult task, the adventurous, impatient of delay, were eager to prosecute a journey by land for discovery. The willingness of the persons was liked, but the thing itself, in regard of the danger was rather permitted than approved. Consent, however, was obtained, and 16 were detailed under Captain Standish, their military leader, who had served in the armies both of Elizabeth and James, and William Bradford, Stephen Hopkins, and Edward Tilley, being joined with him as advisers and counselors, the party debarked at Stevens Point at the western extremity of the harbor, and marching in single file at the distance of about a mile 5 savages were espied, who at their approach hastily fled. Compassing the head of East Harbor Creek the next day, and reaching a deep valley fed with numerous springs, the exhausted travelers, whose provisions consisted but of biscuit and Holland cheese with a little bottle of aquavitae, eagerly halted by one of these springs, and drank their first draught of New England water with as much delight as ever they drink in all their lives. Passing thence to the shore, and kindling a beacon fire, they proceeded to another valley in Truro, in which was a pond, a musket shot broad and twice as long, near which the Indians had planted corn. Further on, graves were discovered, and at another spot the ruins of a house, and heaps of sand filled with corn stored in baskets. With hesitancy, so scrupulous were they of wilfully wronging the natives, an old kettle, a waif from the ruins, was filled with this corn, for which the next summer the owners were remunerated. In the vicinity of the Paumet were the ruins of a fort or palisade, and encamping for the night near the pond in Truro, on the following day they returned to the ship, weary and welcome, and their esh-coal was added to their diminishing stores. 10 days after, another expedition was fitted out, in which 25 of the colonists, and 9 or 10 of the sailors, with Captain Jones at their head, were engaged, and visiting the mouth of the Paumet, called by them Cold Harbor, and obtaining fresh supplies from the aboriginal granaries, after a brief absence in which a few unimportant discoveries were made, the party returned. Here a discussion ensued. Should they settle at Cold Harbor or seek a more eligible site? In favor of the former it was urged that the harbor was suitable for boats if not for ships, the corn land was good, it was convenient to their fishing grounds, the location was healthy, winter was approaching, traveling was dangerous, their provisions were wasting, and the captain of the Mayflower was anxious to return. On the other hand, it was replied that a better place might be found, it would be a hindrance to remove a second time, good spring water was wanting, and lastly at Agawam, now Ipswich, 20 leagues to the north, was an excellent harbor, better ground, and better fishing. Robert Coppin, their pilot, likewise informed them of a great and navigable river, and good harbor in the other headland of the bay, almost right over against Cape Cod, which he had formerly visited, and which was called Thievish Harbor. A third expedition therefore was agreed upon, and though the weather was unfavorable, and some difficulty was experienced in clearing Billingsgate Point, they reached the weather shore, and there had better sailing. Yet bitter was the cold, and the spray as it froze on them gave them the appearance of being encased in glittering mail. At night their rendezvous was near Great Meadow Creek, and early in the morning, after an encounter with the Indians, in which no one was wounded, their journey was resumed, their destination being the harbor which Coppin had described to them, and which he assured them could be reached in a few hours' sailing. Through rain and snow they steered their course, but by the middle of the afternoon a fearful storm raged. The hinges of their rudder were broken, the mast was split, the sail was rent, and the inmates of the shallop were in imminent peril. Yet by God's mercy they survived the first shock, and favored by a flood tide steered into the harbor. A glance satisfied the pilot that it was not the place he sought, and in an agony of despair he exclaimed, "Lord, be merciful to us! My eyes never saw this place before." In his frenzy he would have run the boat ashore among the breakers, But an intrepid seaman resolutely shouted, "About with her, or we are lost!" and instantly obeying, with hard rowing, dark as it was, with the wind howling fiercely and the rain dashing furiously, they shot under the lee of an island and moored until morning. The next day the island was explored, now known as Clark's Island, and the clothing of the adventurers was carefully dried. But, excusable as it might have been deemed under the circumstances in which they were placed to have immediately resumed their researches, the Sabbath was devoutly and sacredly observed. On Monday, December 11th, Old Style, a landing was effected upon Forefathers' Rock. The site of this stone was preserved by tradition, and a venerable contemporary of several of the pilgrims, whose head was silvered with the frosts of 95 winters, settled the question of its identity in 1741. Borne in his armchair by a grateful populace, Elder Faunce took his last look at the spot so endeared to his memory, and bedewing it with tears he bade it farewell. In 1774 this precious boulder, as if seized with the spirit of that bustling age, was raised from its bed to be consecrated to liberty, and in the act of its elevation it split in twain, an occurrence regarded by many as ominous of the separation of the colonies from England. And the lower part being left in the spot where it still lies, the upper part, weighing several tons, was conveyed, amidst the heartiest rejoicings, to Liberty Pole Square, and adorned with a flag bearing the imperishable motto, "Liberty or Death." On the 4th of July, 1834, the natal day of the freedom of the colonies, this part of the rock was removed to the ground in front of Pilgrim Hall, and there it rests, encircled with a railing, ornamented with heraldic wreaths bearing the names of the 41 signers of the compact in the Mayflower. Fragments of this rock are relics in the cabinets of hundreds of our citizens, and are sought with avidity even by strangers as memorials of a pilgrimage to the birthplace of New England. On the day of the landing the harbor was sounded, and the land was explored, and the place inviting settlement, the adventurers returned with tidings of their success. The Mayflower weighed anchor to proceed to the spot, and ere another Sabbath dawned she was safely moored in the desired haven. Monday and Tuesday were spent in exploring tours, and on Wednesday the 20th the settlement at Plymouth was commenced, 20 persons remaining ashore for the night. On the following Saturday the first timber was felled. On Monday their storehouse was commenced. On Thursday preparations were made for the erection of a fort, and allotments of land were made to the families, and on the following Sunday religious worship was performed for the first time in their storehouse. For a month the colonists were busily employed. The distance of the vessel, which lay more than a mile from the shore, was a great hindrance to their work. Frequent storms interrupted their operations, and by accident their storehouse was destroyed by fire, and their hospital narrowly escaped destruction. The houses were arranged in 2 rows on Leyden Street, each man building his own. The storehouse was 20 feet square. The size of the private dwellings we have no means of determining. All were constructed of logs, with the interstices filled with sticks and clay. The roofs were covered with thatch, the chimneys were of fragments of wood plastered with clay, and oiled paper served as a substitute for glass for the inlet of light. The whole of this first winter was a period of unprecedented hardship and suffering. Mild as was the weather, it was far more severe than that of the land of their birth, and the diseases contracted on shipboard, aggravated by colds caught in their wanderings in quest of a home, caused a great and distressing mortality to prevail. In December 6 died, in January 8, in February 17, and in March 13. A total of 44 in 4 months, of whom 21 were signers of the compact. It is remarkable that the leaders of the colony were spared. The survivors were unwearied in their attentions to their companions, but affection could not avert the arrows of the destroyer. The first burial place was on Cole's Hill, and as an affecting proof of the miserable condition of the sufferers, it is said that, knowing they were surrounded by warlike savages, and fearing their losses might be discovered and advantage be taken of their weakness and helplessness to attack and exterminate them, the sad mounds formed by rude coffins hidden beneath the earth were carefully leveled and sowed with grain. However rapidly we have sketched, in the preceding pages, the history of the Pilgrims from their settlement in Holland to their removal to America, no one can fail to have been deeply impressed with the inspiring lessons which that history teaches. As has been well said, quote, "Their banishment to Holland was fortunate. The decline of their little company in the strange land was fortunate. The difficulties which they experienced in getting the royal consent to banish themselves to this wilderness were fortunate. All the tears and heartbreakings of that ever-memorable parting at Delft Haven had the happiest influence on the rising destinies of New England. All this purified the ranks of the settlers. These rough touches of fortune brushed off the light, uncertain, selfish spirits. They made it a grave, solemn, self-denying expedition, and required of those who were engaged in it to be so too." End of quote. Touching also is the story of the long, cold, dreary autumnal passage, in that one solitary, adventurous vessel, the Mayflower of a forlorn hope, freighted with the prospects of a future state and bound across the unknown sea. We behold it, quote, "pursuing with 1,000 misgivings the uncertain, the tedious voyage. Suns rise and set, and winter surprises them on the deep, but brings them not the sight of the wished-for shore. The awful voice of the storm howls through the rigging. The laboring masts seem straining from their base. The dismal sound of the pumps is heard. The ship leaps, as it were, madly from billow to billow. The ocean breaks and settles with engulfing floods over the floating deck, and beats with deadening, shivering weight against the staggering vessel." End of quote. Escaped from these perils, after a passage of 66 days, and subsequent journeyings until the middle of December, they land on the ice-clad rocks of Plymouth, worn out with suffering, weak and weary from the fatigues of the voyage, poorly armed, scantily provisioned, surrounded by barbarians, without prospect of human succor, without the help or favor of their king, with a useless patent, without assurance of liberty and religion, without shelter and without means. Yet resolute men are there, Carver, Bradford, Brewster, Standish, Winslow, Alden, Warren, Hopkins, and others. Female fortitude and resignation are there, wives and mothers, with dauntless courage and unexampled heroism, have braved all these dangers, shared all these trials, borne all these sorrows, submitted to all these privations. And there, too, is chilled and shivering childhood, houseless but for a mother's arms, couchless but for a mother's breast. But those sepulchres of the dead, where lie Turner, Chilton, Craxton, Fletcher, Goodman, Mullins, White, Rogers, Priest, Williams, and their companions, these touch the tenderest and holiest chords. Husbands and wives, parents and children have finished their pilgrimage, and mingled their dust with the dust of New England. Hushed as the unbreathing air when not a leaf stirs in the mighty forest, was the scene at those graves where the noble and the true were buried in peace. Deeply as they sorrowed at parting with those doubly endeared to them by the remembrance of what they had suffered together, and by the fellowship of kindred griefs, they committed them to the earth calmly but with hope. No sculptured marble, no enduring monument, no honorable inscription marks the spot where they were laid. Is it surprising that local attachments soon sprung up in the breasts of the survivors, endearing them to the place of their refuge and sorrows? They had come hither from a land to which they were never to return. Hither they had brought, and here they were to fix their hopes and their affections. Consecrated by persecutions in their native land, by an exile in Holland of hardship and toil, by the perils of the ocean voyage and its terrible storms, by their sufferings and wanderings in quest of a home, and by the heart-rending trials of the first lonely winter, by all these was their new home consecrated and hallowed in their inmost thoughts. And forward to the future they looked, with confidence in God, and a cheerful reliance upon that beneficent providence which had enabled them with patience to submit to his chastenings, and, phoenix-like, to rise from the ashes of the dead, and from the depths of the bitterest affliction and distress, with invincible courage, determined to subdue the wilderness before them, and to fill this region of the great continent, which stretches almost from pole to pole, with freedom and intelligence, the arts and the sciences, flourishing villages, temples of worship, and the numerous blessings of civilized life, baptized in the fountain of the gospel of Christ. End of section 12. Read by Jeffrey Willson, Ames, Iowa, in February of 2023.
Section 13 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Birth of the Modern Scientific Method, Bacon and Descartes, A.D. 1620, by George Henry Lewis. 3 centuries of modern thought have not sufficed to settle the dispute as to its own origin. Many Englishmen still claim insistently that Lord Bacon, in his Advancement of Learning, and still more positively in his later and greater work, the Novum Organum, 1620, started modern scientific method. Present scientists themselves seem inclined to smile somewhat scornfully at the laurels thus placed on Bacon's brow. And as for Frenchmen, they simply refuse to hear the pompous Lord Chancellor mentioned at all. To them, René Descartes is the only genuine originator of all modern philosophy. The publication of his Discourse on Method, 1637, marks for them the epoch which separates 2 worlds of thought. Fortunately, John Henry Lewis, himself a celebrated English critic and the author of A System of Philosophy, presents us the 2 rivals side by side, seeking to explain and balance the honors due to each. It is very certain that somewhere about this period did originate that mathematical exactitude of method, in both thought and experiment, which has produced modern science. And modern science has, in its brief but marvelous career of 3 centuries, altered the face of the globe. It has taught man more than ancient science did in all the preceding centuries. It has touched even our deepest faiths. Whether its success has been due mainly to the abstract reasoners, like Copernicus and the philosophers, or to the practical experimenters, like Galileo and Harvey, is perhaps scarcely a practical question. In the evolution of philosophy, as in the evolution of an organism, it is impossible to fix with any precision a period of origin, because every beginning is also a termination, and presumes the results of a whole series of preceding evolutions. As Mr. Spedding felicitously says, "Our philosophy was born about Bacon's time, and Bacon's name, as the brightest which presided at the time of its birth, has been inscribed upon it. Hesperus that led the starry host rode brightest. Not that Hesperus did actually lead the other stars. He and they were moving under a common force, and they would have moved just as fast if he had been away. But because he shone brightest, he looked as if he led them. Bacon and Descartes are generally recognized as the fathers of modern philosophy, though they themselves were carried along by the rapidly swelling current of their age, then decisively setting in the direction of science. It is their glory to have seen visions of the coming greatness, to have expressed, in terms of splendid power, the thoughts which were dimly stirring the age, and to have sanctioned the new movement by their authoritative genius. The destruction of scholasticism was complete. They came to direct the construction of a grander temple. There are in these two thinkers certain marked features of resemblance, and others equally marked of difference. We see their differences most strikingly in their descendants. From Bacon lineally descended Hobbes, Locke, Diderot, D'Alembert, Condillac, Cabanis, and our Scotch school. From Descartes descended Spinoza, Malebranche, Leibniz, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. The inductive method predominated in one school, the deductive in the other. These differences we shall recognize more fully later on. At present we may fix our minds on the two great points of resemblance. First, the decisive separation of philosophy from theology. Second, the promulgation of a new method. The separation of philosophy from theology is made emphatic in the rejection of final causes by both Bacon and Descartes. Perhaps the most effective of their novelties was the effort of Descartes to explain the system of the world by matter and motion only, thus quietly setting aside all causes and metaphysical entities which had hitherto been invoked. The hypothesis of vortices was indeed soon disclosed to be untenable, but the scientific attitude from which that hypothesis proceeded was never afterward relinquished. It was a bold attempt at the application of the objective method, and was only defective in its restriction to cosmology, and in its exclusion of biology, which was still left to the subjective method, as I shall presently notice. The second point on which Bacon and Descartes resemble each other is their conception of the results to be achieved by a totally new method, coming, as they did, on the top of the revolutionary wave which had washed away the old methods, seeing as they saw the striking results of physical research, and foreseeing yet more glorious conquests from the spirit which achieved those results, they yielded themselves to the pleasant illusion that a new method would rapidly solve all problems. Bacon, as a more magnificent and imaginative mind, had grander visions and more enthusiastic faith, but Descartes also firmly believed that the new method was to do wonders. Indeed, it is interesting to note how these great intellects seem quite unconscious of their individual superiority, and are ready to suppose that their method will equalize all intellects. It reminds us of Sidney Smith maintaining that any man might be witty if he tried. Descartes affirms that it is not so essential to have a fine understanding as to apply it rightly. Those who walk slowly make greater progress if they follow the right road than those who run swiftly on the wrong one. To the same effect, Bacon, a cripple on the right path will beat a racer on the wrong one. This is true enough, but is beside the question. Equipped with good or bad instruments, the superiority of one worker over another is always made manifest, and it is precisely in the right use of a good method that the scientific genius is called upon for its delicate and patient skill. Into the vexed questions of Bacon's conduct, both with regard to Essex and with regard to bribery, I cannot enter here, but referring the curious to his biographers and critics, I will simply note that he was born in 1561, was educated at Trinity College, Cambridge, where he learned to distrust the Aristotelianism of his masters, and planned his own vast scheme of reform, went to Paris, sat in Parliament as a member for Middlesex, was successively appointed of the Privy Council and Lord Chancellor, was created Viscount Verulam, was impeached and condemned for corruption as a judge, and died in the spring of 1626. "For my name and memory," said the dying man, "I leave it to men's charitable speeches, and to foreign nations and the next age." Posterity has been generous. The fame of Bacon is immense. Admirers have not always been unanimous as to his special claims, but there has been no lack of enthusiasm, no questioning of his genius. He has been lauded for achievements in which he had no part, and has been adorned with titles to which he had doubtful pretensions, while his most important services have been overlooked. But the general recognition of his greatness, and our national pride in it, have not prevented certain attacks on his reputation, which have been answered in a rather angry spirit, and thus from one cause and another there is great difficulty in arriving at any candid and thorough appreciation of the work he did. It seems to some persons that Bacon did very little in rising against the philosophy of his day and pointing out a new path, and to others it seems that he did nothing of the kind. But whoever looks closely into the writings of Bacon's predecessors will see that what now seems obvious and trivial was then startling and important. As M. Ramosset felicitously says, il fallait du génie pour avoir ses bons sens. And to those who deny that Bacon did head the revolution, I would oppose not simply the testimony of nearly 3 centuries, but the testimony of Gassendi, who, both as contemporary and as foreigner, was capable of judging the effect then produced. It is indeed apparent to anyone familiar with the writings of some of Bacon's immediate predecessors, especially Galileo, that there was little novelty in his denunciations of the erroneous method then popular, or in his exhortations to pursue observation, experiment, and induction. But it is not less apparent that he had wider and profounder views of the philosophy of method than any of them, and that the popular opinion does not err in attributing to him the glory of heading the new era. In England he is commonly regarded as the father of experimental philosophy and the originator of the inductive method. Men profess themselves followers of the Baconian philosophy, sometimes confounding that with a servile attention to facts and a most unscientific scorn of theories, at other times implying that by the Baconian method is to be understood the one on which science has successfully been pursued. A rigorous investigation of Bacon's claims will disclose the truth of his own statement that he was rather one who sounded the trumpet call than one who marshalled the troops. He insisted on the importance of experiment, but he could not teach what he did not himself understand, the experimental method. He exhorted men to study nature, but he could not give available directions for that study. He had fervent faith in the possible conquests of science, but never having thoroughly mastered any one science, he was incapable of appreciating the real conditions of research. He saw clearly enough the great truth that the progress of research must be gradual, but he did not see what were the necessary grades. He did not see the kind of inquiries and the order they must follow before discoveries could be made. That he had really but vague and imperfect conceptions of scientific method is decisively shown by his contemptuous rejection of Copernicus, Galileo, and Gilbert, and by his own plan of investigation into heat. One sentence alone would suffice to show this, namely, his sneer at Copernicus as a man who thinks nothing of introducing fictions of any kind into nature, providing his calculations turn out well. Bacon did not understand, what Copernicus profoundly saw, that the only value of a hypothesis was its reconciliation of calculations with observations. In his plan for an inquisition into the nature of heat, we see a total misconception of the scientific process. Not only does he set about in a laboriously erroneous way, but he seeks that which science proclaims inaccessible, the nature of heat. It is true that he arrives at a hypothesis which bears some resemblance to the hypothesis now accepted, namely, that heat is a mode of motion, an expansive and restrained motion, modified in certain ways, and exerted in the smaller particles of the body. But those who have been eager to credit him with an anticipation of modern views on the strength of this definition have overlooked the fact that it is incapable of explaining a single process, includes none of the ascertained laws of phenomena, and is itself an example of the illicit generalization which Bacon elsewhere condemns. It was with some justification, therefore, that Harvey, who knew what science was, and knew better than most men how discoveries were made, said of him that he wrote of science like a Lord Chancellor. Indeed, it is to mistake his position and his greatness altogether, to attribute his influence on philosophy, which is undeniable, to an influence on science, which is more questionable. Bacon was a philosopher, but because with him philosophy, separating itself from the bondage of theology, claimed to ally itself with science, and sought its materials in the generalities of science, those writers who have never made a very accurate distinction between the two, but have confounded philosophy with metaphysics, and science with physics, have naturally regarded Bacon as the precursor of Newton, Laplace, Faraday, and Liebig. It is in vain that critics oppose such a claim, by asserting what is undeniable, that the great discoveries in modern science were neither made on Bacon's method, nor under any direct guidance from him, that Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler preceded him, that Harvey and Newton ignored him. Staunch admirers have their answer ready. They know that Bacon was the herald of the new era, and they believe that it was his trumpet call which animated the troops and led them to victory. Having thus indicated his position, it will be necessary to give a brief outline of the method which he confidently believed was to be infallible and applicable in all inquiries. This was imperatively needed. Quote, "For let a man look carefully into all that variety of books in which the arts and sciences abound, he will find everywhere endless repetitions of the same thing, varying in the method of treatment, but not new in substance, insomuch that the whole stock, numerous as it appears at first view, proves on examination to be but scanty. What was asserted once is asserted still, and what was a question once is a question still, and instead of being resolved by discussion, is only fixed and fed." Unquote. He proposes his new method, that thereby, quote, "the intellect may be raised and exalted, and made capable of overcoming the difficulties and obscurities of nature. The art which I introduce with this view, which I call the interpretation of nature, is a kind of logic, though the difference between it and the ordinary logic is great, indeed immense. For the ordinary logic professes to contrive and prepare helps and guards for the understanding, as mine does, and in this one point they agree. But mine differs from it in 3 points, that is, in the end aimed at, in the order of demonstration, and in the starting point of inquiry. But the greatest change I introduce is in the form itself of induction and the judgments made thereby. For the induction, of which the logicians speak, which proceeds by simple enumeration, is a puerile thing, concluded at hazard, is always liable to be upset by a contradictory instance, takes into account only what is known and ordinary, and leads to no result. Now, what the sciences stand in need of is a form of induction which shall analyze experience and take it to pieces, and by a due process of exclusion and rejection lead to an inevitable conclusion. Now, my method, though hard to practice, is easy to explain, and it is this: I propose to establish progressive stages of certainty. The evidence of sense, helped and guarded by a certain process of correction, I retain. But the mental operation which follows the act of sense, I for the most part reject, and instead of it, I open and lay out a new and certain path for the mind to proceed in, starting directly from the simple sensuous perception." End quote. The same dissatisfaction with medieval philosophy expressed itself in Descartes. The incompetence of philosophers to solve the problems they occupied themselves with, the anarchy which reigned in the scientific world, where no two thinkers could agree upon fundamental points, the extravagance of the conclusions to which some accepted premises led, determined him to seek no more to slake his thirst at their fountains. Quote, "And that is why, as soon as my age permitted me to quit my preceptors," he says, "I entirely gave up the study of letters, and resolving to seek no other science than that which I could find in myself, or else in the great book of the world, I employed the remainder of my youth in travel, in seeing courts and camps, in frequenting people of diverse humours and conditions, in collecting various experiences, and, above all, in endeavouring to draw some profitable reflection from what I saw. For it seemed to me that I should meet with more truth in the reasonings which each man makes in his own affairs, and which, if wrong, would be speedily punished by failure, than in those reasonings which the philosopher makes in his study upon speculations which produce no effect, and which are of no consequence to him, except, perhaps, that he will be more vain of them the more remote they are from common sense, because he would then have been forced to employ more ingenuity and subtlety to render them plausible." End quote. For many years he led a roving, unsettled life, now serving in the army, now making a tour, now studying mathematics in solitude, now conversing with scientific men. One constant purpose gave unity to those various pursuits. He was elaborating his answers to the questions which perplexed him. He was preparing his method. He conceived the design of a reformation in philosophy. He was at that time residing in his winter quarters at Newburgh on the Danube. His travels soon afterwards commenced, and at the age of 33 he retired into Holland, there in silence and solitude to arrange his thoughts into a consistent whole. He remained there 8 years, and so completely did he shut himself from the world that he concealed from his friends the very place of his residence. When the results of this meditative solitude were given to the world in the shape of his celebrated Discourse on Method and his Meditations, to which he invented replies, the sensation produced was immense. It was evident to all men that an original thinker had arisen, and although this originality could not but rouse much opposition from the very fact of being original, yet Descartes gained the day. His name became European. His controversies were European quarrels. Charles I of England invited him over, with the promise of a liberal appointment, and the invitation would probably have been accepted had not the Civil War broken out. He afterward received a flattering invitation from Christina of Sweden, who had read some of his works with great satisfaction, and wished to learn from himself the principles of his philosophy. He accepted it, and arrived in Stockholm in 1649. His reception was most gratifying, and the Queen was so pleased with him as earnestly to beg him to remain with her and give his assistance toward the establishment of an Academy of Sciences. But the delicate frame of Descartes was ill-fitted for the severity of the climate, and a cold, caught in one of his morning visits to Christina, produced inflammation of the lungs, which carried him off. Christina wept for him, had him interred in the cemetery for foreigners, and placed a long eulogium upon his tomb. His remains were subsequently, in 1666, carried from Sweden into France, and buried with great ceremony in St. Geneviève-de-Mont. Descartes was a great thinker, but having said this, we have almost exhausted the praise we could bestow upon him as a man. In disposition he was timid to servility. When promulgating his proofs of the existence of the deity, he was in evident alarm lest the Church should see something objectionable in them. He had also written an astronomical treatise, but hearing of the fate of Galileo, he refrained from publishing, and always used some chicane in speaking of the world's movement. He was not a brave man, nor was he an affectionate man, but he was even-tempered, placid, and studious not to give offense. It has already been indicated that the great work performed by Descartes was, like that of Bacon, the promulgation of a new method. This was rendered necessary by their separation from the ancient philosophy and their exclusion of authority. If inquiry is to be independent, if reason is to walk alone, in what direction must she walk? Having relinquished the aid of the Church, there were but two courses open. The one, to tread once more in the path of the ancients, and to endeavor by the ancient methods to attain the truth, or else to open a new path, to invent a new method. The former was barely possible. The spirit of the age was deeply imbued with a feeling of opposition against the ancient methods, and Descartes himself had been painfully perplexed by the universal anarchy and uncertainty which prevailed. The second course was therefore chosen. Uncertainty was the disease of the epoch. Skepticism was widespread, and even the most confident dogmatism could offer no criterion of certitude. The want of criterion we saw leading, in Greece, to skepticism, Epicureanism, Stoicism, the New Academy, and finally leading the Alexandrians into the province of faith to escape from the dilemma. The question of a criterion had long been the vital question of philosophy. Descartes could get no answer to it from the doctors of his day, unable to find firm ground on any of the prevalent systems, distracted by doubts, mistrusting the conclusions of his own understanding, mistrusting the evidences of his senses. He determined to make a tabula rasa and reconstruct his knowledge. He resolved to examine the premises of every conclusion, and to believe nothing but upon the clearest evidence of reason, evidence so convincing that he could not, by any effort, refuse to assent to it. He has given us the detailed history of his doubts. He has told us how he found that he could plausibly enough doubt of everything except of his own existence. He pushed his skepticism to the verge of self-annihilation. There he stopped. There in self, in his consciousness, he found at last an irresistible fact, an irresistible certainty. Firm ground was discovered. He could doubt the existence of the external world and treat it as a phantasm. He could doubt the existence of a god and treat the belief as a superstition. But of the existing of his thinking, doubting mind, no sort of doubt was possible. He, the doubter, existed if nothing else existed. The existence that was revealed in his own consciousness was the primary fact, the first indubitable certainty. Hence his famous cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. It is somewhat curious, and as an illustration of the frivolous verbal disputes of philosophers, not a little instructive, that this celebrated cogito ergo sum should have been frequently attacked for its logical imperfection. It has been objected, from Gassendi downward, that to say, I think, therefore I am, is a begging of the question, since existence has to be proved identical with thought. Certainly, if Descartes had intended to prove his own existence by reasoning, he would have been guilty of the petitio principii Gassendi attributes to him, that is, that the major premise, that which thinks exists, is assumed, not proved. But he did not intend this. What was his object? He has told us that it was to find a starting point from which to reason, to find an irreversible certainty. And where did he find this? In his own consciousness. Doubt as I may, I cannot doubt of my own existence, because my very doubt reveals to me a something which doubts. You may call this an assumption, if you will. I will point out the fact as one above and beyond all logic, which logic can neither prove nor disprove, but which must always remain an irreversible certainty, and, as such, a fitting basis of philosophy. I exist. No doubt can darken such a truth. No sophism can confute this clear principle. This is a certainty, if there be none other. This is the basis of all science. It is in vain to ask for a proof of that which is self-evident and irresistible. I exist. The consciousness of my existence is to me the assurance of my existence. Had Descartes done no more than point out this fact, he would have no claim to notice here, and we are surprised to find many writers looking upon this cogito ergo sum as constituting the great idea in his system. Surely it is only a statement of universal experience, an epigrammatic form given to the common-sense view of the matter. Any clown would have told him that the assurance of his existence was his consciousness of it, but the clown would not have stated it so well. He would have said, "I know I exist, because I feel that I exist." Descartes, therefore, made no discovery in pointing out this fact as an irreversible certainty. The part it plays in his system is only that of a starting point. It makes consciousness the basis of all truth. There is none other possible. Interrogate consciousness, and its clear replies will be science. Here we have a new basis and a new philosophy introduced. It was indeed but another shape of the old formula, know thyself, so differently interpreted by Thales, Socrates, and the Alexandrians. But it gave that formula a precise signification, a thing it had before always wanted. Of little use could it be to tell man to know himself. How is he to know himself? By looking inward? We all do that. By examining the nature of his thoughts? That had been done without success. By examining the process of his thoughts? That too had been accomplished, and the logic of Aristotle was the result. The formula needed a precise interpretation, and that interpretation Descartes gave. Consciousness, said he, is the basis of all knowledge. It is the only ground of absolute certainty. Whatever it distinctly proclaims must be true. The process, then, is simple. Examine your consciousness and its clear replies. Hence, the vital portion of his system lies in this axiom. All clear ideas are true. Whatever is clearly and distinctly conceived is true. This axiom he calls the foundation of all science, the rule and measure of truth. The next step to be taken was to determine the rules for the proper detection of these ideas, and these rules he has laid down as follows. 1. Never accept anything as true but what is evidently so. To admit nothing but what so clearly and distinctly presents itself as true that there can be no reason to doubt it. 2. To divide every question into as many separate questions as possible, that each part being more easily conceived, the whole may be more intelligible. 3. To conduct the examination with order, beginning by that of objects the most simple, and therefore the easiest to be known, and ascending, little by little, up to knowledge of the most complex, synthesis. 4. To make such exact calculations and such circumspections as to be confident that nothing essential has been omitted. Consciousness being the ground of all certainty, everything of which you are clearly and distinctly conscious must be true. Everything which you clearly and distinctively conceive exists, if the idea of it involves existence. In the four rules, and in this view of consciousness, we have only half of Descartes' system, the psychological half. It was owing to the exclusive consideration of this half that Dugald Stewart was led, in controverting Condorcet's assertion that Descartes had done more than either Galileo or Bacon toward experimental philosophy, to say that Condorcet would have been nearer the truth if he had pointed him out as the father of the experimental philosophy of the mind. Perhaps the title is just, but Condorcet's praise, though exaggerated, was not without good foundation. There is, in truth, another half of Descartes' system, equally important, or nearly so. We mean the deductive method. His eminence as a mathematician is universally recognized. He was the first to make the grand discovery of the application of algebra to geometry, and he made this at the age of 23. The discovery that geometrical curves might be expressed by algebraic numbers, though highly important in the history of mathematics, only interests us here by leading us to trace his philosophical development. He was deeply engrossed in mathematics. He saw that mathematics were capable of a still further simplification and a far more extended application. Stuck as he was with the certitude of mathematical reasoning, he began applying the principles of mathematical reasoning to the subject of metaphysics. His great object was, amid the skepticism and anarchy of his contemporaries, to found a system which should be solid and convincing. He first wished to find a basis of certitude, a starting point. This he found in consciousness. He next wished to find a method of certitude. This he found in mathematics. Quote, "Those long chains of reasoning," he tells us, "all simple and easy, which geometers use to arrive at their most difficult demonstrations, suggested to me that all things which came within human knowledge must follow each other in a similar chain, and that, provided we abstain from admitting anything as true which is not so, and that we always preserve in them the order necessary to deduce one from the other, there could be none so remote to which we cannot finally attain, nor so obscure, but that we may discover them." End quote. From these glimpses of the twofold nature of Descartes' method, it will be easy to see into his whole system, consciousness being the only ground of certitude, mathematics the only method of certitude. We may say, therefore, that the deductive method was now completely constituted. The whole operation of philosophy henceforth consisted in deducing consequences. The premises had been found. The conclusions alone were wanting. This was held to be true of physics no less than of psychology. Thus, in his Principia, he announces his intention of giving a short account of the principal phenomena of the world, not that we may use them as reasons to prove anything, for, he adds, quote, "We desire to deduce effects from causes, not from effects, but only in order that, out of the innumerable effects which we learn to be capable of resulting from the same causes, we may determine our minds to consider these rather than others." End quote. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Part 1. Siege of La Rochelle. Richelieu rules France, A.D. 1627, by Andrew D. White. Through the work which Cardinal Richelieu, Chief Minister of Louis XIII, performed for that monarch and for France, the country was lifted from a state of comparative disorganization and weakness, and started on a fresh career which led her to the foremost position among European nations. At the death of Henry IV in 1610, his son Louis XIII was but 9 years old, and from 1624 to the end of his reign in 1643, Richelieu directed the policy of France. By crushing the Huguenots as a political party, he prepared the way for building up the power of the king. The Huguenots were aiming at an independent Protestant commonwealth within the kingdom. When Richelieu had defeated this project by his victory at La Rochelle, he was free to undertake a readjustment of the relations between the throne and the grasping nobles. After accomplishing this, he could turn his attention to foreign affairs. In the last stage of the 30 Years' War, France, under Richelieu, played her part so well that the House of Austria was humbled, and although the great cardinal died before the end of the war, in the final settlement, France received territorial and political benefits which greatly added to her prestige. White, our eminent historian, educator, and diplomatist, has given to the world, in the following narrative and analysis, the best account of Richelieu's administration to be found in English. Thus far, the struggles of the world have developed its statesmanship into 3 leading types. First of those is that based on faith in some great militant principle. Strong among the statesmen of this type, in his time, stand Cavour, with his faith in constitutional liberty, Cobden, with his faith in freedom of trade, The third, Napoleon, with his faith that the world moves and that a successful policy must keep the world's pace. The second style of statesmanship is seen in the reorganization of all states to fit new times. In this the chiefs are men such as Cranmer and Turgot. But there is a third class of statesmen, sometimes doing more brilliant work than either of the others. These are they who serve a state in times of chaos, in times when a nation is by no means ripe for a revolution, but only stung by a desperate revolt. These are they who are quick enough and firm enough to bind all the good forces of the state into one cosmic force, therewith to compress or crush all chaotic forces. These are they who throttle treason and stab rebellion, who fear not, when defeat must send down misery through ages, to ensure victory by using weapons of the hottest and sharpest. Theirs, then, is a statesmanship which it may well be for the leading men of this land and time to be looking at and thinking of, and its representative man shall be Richelieu. Never perhaps did a nation plunge more suddenly from the height of prosperity into the depth of misery than did France on May 14th, 1610, when Henry IV fell dead by the dagger of Ravaillac. All earnest men in a moment saw the abyss yawning, felt the state sinking, felt themselves sinking with it, and they did what in such time men always do. First all shrieked, then every man clutched at the means of safety nearest him. Sully, Henry's great minister, rode through the streets of Paris with big tears streaming down his face. Strong men whose hearts had been toughened and crusted in the dreadful religious wars sobbed like children. All the populace swarmed abroad, bewildered. Many swooned, some went mad. This was the first phase of feeling. Then came a second phase, yet more terrible, for now burst forth that old whirlwind of anarchy and bigotry and selfishness and terror, which Henry had curbed during 20 years. All earnest men felt bound to protect themselves, and seized the nearest means of defence. Sully shut himself up in the Bastille, and sent orders to his son-in-law, the Duke of Rohan, to bring in 6,000 soldiers to protect the Protestants. All unearnest men, especially the great nobles, rushed to the court, determined now that the only guardians of the state were a weak-minded woman and a weak-bodied child, to dip deep into the treasury which Henry had filled to develop the nation, and to wrench away the power which he had built to guard the nation. In order to make ready for his grasp at the state's treasure and power by the nobles, the Duke of Epernon, from the corpse of the king by whose side he was sitting when Ravaillac struck him, strides into the Parliament of Paris and orders it to declare the late Queen, Marie de Medici, regent, and when this Parisian court, knowing full well that it had no right to confer the regency, hesitated, he laid his hand on his sword and declared that, unless they did his bidding at once, his sword should be drawn from its scabbard. This threat did its work. Within 3 hours after the king's death, the Paris Parliament, which had no right to give it, bestowed the regency on a woman who had no capacity to take it. At first things seemed to brighten a little. The Queen Regent sent such urgent messages to Sully that he left his stronghold of the Bastille and went to the palace. She declared to him before the assembled court that he must govern France still. With tears she gave the young king into his arms, telling Louis that Sully was his father's best friend, and bidding him pray the old statesman to serve the state yet longer. But soon this good scene changed. Mary had a foster sister, Leonora Galigai, and Leonora was married to an Italian adventurer, Concini. These seemed a poor couple, worthless and shiftless, their only stock in trade Leonora's Italian cunning. But this stock soon came to be of vast account, for thereby she soon managed to bind and rule the Queen Regent, managed to drive Sully into retirement in less than a year, managed to make herself and her husband the great dispensers at court of plaice and pelf. Penniless though Concini had been, he was in a few months able to buy the Marquisate of Ancre, which cost him nearly 500,000 livres, and soon after the post of First Gentleman of the Bedchamber, and that cost him nearly 250,000, and soon after that a multitude of broad estates and high offices at immense prices. Leonora also was not idle. Among her many gains was the bribe of 300,000 livres to screen certain financiers under trial for fraud. Next came the turn of the great nobles. For ages the nobility of France had been the worst among her many afflictions. From age to age attempts had been made to curb them. In the 15th century, Charles VII had done much to undermine their power, and Louis IX had done much to crush it. But strong as was the policy of Charles, and cunning as was the policy of Louis, they had made one omission, and that omission left France, although advanced, miserable. For these monarchs had not cut the root of the evil. The French nobility continued practically a serf-holding nobility. Despite, then, the curb put upon many old pretensions of the nobles, the serf-owning spirit continued to spread a network of curses over every arm of the French government, over every acre of the French soil, and, worst of all, over the hearts and minds of the French people. Enterprise was deadened, invention crippled, honesty was nothing, honor everything, life was of little value, labor was the badge of civility, laziness the very badge and passport of gentility. The serf-owning spirit was an iron wall between noble and not noble, the only unyielding wall between France and prosperous peace. But the serf-owning spirit begat another evil far more terrible. It begat a substitute for patriotism, a substitute which crushed out patriotism just at the very emergence when patriotism was most needed. For the first question, which in any state emergency sprang into the mind of a French noble, was not, how does this affect the welfare of the nation, but how does this affect the position of my order? The serf-owning spirit developed in the French aristocracy an instinct which led them in national troubles to guard the serf-owning class first and the nation afterward, and to acknowledge fealty to the serf-owning interest first and to the national interest afterward. So it proved in that emergency at the death of Henry, instead of planting themselves as a firm bulwark between the state and harm, the Duke of Épernon, the Prince of Condé, the Count of Soissons, the Duke of Guise, the Duke of Bouillon, and many others wheedled or threatened the Queen into granting pensions of such immense amounts that the great treasury filled by Henry and Sully with such noble sacrifices and to such noble ends was soon nearly empty. But as soon as the treasury began to run low, the nobles began a worse work. Mary had thought to buy their loyalty, but when they had gained such treasures their ideas mounted higher. A saying of one among them became their formula and became noted. The day of kings is past. Now is come the day of the grandees. Every great noble now tried to grasp some strong fortress or rich city. One fact will show the spirit of many. The Duke of Épernon had served Henry as governor of Metz, and Metz was the most important fortified town in France. Therefore Henry, while allowing Napoleon the honour of governorship, had always kept a royal lieutenant in the citadel, who corresponded directly with the ministry. But on the very day of the king's death, the Épernon dispatched commands to his own creatures at Metz to seize the citadel, and to hold it for him against all other orders. But at last even Mary had to refuse to lavish more of the national treasure and to shred more of the national territory among these magnates. Then came their rebellion. Immediately, Conté and several great nobles issued a proclamation denouncing the tyranny and extravagance of the court, calling on the Catholics to rise against the regent in behalf of their religion, calling on the Protestants to rise in behalf of theirs, summoning the whole people to rise against the waste of their state treasure. It was all a glorious joke. To call on the Protestants was wondrous impotence, for Conté had left their faith and had persecuted them. To call on the Catholics was not less impudent, for he had betrayed their cause scores of times. But to call on the whole people to rise in defence of their treasury was impudence sublime. For no man had besieged the treasury more persistently, no man had dipped into it more deeply than Condé himself. The people saw this and would not stir. Condé could only rally a few great nobles and their retainers, and therefore, as a last tremendous blow to the court, he and his followers raised the cry that the regent must convoke the States General. Any who have read much in the history of France, and especially in the history of the French Revolution, know in part how terrible this cry was. By the court and by the great privileged classes of France, this great assembly of the three estates of the realm was looked upon as the last resort amid direst calamities. For at its summons came stalking forth from the foul past the long train of titanic abuses and satanic wrongs, and came surging up from the seething present the great hoarse cry of the people. Then loomed up, dim in the distance, vast shadowy ideas of new truth and new right, and at the bare hint of these, all that was proud in France trembled. This cry for the States General, then, brought the regent to terms at once, and instead of acting vigorously, she betook herself to her old vicious fashion of compromising, buying off the rebels at prices more enormous than ever. By her Treaty of Saint-Manon, Conté received 500,000 livres, and his followers received payments proportionate to the evil that they had done. But this compromise succeeded no better than the previous compromises. Even if the nobles had wished to remain quiet, they could not. The lordship over a servile class made them independent of all ordinary labour, and all care arising from labour. Some exercise of mind and body they must have. Condé took this needed exercise by attempting to seize the city of Poitiers, and when the burgesses were too strong for him, by ravaging the neighbouring country. The other nobles broke the compromise in ways wonderfully numerous and ingenious. France was again filled with misery. Dull as Regent Mary was, she now saw that she must call that dreaded States General, or lose not only the nobles, but the people. Undecided as she was, she soon saw she must do it at once, that if she delayed it, her great nobles would raise the cry for it again and again, just as often as they had wished to extort office or money. Accordingly, on October the 14th, 1614, she summoned the deputies of the three estates to Paris, and then the storm set in. Each of the three orders presented its portfolio of grievances and its programs of reforms. It might seem to one who has not noted closely the spirit which serf-mastering thrust into a man, that the nobles would appear in the States General not to make complaints, but to answer complaints. It was not so. The noble order, with due form, entered complaint that theirs was the injured order. They asked relief from familiarities and assumptions of equality on the part of the people. Said the Baron de Stacey, "It is a great piece of insolence to pretend to establish any sort of equality between the people and the nobility." Other nobles declared, "There is between them and us as much difference as between master and lackey." To match these complaints and theories, the nobles make demands that commoners should not be allowed to keep firearms, nor to possess dogs unless the dogs were hamstrung, nor to clothe themselves like nobles, nor to clothe their wives like the wives of nobles, nor to wear velvet or satin under the penalty of 5,000 livres. And preposterous as such claims may seem to us, they carried them into practice. A deputy of the Third Estate, having been severely beaten by a noble, his demands for redress were treated as absurd. One of the orators of the lower orders, having spoken of the French as forming one great family in which the nobles were the elder brothers and the commoners the younger, the nobles made a formal complaint to the king, charging the Third Estate with insolence insufferable. Next came the complaints and demands of the clergy. They insisted on the adoption in France of the decrees of the Council of Trent and the destruction of the liberties of the Gallican Church. But far stronger than these came the voice of the people. First spoke Montagny, denouncing the grasping spirit of the nobles. Then spoke Savaron, stinging them with sarcasm, torturing them with rhetoric, crushing them with statements of facts. But chief among the speakers was the president of the Third Estate, Robert Miron, provost of the merchants of Paris. His speech, though spoken across the great abyss of time and space and thought and custom, which separates him from us, warms a true man's heart even now. With touching fidelity he pictured the sad life of the lower orders, their thankless toil, their constant misery. Then, with a sturdiness which awes us, he arraigned first royalty for its crushing taxation, next the whole of the upper classes for its oppressions, and then, daring death, he thus launched into popular thought an idea. It is nothing less than a miracle that the people are able to answer so many demands. On the labour of their hands depends the maintenance of your majesty, of the clergy, of the nobility, of the commons. What, without their exertions, would be the value of the tithes and great possessions of the church, of the splendid estates of the nobility, or of our own house rents and inheritances? With their bones scarcely skinned over, your wretched people present themselves before you, beaten down and helpless, with the aspect rather of death itself than of living men, imploring your succour in the name of him who has appointed you to reign over them, who made you a man, that you might be merciful to other men, and who made you the father of your subjects, that you might be compassionate to these your helpless children. If your majesty shall not take means for that end, I fear lest despair should teach the sufferers that a soldier is, after all, nothing more than a peasant bearing arms, and lest, when the vine-dresser shall have taken up his arquebus, He should cease to become an anvil only that he may become a hammer. After this, the Third Estate demanded the convocation of the General Assembly every 10 years, a more just distribution of taxes, equality of all before the law, the suppression of interior custom houses, abolition of sundry sinecures held by nobles, the forbidding of leading nobles of unauthorized levies of soldiery, some stipulations regarding the working clergy, and the non-residence of bishops. And in the midst of all these demands, as a gold grain amid husks, they placed a demand for the emancipation of the serfs. But these demands were sneered at. The idea of the natural equality and rights of all men, the idea that the personal worth of every man, the idea that rough-clad workers have prerogatives which can be whipped out by no smooth-clad idlers, these ideas were as far beyond serf owners of those days as they are beyond slave owners of our own days. Nothing was done. Augustin Thierry is authority for the statement that the clergy were willing to yield something. The nobles would yield nothing. The different orders quarrelled until one March morning in 1615, when going to their hall, they were barred out and told that the workmen were fitting the place for a court ball, and so the deputies separated. To all appearances, no new work was done, no new ideas enforced, no strong men set loose. So it was in seeming. So it was not in reality. Something had been done. That assembly planted ideas in the French mind which struck more and more deeply, and spread more and more widely, till after a century and a half the Third Estate met again and refused to present petitions kneeling, and when king and nobles put on their hats, the commons put on theirs, and when that old brilliant stroke was again made, and the hall was closed and filled with busy carpenters and upholsterers, the deputies of the people swore that great tennis court oath which blasted French tyranny. But something great was done immediately. To that suffering nation a great man was revealed, for when the clergy pressed their requests, they chose as their orator a young man, only 29 years of age, the Bishop of Luçon, Armand Jean de Plessis de Richelieu. He spoke well. His thoughts were clear, his words well pointed, his bearing firm. He had been bred a soldier, and so had strengthened his will. Afterward he had been made a scholar, and so had strengthened his mind. He grappled with the problems given him in that stormy assembly with such force that he seemed about to do something. But just then came that day of the court ball, and Richelieu turned away like the rest. But men had seen him and heard him. Forget him they could not. From that tremendous farce, then, France had gained directly one thing at least, and that was a sight of Richelieu. The year after the States General wore away in the old vile fashion, Condé revolted again, and this time he managed to scare the Protestants into revolt with him. The daring of the nobles was greater than ever. They even attacked the young king's train as he journeyed to Bordeaux, and another compromise had to be wearily built in the Treaty of Loudun. By this Condé was again bought off, but this time only by a bribe of 1.5 million livres. The other nobles were also paid enormously, and on making a reckoning it was found that this compromise had cost the king 4 millions and the country 20 millions. The nation had also to give into the hands of the nobles some of the richest cities and strongest fortresses. Immediately after this compromise, Condé returned to Paris, loud, strong, jubilant, defiant, bearing himself like a king. Soon he and his revolted again, but just at that moment Concini happened to remember Richelieu. The young bishop was called and set to work. Richelieu grasped the rebellion at once. In broad daylight he seized Condé and shut him up in the Bastille. Other noble leaders he declared guilty of treason and degraded them. He set forth the crimes and follies of the nobles in a manifesto, which stung their cause to death in a moment. He published his policy in a proclamation which ran through France like fire, warming all hearts of patriots, withering all hearts of rebels. He sent out 3 great armies, one northward to grasp Picardy, one eastward to grasp Champagne, one southward to grasp Berry. There is a man who can do something. The nobles yield in a moment. They must yield. But just at this moment, when a better day seemed to dawn, came an event which threw France back into anarchy and Richelieu into the world again. The young king, King Louis XIII, was now 16 years old. His mother, the regent, and her favourite Concini had carefully kept him down. Under their treatment he had grown morose and seemingly stupid, but he had wit enough to understand the policy of his mother and Concini, and strength enough to hate them for it. The only human being to whom Louis showed any love was a young falconer, Albert de Luynes, and with de Luynes he conspired against his mother's power and her favourite's life. On an April morning, 1617, the king and de Luynes set a party of chosen men to seize Concini. They met him at the gate of the Louvre. As usual, he is bird-like in his utterance, snake-like in his bearing. They order him to surrender. He chirps forth his surprise, and they blow out his brains. Louis, understanding the noise, puts on his sword, appears on the balcony of the palace, is saluted with hurrahs, and becomes master of his kingdom. Straightway measures are taken against all supposed to be attached to the regency. Concini's wife, the favourite Leonora, is burned as a witch. Regent Mary is sent to Blois, and Richelieu is banished to his bishopric. And now matters went from bad to worse. King Louis was no stronger than Regent Mary had been. King's favourite, de Luynes, was no better than the regent's favourite, Concini, had been. The nobles rebelled against the new rule as they had rebelled against the old. The king went through the same exhortations and humiliations. Then came also to full development yet another vast evil. As far back as the year after Henry's assassination, the Protestants, in terror of their enemies, now that Henry was gone and the Spaniards seemed to grow in favour, formed themselves into a great Republican League, a state within a state, regularly organised, in peace for political effort and in war for military effort, with a Protestant clerical caste, which ruled always with pride and often with menace. Against such a theocratic republic, war must come sooner or later, and in 1617 the struggle began. Army was pitted against army, Protestant Duke of Rohan against Catholic Duke of Luynes. Meanwhile, Austria and the foreign enemies of France, Condé and the domestic enemies of France, fished in the troubled waters and made rich gains every day. So France plunged into sorrows even deeper and blacker. But in 1624, Marie de Medici, having been reconciled to her son, urged him to recall Richelieu. The dislike which Louis bore Richelieu was strong, but the dislike he bore towards compromises had become stronger. Into his poor brain at last began to gleam the truth that a serf-mastering caste, after a compromise, only whines more steadily and snarls more loudly, that at last compromising becomes worse than fighting. Richelieu was called and set at work. Fortunately for our studies of the great statesman's policy, he left at his death a political testament which floods with light his steadiest aims and boldest acts. In that testament he wrote this message: "When your Majesty resolved to give me entrance into your councils, and a great share of your confidence, I can declare with truth that the Huguenots divided the authority of your Majesty, and that of the great nobles acted not at all as subjects, that the governors of the provinces took themselves the airs of sovereigns, and that the foreign alliances of France were despised. I promised your Majesty to use all my industry, all the authority you gave me, to ruin the Huguenot party, to abase the pride of the high nobles, and to raise your name among foreign nations to the place where it ought to be." Such were the plans of Richelieu at the outset. Let us see how he wrought out their fulfilment. First of all, he performed daring surgery and cautery about the very heart of the court. In a short time he had cut out from the living centre of French power a number of unworthy ministers and favourites, and replaced them by men on whom he could rely. Then he began his vast work. His policy embraced three great objects: first, the overthrow of the Huguenot power; secondly, the subjugation of the great nobles; thirdly, the destruction of the undue might of Austria. First, then, after some preliminary negotiations with foreign powers, he attacked the great politico-religious party of the Huguenots. These held, as their great centre and stronghold, the famous seaport of La Rochelle. He who but glances at the map shall see how strong was his position. He shall see 2 islands lying just off the west coast of that point, controlled by La Rochelle, yet affording to any foreign allies, whom the Huguenots might admit there, facilities for stinging France during centuries. The position of the Huguenots seemed impregnable. The city was well fortressed, garrisoned by the bravest of men, mistress of a noble harbour open at all times to supplies from foreign ports, and in that harbour rode a fleet belonging to the city, greater than the navy of France. Richelieu saw well, here was the head of the rebellion, here then he must strike it. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 11, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Siege of La Rochelle. Richelieu rules France, AD 1627, by Andrew D. White. Part 2. Strange as it may seem, his diplomacy was so skilful that he obtained ships to attack the Protestants at La Rochelle from the two great Protestant powers, England and Holland. With these he was successful. He attacked the city fleet, ruined it, and cleared the harbour. But now came a terrible check. Richelieu had aroused the hate of that incarnation of all that was and is offensive in English politics, the Duke of Buckingham. Scandalmongers were wont to say that both were in love with the Queen, and that the Cardinal, though unsuccessful in his suit, outwitted the Duke and sent him out of the kingdom, and that the Duke swore a great oath that, if he could not enter France in one way, he would enter it in another, and that he brought about a war and came himself as a commander. Of this scandal believe what you will, but, be the causes what they may, the English policy changed, and Charles I sent Buckingham with 90 ships to aid La Rochelle. But Buckingham was flippant and careless, Richelieu careful when there was need, and daring when there was need. Buckingham's heavy blows were foiled by Richelieu's keen thrusts, and then in his confusion Buckingham blundered so foolishly, and Richelieu profited by his blunders so shrewdly, that the fleet returned to England without any accomplishment of its purpose. The English were also driven from that vexing position in the Isle of Rhe. Having thus sent the English home, for a time at least he led king and nobles and armies to La Rochelle, and commenced the siege in full force. Difficulties met him at every turn, but the difficulty of all was that arising from the spirit of the nobility. No one could charge the nobles of France with lack of bravery. The only charge was that their bravery was almost sure to shun every useful form, and to take every noxious form. The bravery which finds outlets in duels they showed constantly, the bravery which finds outlets in street fights they had shown from the day when the Duke of Orleans perished in a brawl, to the days when the Mignons of Henry III fought at sight every noble whose beard was not cut to suit them. The pride fostered by lording it over serfs in the country, and by lording it over men who did not own serfs in the capital, aroused bravery of this sort and plenty of it. But that bravery which serves a great good cause, which must be backed by steadiness and watchfulness, was not so plentiful. So Richelieu found that the nobles who had conducted the siege before he took command had, through their brawling propensities and lazy propensities, allowed the besieged to garner in the crops from the surrounding country, and master all the best points of attack. But Richelieu pressed on. First, he built an immense wall and earthwork 9 miles long, surrounding the city, and to protect this he raised 11 great forts and 18 redoubts. Still the harbour was open, and into this the English fleet might return and succour the city at any time. His plan was soon made. In the midst of the great harbour of La Rochelle he sank 60 hulks of vessels filled with stone. Then across the harbour, nearly a mile wide, and in places more than 800 feet deep, he began building over these sunken ships a great dyke and wall, thoroughly fortified and carefully engineered, faced with sloping layers of hewn stone. His own men scolded at the magnitude of the work. The men in Rochelle laughed at it. Worse than that, the ocean sometimes laughed and scolded at it. Sometimes the waves, sweeping in from that fierce Bay of Biscay, destroyed in an hour the work of a week. The carelessness of a subordinate once destroyed in a moment the work of 3 months. Yet it is but fair to admit that there was one storm which did not beat against Richelieu's dyke. There set in against it no storm of hypocrisy from neighbouring nations. Keen works for and against Richelieu were put forth in his day. Works calm and strong for and against him have been issuing from the presses of France and England and Germany ever since, but not one of the old school of keen writers or of the new school of calm writers is known to have ever hinted that this complete sealing of the only entrance to a leading European harbour was unjust to the world at large or unfair to the besieged themselves. But all other obstacles Richelieu had to break through or cut through constantly. He was his own engineer, general, admiral, prime minister. While he urged on the army to work upon the dike, he organized the French navy, and in due time brought it around to that coast and anchored it so as to guard the dike and to be guarded by it. Daring as all this work was, it was but the smallest part of his work. Richelieu found that his officers were cheating his soldiers in their pay and disheartening them. In the face of the enemy, he had to reorganize the army to create a new military system. He made the army twice as effective and supported it at 2/3 less cost than before. It was his boast in his testament that from a mob the army became like a well-ordered convent. He also found that his subordinates were plundering the surrounding country, and thus rendering it disaffected. He had once ordered that which had been taken should be paid for, and that persons trespassing thereafter should be severely punished. He found also the great nobles who commanded in the army half-hearted and almost traitorous from sympathy with those of their own caste on the other side of the walls of La Rochelle, and from their fear of his increased power should he gain a victory. It was their common saying that they were fools to help him do it, but he saw the true point at once. He placed in his most responsible positions of his army men who felt for their cause, whose hearts and souls were in it, men not of the Dalgetty stamp, but of the Cromwell stamp. He found also, as he afterwards said, that he had to conquer not only the kings of England and Spain, but also the King of France. At the most critical moment of the siege, Louis defeated him, went back to Paris, allowed his courtiers to fill him with suspicions. Not only Richelieu's place, but his life was in danger. He well knew it, yet he never left his dike and siege works, but wrought on steadily until they were done, and then the king of his own will, in very shame, broke away from his courtiers and went back to his master. And now a royal herald summoned the people of La Rochelle to surrender, but they were not yet half conquered. Even when they had seen 2 English fleets sent to aid them driven back from Richelieu's dike, they still held out manfully. The Duchess of Rohan, the Mayor Guiton, and the Minister Salvat, by noble sacrifices and burning words, kept the will of the besieged firm as steel. They were reduced to feed on their horses, then on bits of filthy shellfish, then on stewed leather. They died in multitudes. Guiton, the mayor, kept a dagger on the city council to stab any man who should speak of surrender. Some who spoke of yielding he ordered to execution as seditious. When a friend showed him a person dying of hunger, he said, "Does that astonish you? Both you and I must come to that." But when another told him that multitudes were perishing, he said, "Provided one remains to hold the city gate, I ask nothing more." But at the last, even Guiton had to yield. After the siege had lasted more than a year, after 5,000 were found remaining out of 15,000, after a mother had been seen to feed her child with her own blood, the cardinal's policy became too strong for him. The people yielded, and Richelieu entered the city as master. And now the victorious statesman showed a greatness of soul of which all the rest of his life was as nothing. He was a Catholic cardinal. The Rochellese were Protestants. He was a stern ruler. They were rebellious subjects who had long worried and almost impoverished him. All Europe, therefore, looked for retribution more terrible than any in history. Richelieu allowed nothing of the sort. He destroyed the old franchises of the city, for they were incompatible with that royal authority which he so earnestly strove to build. But this was all. He took no vengeance. He allowed the Protestants to worship as before. He took many of them into public service, and to Guiton he showed marks of respect. He stretched forth that strong arm of his over the city and warded off all harm. He kept back greedy soldiers from pillage. He kept back bigot priests from persecution. Years before this he had said, "The diversity of religions may indeed create a division in the other world, but not in this." At another time he wrote, "Violent remedies only aggravate spiritual diseases." And he was now so tested that these expressions were found to embody not merely an idea, but a belief. For when the Protestants in La Rochelle, though thus owing tolerance and even existence to a Catholic, vexed Catholics in spirits most intolerant, even that could not force him to abridge the religious liberties he had given. He saw beyond his time, not only beyond Catholics, but beyond Protestants. 2 years after that great example of toleration at La Rochelle, Nicolas Antoine was executed for apostasy from Calvinism at Geneva, and for his leniency Richelieu received the titles of Pope of the Protestants and Patriarch of the Atheists. But he had gained the first object of his policy, and he would not abuse it. He had crushed the political power of the Huguenots forever. Let us turn now to the second great object of his policy. He must break the power of the nobility. On that condition alone could France have strength and order, and here he showed his daring at the outset. It is iniquitous, he was wont to tell the king, to try to make an example by punishing the lesser offenders. They are but trees which cast no shade. It is the great nobles who must be disciplined. It was not long before he had to begin his work, and with the highest, with no less a personage than Gaston, Duke of Orleans, favourite son of Mary, brother of the king. He who thinks shall come to a higher idea of Richelieu's boldness when he remembers that for many years after this Louis was childless and sickly, that during all those years Richelieu might awake any morning to find Gaston king. In 1626, Gaston, with the Duke of Verdun, half-brother of the king, the Duchess of Chevauche, confidential friend of the queen, the Count of Chalais, and the Marshal Ornano, formed a conspiracy after the old fashion. Richelieu had his hand at their lofty throats in a moment. Gaston was only used as a make-weight. He forced the most humble apologies and the most binding pledges. Ornano he sent to die in the Bastille. The Duke of Verdun and the Duchess Chevauche he banished. Chalais he sent to the scaffold. The next year he gave the grandees another lesson. The serf-owning spirit had fostered in France through many years a rage for duelling. Richelieu determined that this should stop. He gave notice that the law against duelling was revived, and that he would enforce it. It was soon broken by two of the loftiest nobles in France, by the Count of Bonteville, Montmorency, and the Count de Chapelles. They laughed at the law. They fought defiantly in broad daylight. Nobody dreamed that the law would be carried out against them. The cardinal would, they thought, deal with them as rulers have dealt with serf-mastering lawbreakers from those days to these. Invent some quibble and scream with them. But his method was sharper and shorter. He seized both and executed them both on the Place de la Grève, the place of execution for the vilest malefactors. No doubt that under the present domineering of the pettifogger caste, there are hosts of men whose minds run in such small old grooves that they hold legal forms not a means but an end. They will cry out against this proceeding as tyrannical. No doubt, too, that under the present palaver of the sensationist caste, the old ladies of both sexes have come to regard crime as a mere misfortune. These will lament this proceeding as cruel. But for this act, if for no other, an earnest man's heart ought, in these times, to warm toward the great statesman. The man had a spine. To his mind, crime was not mere misfortune. Crime was crime. Crime was strong. It would pay him well to screen it. It might cost him dear to fight it. But he was not a modern smart lawyer to seek popularity by screening criminals, nor a modern soft juryman to suffer his eyes to be blinded by quirks and quibbles to the great purposes of law, nor a modern bland governor who lets a murderer loose out of politeness to the murderer's mistress. He hated crime. He whipped the criminal. No petty forms and no petty men of forms could stand between him and a rascal. He had the sense to see that this course of action was not cruel, but merciful. In the 18 years before Richelieu's administration, 4,000 men perished in duels. In the 10 years after Richelieu's death, nearly 1,000 thus perished. But during his whole administration, duelling was checked completely. Which policy was tyrannical? Which policy was cruel? The hatred of the serf-mastering caste toward their new ruler grew blacker and blacker, but he never flinched. The two brothers Marillac, proud of birth, high in office, endeavoured to stir revolt, as in the good days of old. The first, who was keeper of the seals, Richelieu threw into prison. With the second, who was a marshal of France, Richelieu took another course. For this marshal had added to the revolt things more vile and more insidiously hurtful. He had defrauded the government in army contracts. Richelieu tore him from his army and put him on trial. The Queen Mother, whose pet he was, insisted on his liberation. Marillac himself blubbered it was all about a little straw and hay, a matter for which a master would not whip a lackey. Marshal Marillac was executed. So, when statesmen rule, fare all who take advantage of the agonies of a nation to pilfer a nation's treasure. To crown all, the Queen Mother began now to plot against Richelieu because he would not be her puppet, and he banished her from France forever. The high nobles were now exasperated. Gaston fled the country, first issuing against Richelieu a threatening manifesto. Now awoke the Duke of Montmorency. By birth he stood next to the king's family. By office, as a constable of France, he stood next to the king himself. Montmorency was defeated and taken. The nobles supplicated for him lustily. They looked on crimes of nobles resulting in deaths of plebeians as lightly as the English House of Lords afterwards looked on Lord Mohun's murder of Will Montfort, or as another body of lords looked on Matt Ward's murder of Professor Butler. But Montmorency was executed. Says Richelieu in his memoirs, "Many murmured at this act and called it severe, but others more wise praised the justice of the king, who preferred the good of the state to the vain reputation of a hurtful clemency." Nor did the great minister grow indolent as he grew old. The Duke of Epernon, who seems to have had more direct power of the old feudal sort than any other man in France, and who had been so turbulent under the Regency, him Richelieu humbled completely. The Duke of Valette disobeyed orders in the army, and was executed as a common soldier would have been for the same offence. The Count of Soissons tried to see if he could not revive the good old turbulent times, and raise a rebel army. But Richelieu hunted him down like a wild beast. Then certain court nobles, pets of the king, Cinq-Mars and de Thou, wove a new plot, and to strengthen it made a secret treaty with Spain. But the cardinal, though dying, obtained a copy of the treaty through his agent, and the traitors expiated their treason with their blood. But this was not all. The Parliament of Paris, a court of justice filled with the idea that law is not a means but an end, tried to interpose forms between the master of France and the vermin he was exterminating. That Parisian court might, years before, have done something. They might have insisted that the petty quibbles set forth by the lawyers of Paris should not defeat the eternal laws of retribution set forth by the lawgiver of the universe. That they had not done, and at the time for legal reforms had gone by. The Paris Parliament would not see this, and Richelieu crushed the Parliament. Then the Court of Aids refused to grant supplies, and he crushed that court. In all this the nation upheld him. Woe to the courts of a nation when they had forced the great body of plain men to regard legality as injustice. Woe to the councils of a nation when they have forced the great body of plain men to regard legislation as traffic. Woe thrice repeated to gentlemen of small pettifogging sort when they have brought such times, and God has brought a man to fit them. There was now in France no man who could stand against the statesman's purpose, and so, having hewn through all that anarchy and bigotry and selfishness away for the people, he called them to the work. In 1626 he summoned an assembly to carry out reforms. It was essentially a people's assembly. That anarchical States General, dominated by great nobles, he would not call, but he called it an assembly of notables. In this was not one prince or duke, and 2/3 of the members came directly from the people. Into this body he thrust some of his own energy. Measures were taken for the creation of a navy. An idea was now carried into effect which many suppose had to be sprung from the French Revolution, for the army was made more effective by opening its high grades to commons. A reform was also made in taxation, and shrewd measures were taken to spread commerce and industry by calling the nobility into them. Thus did France, under his guidance, secure order and progress. Calmly he destroyed all the useless feudal castles which had so long overawed the people and defied the monarchy. He abolished also the military titles of Grand Admiral and High Constable, which had hitherto given the army and navy into the hands of leading noble families. He destroyed some troublesome remnants of feudal courts, and created royal courts. In 1 year, that of Poitiers alone punished for exactions and violence against the people more than 200 nobles. Greatest step of all, he deposed the hereditary noble governors, and placed in their stead governors taken from the people, intendants, responsible to the central authority alone. We are brought now to the third great object of Richelieu's policy. He saw from the beginning that Austria and her satellite, Spain, must be humbled if France was to take her rightful place in Europe. Hardly then had he entered the council when he negotiated the marriage of the king's sister with the son of James I of England, Next, he signed an alliance with Holland. Next, he sent 10,000 soldiers to drive the troops of the Pope and Spain out of Valentine district of the Alps, and thus secured an alliance with the Swiss. We are to note here that fact which Beckles wields so well, that though Richelieu was a cardinal of the Roman Church, all these alliances were with Protestant powers against Catholics. Austria and Spain intrigued against him, sowing money in the mountain districts of South France, which brought forth those crops of armed men who defended La Rochelle. But he beat them at their own game. He set loose Count Mansfeld, who revived the 30 Years' War by raising a rebellion in Bohemia, and when one great man, Wallenstein, stood between Austria and ruin, Richelieu sent his monkish diplomat, Father Joseph, to the German Assembly of Electors and persuaded them to dismiss Wallenstein and to disgrace him. But the great Frenchman's masterstroke was his treaty with Gustavus Adolphus. With that keen glance of this he saw and knew Gustavus, while yet the world knew him not, while he was battling afar off in the wilds of Poland. Richelieu's plan was formed at once. He brought about a treaty between Gustavus and Poland, and then he filled Gustavus's mind with pictures of the wrongs inflicted by Austria on German Protestants, hinted to him probably of a new realm, filled his treasury, and finally hurled against Austria the man who destroyed Tilly, who conquered Wallenstein, who annihilated Austrian supremacy at the Battle of Lutzen, who, though in his grave, wrenched Protestant rights from Austria at the Treaty of Westphalia, who pierced the Austrian monarchy with the most terrible sorrows it ever saw before the time of Napoleon. To the main objects of Richelieu's policy already given might be added two subordinate subjects. The first of these was a healthy extension of the French territory. In this, Richelieu planned better than the first Napoleon, for while he did much to carry France out to her natural boundaries, he kept her always within them. On the south he added Roussillon, on the east Alsace, on the northeast Artois. The second subordinate object of his policy sometimes flashed forth brilliantly. He was determined that England should never again interfere on French soil. We have seen him driving the English from La Rochelle and from the Isle of Rhe, but he went further. In 1628, on making some proposals to England, he was repulsed with English haughtiness. "They shall know," said the cardinal, "that they cannot despise me." Straightway one sees protests and revolts of the Presbyterians of Scotland, and Richelieu's agents in the thickest of them. And now, what was Richelieu's statesmanship in its sum? 1. In the political progress of France, his work has already been sketched as building monarchy and breaking anarchy. Therefore have men said that he swept away old French liberties. What old liberties? Richelieu but tore away the decaying and poisonous husks and rinds which rendered French liberties from their chance of life and growth. Therefore also have men said that Richelieu built up absolutism. The charge is true and welcome, for evidently absolutism was the only force in that age which could destroy the serf-mastering caste. Many a Polish patriot, as he today wanders through the Polish villages, groans that absolutism was not built to crush that serf-owning aristocracy which has been the real architect of Poland's ruin. Anyone who reads to much purpose in de Mably or Guizot or Henry Martin knows that this part of Richelieu's statesmanship was but a masterful continuation of all great French statesmanship since the 12th century league of the king and commons against the nobles, and Richelieu stood in the heirship of the great French statesman since Sugar. That part of Richelieu's work, then, was evidently embedded in the great line of divine purpose running through that age, through all ages. 2. In the internal development of France, Richelieu proved himself a true builder. The founding of the French Academy and that of the Jardin des Plantes, the building of the College of Plessis, and the rebuilding of the College of the Sorbonne are among the monuments of this part statesmanship. Is much of that praise usually lavished on Louis XIV, for the career opened in the 17th century to science, literature, and art. He was also a reformer, and his zeal was proved when, in the fiercest of the La Rochelle struggle, he found time to institute great reforms, not only in the army and navy, but even in the monasteries. 3. On the general progress of Europe, his work must be judged mainly for good. Austria was the chief barrier to European progress, and that barrier he broke. But a far greater impulse to the general progress of Europe was given by the idea of toleration, which he thrust into his methods of European statesmen. He, first of all statesman in France, saw that in French policy, to use his own words, a Protestant Frenchman is better than a Catholic Spaniard, and he, first of all statesman in Europe, saw that in European policy, patriotism must outweigh bigotry. 4. His faults in method were many. His underestimate of the sacredness of human life was one, but that was the fault of his age. His frequent workings by intrigue was another, but that also was a vile method accepted by his age. The fair questions then are, did he commit the fewest and smallest wrongs possible in beating back those many and great wrongs? Wrong has often a quick, spasmodic force, but there was not in his arm a steady, growing force, which could only be a force of right. 5. His faults in policy crystallized about one, for while he subdued the serf-mastering nobility, he struck no final blow at the serf system itself. Our running readers of French history need hear a word of caution. They follow de Tocqueville, and de Tocqueville's followers follow Biot, in speaking of the serf system as abolished in most of France hundreds of years before this. But Biot and de Tocqueville take for granted and acknowledge in their readers that the essential vileness of the system and even many of its most shocking outward features remained. Richelieu might have crushed the serf system really as easily as Louis X and Philip the Long had crushed it nominally. This Richelieu did not. And the consequences of this great man's fault were terrible. Hardly was he in his grave when the nobles perverted the effort of the Paris Parliament for advance and liberty, and took the lead in the fearful results and massacres of the Fronde. Then came Richelieu's pupil, Marazin, who tricked the nobles into order, and Marazin's pupil, Louis XIV, who bribed them into order. But a nobility borne on high by the labour of a servile class must despise labour, so there came those weary years of indolent gambling and debauchery and serf-eating at Versailles. Then came Louis XV, who was too feeble to maintain even the poor decent restraint imposed by Louis XIV. So the serf-mastering caste became active in a new way, and their leaders in vileness unutterable became at last Fronsac and de Sade. Then came the deluge. The spirit of the self-mastering caste, as left by Richelieu, was a main cause of the miseries which brought on the French Revolution. When the Third Estate brought up their portfolio of grievances, for one complaint against the exactions of the monarchy, there were 50 complaints against the exactions of the nobility. Then came the failure of the Revolution in its direct purpose, and of this failure the serf-mastering caste was the main cause. For this caste, hardened by ages of domineering over a servile class, despite the 4th of August renunciations, could not accept a position compatible with freedom and order. So earnest men were maddened and sought to tear out this cancerous mass with all its burning roots. But for Richelieu's great fault there is an excuse. His mind was saturated with ideas of the impossibility of inducing freed peasants to work, the impossibility of making them citizens, the impossibility, in short, of making them men. To his view was not unrolled the rich newer world history to show that a working class is most dangerous when restricted, that opposition is more dangerous to the oppressor than to the oppressed. But if man will hew out paths to liberty, God will hew out paths to prosperity. But Richelieu's fault teaches the world not less than his virtues. At last, on December 3rd, 1642, the great statesman lay upon his deathbed. The death hour is a great revealer of motives, and, as with weaker men, so with Richelieu. Light then shot over the secret of his whole life's plan and work. He was told that he must die. He received the words with calmness. As the host, which he believed the veritable body of the crucified, was brought him, he said, "Behold my judge, before whom I must shortly appear. I pray him to condemn me if I have ever had any other motive than the cause of religion and my country." The confessor asked him if he pardoned his enemies. He answered, "I have none, but those of the state." So passed from earth this strong man. Keen he was in sight, steady in aim, strong in act. A true man, not committal, but wedded to a great policy in the sight of all men, seen by earnest men of all times to have marshalled against riot and bigotry and unreason, divine forces and purposes. End of section 15.